Hi there. Sorry. Is it live? Okay. All right. Hi, everybody. We're going to get going here. So I am Matthew Freed, and this over here is Tyler. He's going to be doing our business seminar. And this is the 13th annual get-together for the sound mixers here in Texas, which Tyler and Jack started 13 years ago. So, and here we are. Yes, kudos to them for making it this long with it all. All right, so yeah, he's going to give a little talk. There'll be a little Q&A at the end if anybody has any questions. So lots of food and beverages, so help yourself, have at it, and it'll be a fun weekend.
Thank you, Matthew. Appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for coming out. Kind of really happy to sort of get some knowledge from you guys and give what I can based on our experiences. So felt like a good area of expertise for me outside of some like deadbeat reality shows is going to be Business 101. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Going to introduce ideas. That's my goal. I don't know your situation. There's a whole big it depends sort of thing that everyone hates that answer, but it does depend on your situation. So we're going to kick it off. The important thing to understand is that if you were mixing, if you were in this industry, you are already a business. So just by default, everybody in this room, you're already running a business whether you acknowledge it or not. So today's not exactly about understanding how to hustle harder or anything like that. We're not forming entities for ego purposes or anything like that. It's just about aligning your structure with your reality. So risk exists whether you plan for it or not. Taxes exist whether you plan for it or not. So all we're really doing here today is help you make intentional choices instead of just going with the default ones that were all given to us right out of the gate. So we're going to talk about how to make your business and understand if you are optimized or exposed. And that's going to involve things like risk, taxes, how to leverage different entity types during negotiations, and optionality. It's all your choice. So again, my name's Tyler Faison with Vandelay Sound Exports. Been mixing for about 20 years or so. Started off as a sole proprietor, individual freelancer, as pretty much everyone does. I got work married to my wonderful work wife, Jack Klein. Short little guy with dreads. If you ever see him on set, tell him I said hello. And we've done a lot of things together. We have a rental house together, and we've started multiple companies, all that sort of stuff. Not that it's my specialty, but I happen to be given a lot of the task of the paperwork, formation, and kind of running a lot of the backside of the business. So, everything you're going to hear today is from my personal experience. I'm not an attorney. I'm not an accountant. I promise. So I'm just here as someone that's made all of the mistakes that so you don't have to. The great Pete Verando told me, learn the easy way, which is learning from other people's mistakes, and so that's pretty much my only goal here. I still mix. I still negotiate rates. I still deal with payroll companies and producers on a weekly basis. So it's also still all very relevant. So everything comes from my reality, nothing much else. So most freelance never really choose to be sole proprietors. That's just the default entity type that you end up as. So whether you're something different now, whether you're still a sole proprietor, it doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means that there are other choices that you hopefully chose to make or not make for a variety of reasons. So the IRS already treats you as a business if you're a sole proprietor, so which is fine. The problem is that that liability and taxes also treat you the same way, just without any sort of protection or leverage. So we're here to make intentional choices about what we're doing in our business, nothing much more than that. Also, feel free to interrupt if you have questions or anything like that. Happy to answer if I can. So sole proprietor is really the easy way out, for sure. Like, that's where you start. That's the default. It's also, generally speaking, has the fewest protections and fewest advantages that you have the opportunity to take advantage of in our industry. So it's not wrong, it's just exposed. That's the only difference. Being exposed, when we talk about exposed, we're talking about how your life situation, right? So if you own a lot of things that you don't want taken away from you, you need to have systems and barriers in place to where someone can't just take that away from you, at least make it a lot more difficult for them to take it away from you. So it's not that a sole proprietor is wrong, it's just exposed. If something goes sideways on set, your house, your car, your savings, they're all at play. It's relatively easy for all your stuff to get taken from you if you're a sole proprietor compared to the other options that are out there. So, you know, from a producer's perspective, sole proprietors are really easy to push to payroll. So obviously some of the pros about it, there's no setup, there's no administrative expenses. You just go about your life, go from one job to the next. Any expenses are just part of your operational costs. So the downside is the unlimited personal liability. You're paying all of the self-employment taxes, and it's easier to get pushed to payroll against your will. So, do you have a question, Daniel? Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. We'll touch on some of your options even as a sole proprietor, because yeah. So the question was, sole proprietors can still do DBAs. Absolutely, and that's a good choice. That's a good choice, especially for if you're only looking to sort of brand yourself and protect yourself from not getting yourself confused. Me, Tyler, with Tyler Cardwell in town, for example. Like that would be important for us to have two distinct sort of brand looks. So yeah, good question. Speaking of which, the different entity types that actually matter to us. There are more. We're not doing this in a for-profit enterprise. We're not to be able to also have nonprofit status, for example. LLPs and that sort of stuff, they don't necessarily apply here, but they are certainly options, so you feel free to explore. And so what we have is a DBA, so doing business as. In Texas, that's called an assumed name or an assumed name certificate. Varies state by state. I'm sure people all across the world are watching this, so check your own state regulations. But in Texas, it's called an assumed name certificate. It's about a $10, $20 filing or something like that. Very cheap, very easy, and it at least, if nothing else, you know, a production company can make a check out to Vandelay Sound Exports, our company, instead of just Tyler Faison. Both would apply because your bank would now accept, you know, alternate names and that sort of stuff, which it can get confusing if you have a brand name of, you know, Vandelay Sound, for example, and then your invoice comes through as Tyler Faison. It just helps the, you know, paper pushers on the back end to really align everything and have you in as one entity type versus a name and all that sort of stuff. So even as a sole proprietor, you've got a very low effort choice to make. Do you want to brand yourself or not? Not necessary, it's just a personal choice. So that's a DBA. And in Texas specifically, it depends on your entity type, because it's not just a sole proprietor that can have a DBA, LLC can, S Corp, C Corp, LLPs, they can all have DBAs. It depends whether sort of the scale or scope of your entity, if that's filed at the county level or the state level. It's just, it depends on your situation. So we filed them for at the county level and the state level for different businesses, for different purposes. I would say take whatever is the easiest route, but explore both options, and different DBA and assumed name certificates might apply to your entity. An LLC, limited liability corporation, it's a very popular formation type, entity type. The biggest thing that it provides you is liability separation between your personal and your business work and things. So that's a default for a lot of companies to just get started. And it's not just necessarily small companies. Like if you're a solo entrepreneur, can be an LLC. Coca-Cola is an LLC. So it's not the revenue that makes a difference. There are reasons that Coca-Cola is an LLC in that capacity. So I'm going to jump over S Corp real quick because there's some subtleties here. A C Corp is another entity type that you can form, and it's not traditionally right for freelancers and solo entrepreneurs and things like that, because there's a lot more things that you have to do between documentation, just anything and everything. That the short of it is, it all costs more time and money, and it doesn't provide you generally with any better protections in our situations that we normally have. So it exists, and I bring it up because it's possible. But it's not likely anybody in this room is going to go straight into from a sole proprietor into a C Corp. So S Corp, kind of a buzzword in the business world, formation entrepreneur world. Well, to be clear, it's not an entity in and of itself. It's an elective tax layer. It's an elective tax formation. It allows an LLC or a C Corp to be treated in a slightly different way. So you cannot file for S Corp status without already having an LLC or C Corp or some other flavors of all that. So so when we hear S Corp, I just want to make it clear that it's not an entity formation in and of itself. It is a tax election status. So that's the gist of it. So something we hear a lot from you get a call, you're available, blah blah blah. You get to the hiring process. Let me pass you off to my line producer or what have you. Are you a loan out? You hear this question quite a bit. The question producers are actually caring about when they ask this question is they don't care about your vibe or your professionalism. What they're asking is, how expensive are you on the back end? Because based on your answer, they have another set of options and tools during the negotiation process. They're asking a classification question. It's a cost question. It's not exactly a compliment. It's just, it's a business question that helps them during the negotiation, because not all dollars are created equal on the back end. And the better that you understand that, the better you understand how you can position yourself during negotiations. So this is another, just more input for you to determine how you want to do your entity status. So it's the same labor, it's just different math. That's all they're really asking. What changes for production when you answer this question is their level of expectations. So if you say no, you're not a loan out, perfectly fine. I'm sure you're still able to be on there on the shoot, but you're going to go for sure 100% through their payroll company. If they're asking you if they're asking you if you're a loan out, they have a payroll company that they have to go through. With payroll companies comes a whole laundry list of obligations that the payroll company has to follow through federal, state regulations on determining employee status. So it's up to you whether you want to be, you can still be a loan out, for example, and still go through payroll. There's nuances there of why that may or may not be a good idea for you. But just know that the payroll company is going to be involved. And if the payroll company is involved, they're going to withhold taxes. They're going to, fringes are going to be paid by the production company to the payroll, which all that could be your money. And whether you want it or not is kind of up to you. What you got? Yeah, exactly. And so the question is about separation of labor and gear. Yeah, so good question. And yeah, to be clear, we're talking about, we're sort of assuming that lots of different situations that we can get ourselves in. So it's absolutely possible for you to work your labor through as a W-2 as an employee, and it's also possible to have your kit or gear invoice. That's somewhat common in that world. There are different measuring tools and whatnot as to whether you can deduct that or what kind of income is that. It kind of depends on how you sort of run your business, but a lot of times you'll get a check from the production company for your equipment, but your payroll is going to go through the payroll company, your labor. So that's the gist of what that is. But payroll adds, it 100% adds cost to production. It just never shows up in your rate discussion unless you bring it up. So loan outs generally move a lot of the responsibility that payroll companies incur directly to you. So it's not just a magic snap and click that you get more money. You have more responsibilities that come along with that when that happens. So, but the important note of all of that is by moving that responsibility to you, you generally lower the production company's total spend on you, which is that delta is where you can make up for lost rates and whatnot. So that's the gist of that. So part of this process is you reframing the rate conversation. Not all dollars are created equal, like I said. $700 in payroll to a payroll company is not this. That does not equal $700 as a true cost to the production company. So, where do they get the money? Like, oh, they magically came up with the money. Well, there are accounting tricks that you can do, and besides just moving it from the gear and to the labor and like that whole dance. And I'm not advising that, but I have heard that, and so it's important to understand that that is one way that you can go from 700 to 800 or 800 to 900, because if they can avoid the payroll company, then you have extra money in your pocket for you to either handle the responsibility of how that's taxed in different ways or not. So it's important to understand that out the door. Right, so you're not exactly asking for more money. You're actually kind of helping them spend less money in some scenarios. You'll be amazed if you bring this up during a rate conversation, if you never have, and you're able to go through as a loan out. It's almost an immediate yes. I wonder how much in fringes they have to pay, because it sounds like it's not nothing. There's also a lot of responsibilities that goes along with it, so all that good stuff. So you've got your LLC, S Corp, whatever it is. Does that make you be able to say yes, you are a loan out? Not necessarily. It's not an automatic guarantee. Forming an LLC does not entitle you to loan out status. It is not up to you. It makes it a lot easier for production and payroll companies to justify that yes, you are a loan out. But think probability, not entitlement. So it's not a guarantee, and it could change production company to production company, network to network, payroll company to payroll company. We'll get different arguments from the same payroll company for different productions. So they've come to an agreement on a certain set of rules that apply to qualify someone as a loan out versus a W-2, and even though payroll company approved it this way one time, does not mean they'll approve it the same way the next time with a different production company. So it's sort of a collaboration effort on their end for them to decide whether you are a loan out. It is not your choice, but you can help your case be a loan out by a variety of things. So it's contextual, it's not permanent. So documentation-wise, insurance-wise, and then your general business behavior and practices all sort of tie in to help your argument of you're a loan out or not. In my personal experience, it's generally been pretty clear cut and dry. There's not a lot of gray area, and for us, it's generally having if I know I've got my articles of incorporation handy, a lot of times they'll ask for a GL policy coverage, something like that, maybe workers' comp. It just sort of depends on the level and comfort that you are with having that or not. You might have 2 out of the 3, and for half the production companies and payroll companies, that's going to work. For the other half, it's not. So it's a gray area in terms of what they require, but the more that you can help justify your position that you are a real business with real business practices and all that sort of stuff, the better chance you are of having them always say yes. And yeah, what you got, Daniel? Mm. Yeah. Yeah, so Daniel's saying that he's seen a difference between department heads and crew, and sometimes even separated between above the line and below the line, on whether a production company will treat you as a loan out or not. That's not uncommon at all, and you'll see often that kind of specifically above the line, especially showrunners and things like that, they are almost guaranteed being treated as a loan out, regardless of the production company's general policies for everybody else. It changes. I mean, surely that's not 100% true, but for a variety of reasons, there's a reason for that. So if you can take advantage of it, I recommend you look into it and see if it's worth it for you to treat yourself as a loan out or not. But again, it's not always guaranteed. There have been several shows or shoots that we have everything that's possibly required under the sun, and they just won't do it. Maybe it's union affiliated. Maybe there's other ways that for other reasons, that they have to treat a crew member as an employee versus a loan out. Sometimes it has to do with tax incentives and qualifications and a lot of those sort of obligations. Depends on the state. Depends where the shoot's happening versus where the production company is located versus where the payroll company is. So there's a lot of layers there. But yeah, I mean, even if you do everything right, a production company will just say, sorry, it's not going to work out this time. So set your expectations appropriately, that's for sure. Just going to work with this running hypothetical example. Decent year, you've got 180,000 gross you're bringing in. You've got 40,000 in expenses, and easy math, you got a 140,000 net profit. Just keep this in your head if we reference it a little later. When we compare structures, apples to apples, you'll have a good understanding. But that's the general working numbers that we're going with. This also assumes that we're not talking about any W-2 income. So this is just, you're a freelance contractor, 1099 all the way. You're not doing any jobs on W-2. We're not counting that. The different mechanics that matter, as a default, sole proprietor, LLC, your entire profit is subject to the self-employment tax. There's not any separation between labor and profit. There gets some nuances on when you can deduct expenses and things like that. As an LLC, there's still a lot of qualifications that you have to go through to that. It's mostly documentation. Just treat your business like a business, and you'll be fine, is the general rule of thumb I found. But that's kind of where you start out. The big difference between S corp, why people would elect to have their entity treated as an S corporation, is that your pay is separated between, specifically labor, separated between a salary and distributions. So, as comparing it to a W-2 job, if you have $100,000 that you're getting from this corporate job, let's just call it 30% of it is taxed, self-employment tax, let's call it. This is far from the actual reality, but for easy math, the company that's paying you as a W-2 employee is paying half of that self-employer tax already. We're talking about FICA, that sort of stuff. All the taxes that are withheld are that other 15%. So when you go and you want liability protection as a business owner, because again, you're working in this industry, you're a business owner. If you want additional liability protection, you got a decision to make. Do you jump to another entity type or not? Well, if you do it as an LLC, as only an LLC, then all of that is subject. Yes, you have the liability protection there, some liability protection there, but then you still have the tax situation. So now you're being taxed on the whole thing. If you elect to be treated as an S corp, then that let's say we're starting with that $100,000 on the labor side. You can split that into distributions and salaries. So you would take half of that. You have to give yourself a reasonable salary. There's lots of rules within this. So like, talk to somebody who is qualified. But you have to give yourself a salary. Call it $50,000, or let's call it $52,000. That's $1,000 a week, and that's you do have to pay the full amount of that. Call it 30% self-employment tax on both sides. But then you have the other $48,000. That's owner distributions. That's treated differently from a taxation level. So you gain the advantage of having that full $48,000, and kind of working with it, and then treating it. There's lots of other sort of waterfall elements that affect this. So this is not. I really want to stress that these are not like real actual numbers, but the principle is the same. So having a salary and owner distributions and how they're treated differently, it's just important that you know that. And that's one thing that an S corp gives you that advantage to do. So the distributions are, the self-employment tax does not apply to those. So that's the core reason why you see a lot of freelancers go into S corp status, because that amount can vary. Like, you always have your regular sort of salary that's reasonable and justifiable, and that you have that certain set of expectations, and then something else. What you got? Oh yes, oh yes. That's correct. That's correct. There's we've got we'll touch on some documentation stuff as well. You have to really be ready if you want to change entity types, whether in any direction. Every single one of them has a certain list of responsibilities that come with it. Nothing's free. Like, if you want liability protection, great. Show us that you're doing things right, and you'll keep that in compliance. And it's not always like usually you find these things out when in the divorce, when things go wrong. Like, no one's checking in on a business where everything's going right. It's only when something happens that you get really nitpicked by lawyers and auditors and all that sort of stuff. So if everything's fine, like, who cares? Like, it's never going to be a problem, so you're never going to have to worry about liability. But it's that, small percentage of the time where something could go wrong. What are you willing to risk? Are you willing to risk your whole house and car to save $10,000 over the course of, a couple years or something? Maybe, I don't know. That's up to you. So liability protection is really these few things. Having an LLC, for example, it'll help you protect your business debts, contract disputes, that sort of stuff, a variety of onset claims. But it's not a force field. It just reduces the blast radius, I like to say. You don't have immunity. You can't just willy-nilly go do what you want. It just gives you a certain extra set of protection. So it's not going to protect you if you're just generally negligent. If you're mixing personal and business finances, it's going to be hard to defend that you're a real business, that sort of stuff, and any personal guarantees that you might make or that you've made to yourself. So that's that. Hey, we're in Texas. Not everyone is in Texas, but most Texas freelancers are going to owe zero franchise tax. But here's the thing, you still got to file. One thing I learned early on, within the first year, nothing owed does not mean nothing filed. You just got to do the paperwork, and you need reminders, whatever works for your workflow, or CPAs. In our case, our CPA handles a lot of all the 941s and quarterly filings, and between our CPA and our payroll company, there's not a lot of actual filings that I personally do, but I have access to all of them. They all happen. They're all on time, all that sort of stuff. So, if you want to just get started with an LLC on Monday, you can. Go to the Secretary of State's website, fill out all the paperwork based on what you've decided is best for you. And, it's about a $300 filing fee. You'll get an EIN. Another extra benefit of EIN is you never really have your social security number exposed when you give it out to a production company or something like that. That's, in my opinion, that's a pretty good extra layer of safety and security. You can also get a tax identification number to substitute for that sometimes. So it depends what they accept too. We're in Texas, so there's no personal state income tax. So there's no extra corporate taxes or anything like that at this level. So again, franchise tax filings are still required even if they're not owed. And you'll find that in a lot of cases. If you, even like at the county level or city level, if you have your business listed on Google Maps, for example, the county can then sort of use that as a citing database to say, oh yeah, we want to, now you owe us business property tax, or when you file, you start to get all kinds of extra paperwork and stuff like that. So that's skipping 0 filings is probably one of the most common mistakes that you can make as a business owner. So please keep on top of it. So if you want to go the S corp route, you do a lot of the things that you already do for the LLC, but there's a few extra steps. So you still form the entity, whether it's a LLC or C corp or whatever works for you. Then you get your EIN, your employer identification number. You'll get that from the IRS. That's an IRS form. And then if you decide you want to go the S corp route, you've got about 75 days from the time that you get the EIN to file for S corp status and for it to be retroactive from the time you started the company. Anything beyond that, especially within, call it 2 years to be safe, you can still file for S corp status, but the problem is you're not going to have any of the taxation advantages impacted retroactively. So it'll only be going forward. So you lose a little bit there. It just kind of depends on the scale and scope of if that's a big deal or not. So you file a 2553. Again, the timing matters. And then the other remaining ongoing obligations, running payroll, keeping your clean books, all the real business things you really need to be doing, even as a sole prop, 100% apply if you don't want that taxation status to go away, and even formation. I mean, if you just treat it like a nickname or something like that, it's going to get taken away for sure. Speaking of which, here's how to break your own entity. If you never run payroll, you pay everything as distributions. When we talked about splitting between salary and distributions, if you're like, oh, I'm just gonna take all of that and put it into my personal account, that's all distributions. That doesn't count. If you miss any of the annual filings, franchise tax filings, that sort of stuff, those all matter. 941s, quarterly reports, and that's you're sending this information to federal, state institutions depending on where you are. If you just treat your LLC like a nickname, you're gonna have problems on the back end. You're this week, this month, this quarter, this year, probably nothing's gonna happen. It's gonna be a problem if you try to do something later on, and like, oh well, we need 2 years of reports for such and such, and you don't have that, and you decide that you need to get that real quick somehow. It's either not going to be possible or it's going to be illegal, and you're going to have all your rights and privileges stripped away, and potentially penalties, fines, all that sort of stuff. So if you're not invested in doing the work behind keeping everything above board, don't bother with it. If you're just naturally lazy and know that about yourself, that's very important, part of this decision of whether you jump entity types or not, don't do it. It's not worth it because there'll be much bigger repercussions on the back end. So if you do these things, you're going to have an entity by paper only. It will all get stripped away in a dispute or audit, and it will not protect you. So don't worry about that. So to stay organized, you need your own system. You need your own workflows. Whatever works for you is what you need to do. You know, in our world, documents are requested on almost every shoot. You pretty much have to include a W-9 on every shoot. That's almost a given. Whether you keep that in a Dropbox or attach it directly or anything else, you have to have a system. Even as a sole prop, you know, you're gonna have pretty easy access to your is it W4? I think is that I think it's what it's been so long. So you need a system that works for you and do that. Centralize it, set reminders on your phone, calendars, whatever works for you. We have, over the past year, utilized our own in-house operations hub that we actually just turned it into a product available for everyone. It's called Set Sync Central. Quick little promo line about it. It's a lot of things. It'll be equipment tracking, keep track of your own gear, coordinate shoots. It's integrated with Google Calendar and about 1,000 other different apps or so, including some accounting stuff that's about to come out. So something to look for. It's a safe lockbox that you can keep all your stuff in, help you set reminders, stay compliant, all that sort of stuff. So it's an option, but the most important part is to do what works for you. Dropbox folder, all that sort of stuff. So now you've got some decisions to make. So it's not about graduating across entity types or anything like that. You just need to match your business structure to your reality. Make it a conscious decision of how you want to move forward. There's no wrong or right necessarily. Just do what works best for you, and that may change over time as well. Different seasons of life are going to call for different needs and all that sort of stuff. If you don't have a lot to lose, and if you don't have a lot and you don't have a lot to lose and all that sort of stuff, like, what are you really protecting? If you don't have anything to protect, maybe you don't need an LLC, you know. But what are you willing to lose? What do you want protected? All of that sort of stuff. So I feel like these are decent sort of mental blurbs that you can think about of if you want to consider moving entity types. Sole proprietors, early stage, low risk, minimal assets. Yeah, you know, it's fine. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. It's great for that stage of life. If that changes, you've got more work, you own a lot more gear, and you want to limit your liability. If a grip trips over your XLR on set, are you protected? How are you protected? Are you protected at all? Because you can, if that happens in that example, as a sole prop, you're basically giving them the key to your car. As an LLC, they at least have to ask permission to take your car, you know? So it's not they may still get it or something like that, but you know, there's lots of things to consider. And then, you know, whether or not you want to elect to be treated as an S corp, you know, I think there's some good mental checklist of, do you have consistent profit? Are you willing to do the work to run payroll? Probably get a CPA involved, that sort of stuff. So, you know, things for you to think about, and that's sort of the gist of it. But at the end of the day, you need to match your structure to your income, risk, and your trajectory of the business. It's 2026, 2025 was weird. Like, things are all over the place. Nobody knows what the future holds. But what are your goals? Which way do you want to take it? What's your target revenue and all that sort of stuff? Because again, even if you're a sole proprietor, you are a business. The IRS is treating you like a business. Insurance companies are not. They got their whole thing on the line. Don't give them your house if something goes sideways. Defaults and solving these problems are always possible. They're just expensive. So, you know, I feel like the investment is minimal in both time and money to do any of these. But even as a sole prop, you need to be thinking about a lot of these sort of things. Daniel. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, exactly. And so, that's a good point. I should reemphasize. So the question is about, like, even as a sole prop, you may not be having to do much filings. If the productions you're working for, regular shows, especially union shows, stuff like that, if it's all going through their payroll company, and they're covering, that side of the self-employment tax that you might otherwise be covering, there's really no reason for you to incorporate or get an LLC or anything like that. So, think about the clients that you're working for, the shows that you're working for. Are they all going through payroll? Do you have equipment that you're renting to them? Because whether you can deduct that equipment, if you're a sole prop, has some nuances there. So do your research. Again, I'm not an expert, but that's what you really need to be thinking about, because I really feel like the worst entity choice that you could make is just one that's not a conscious choice. You're just going with the defaults. So it can still be a sole prop, totally fine, no problem, but make it your choice, not just the default choice. So don't outsource thinking entirely, even if you outsource the execution, like payroll, for example, or CPA. It's your choice. It's your life. Nobody's going to look out for yourself except for you. So that's pretty much all I got. Any other questions? Dave, what you got?
How do you feel about additional liability insurance in addition to having an LLC? Is just having an LLC enough protection in your opinion, or is there a liability insurance?
Yeah. Yeah, I think if you're going to incorporate in any capacity, LLC or otherwise, highly recommend insurance. It's not as expensive as you think, but there's also lots of kinds of insurance, right? So there's and they cover, and different carriers kind of cover different things differently. So yes, look into it, and especially if you're looking into, if you have business property, call it equipment or an office or something like that. If you have multiple things that you want to protect, not one type of coverage is necessarily going to do that. So you can always ask about like a business owner's policy that does group a lot of those things specifically. And all of this is different than workers' comp as well. And just a quick note on workers' comp, it's not required for you to have workers' comp, generally speaking, for our industry, solo entrepreneurs. That's not like a state or federal requirement. It's a production company ask. If you don't have workers' comp, in a lot of cases, they're gonna say no to the loan out question, just regardless. And it depends on a lot of other things, but I think that's something to consider.
Tyler,
Yeah.
Can I add something?
Hey, see you.
Hey, Tyler.
Hola.
Check. Hey, just wanted to add to the workers' comp thing
Yeah.
because I just had to deal with this.
Yeah. What you got?
English, UK productions pretty much require everyone to have workers' comp when they hire independent contractors in the United States.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of them are too lazy to set up payroll in the United States.
Yeah.
So if you just be prepared, if a UK production calls, you will have to fight them about workers'
good.
comp.
That's a good note.
And
Is that a UK-based company working in the US?
Yes,
Okay.
because
so
they
some British regulations there, I guess.
Yeah,
huh?
they just, if they are hiring a vendor,
Yeah.
that vendor must have workers' comp. And I had to buy it, and then I didn't realize this, but apparently in the United States, it's federally mandated that you then, once you cancel your workers' comp policy, you have to get audited.
Mhm.
So they will require you to submit all your tax documents to
Yeah.
them to prove that that was the payroll that you actually
Yeah, right. Yeah,
had.
workers' comp is generally based almost purely on risk factor of your industry and how much payroll went through that workers' comp policy. Because if you're one person and you say you make X dollars amount, that's great. But then if you give yourself a raise, or if that changes at any point at the end of that policy, it goes through an audit regardless, even on renewals. And it's not like a big bad word audit, but it just means that, oh wait, you said you were going to make 100, but actually you made 150. So we're going to charge you an extra $200 on the back end for that same workers' comp policy. Also, by the way, moving forward, we're gonna expect you to pay this. So not super crazy, but yeah.
We got a question online. Somebody's asking, can
This
you
is
discuss?
online?
Yes, with the live
What?
streaming. There's actually people
Amazing.
watching. Can you discuss the difference between a single member LLC and a sole proprietorship? It's my understanding on the W-9 that it is the same check mark.
Short answer, no. I've never been a single member LLC. All my stuff have involved business partners, business wife, and stuff like that. So honestly, I can't. So I don't really know. Yeah. What you got, Dave? Yeah.
Thanks, man. Yeah, appreciate it. Hello, check, check. There.
Good
Hey,
check.
so every now and again, you'll get the question of somebody wants to hire you for a job and they'll ask for a certificate of insurance.
Yeah.
Now,
Mhm.
I've
It's a
heard a
fun
lot
one.
of people say that's not your responsibility. That's the production company's responsibility to provide insurance for the production. Does that obligation change if you incorporate as an LLC, or is it the same or not?
In my experience, no, it doesn't change. I feel that, again, this is a personal situation, personal choice. I am asking for a COI from production, specifically with regards to covering my equipment, especially given the fact that I generally don't have control of some of the most expensive parts of the equipment that I use. A wireless transmitter, for example, on Talent, they jump into a pool, they yank it off because they're upset, whatever. I can't control that. I need assurances from the production company that they're going to pay for that. A lot of times, it happens in a variety of ways. If it's a long run show, I'm absolutely getting a COI from every production company that we send an invoice for. If it's a one-day thing for somebody that I have a history with, I feel good about it personally. That's our risk level. That's what we want to do. I don't want to cause more friction to have a piece of paper assurance that gives me no more assurance than I feel like I have from a personal relationship. So that's a choice. Whether it's the right one or wrong, there's there's probably a lot of people that say that's not the right choice. But I expect the production company to give me a certificate of insurance. It's up to them whether they use that. But without a certificate of insurance from a production company, you are 100%, if they choose to decline, that they're going to pay for repairs or replacement or whatever because, oh, well, you left it in a car. We told you not to do that during lunch. It got stolen anyway. They're going to be like, no. If you have a COI, you can make a claim using that COI through their production company's insurance. If you don't have a COI, you have no claim to their responsibility that happened. So there's like maybe 2 or 3 layers of protection buried just in that. In addition, having your own insurance also gives you an extra safety net. Like, I'm not going to my insurance first if the Talent runs off with a transmitter or jumps into a pool. I'm going through all those channels first. And then if my entire kit gets stolen out of a van, then I'll consider going to my insurance. And if I don't have insurance, then I'm out of pocket. What am I going to do? So that's why insurance matters. And there is a pecking order on how that should be used. And even insurance companies between themselves will often settle that. Like, yeah, everybody agrees on the sidelines that this is the situation, this has happened, all that sort of stuff. If you've never had a problem, you're not thinking about it. If you have had a problem, I guarantee you it's top of mind, and you're asking about that constantly, or at least thinking about it. All right, what you got? Yep. Yeah. That's my personal opinion.
Just to add to that, if you do have your own insurance and you're having issues with like production being slow at communicating with their insurance or their insurance is being a problem, having your own insurance to be able to cover the problem in the first place and then suing the other insurance company to get their money back is always a good backup plan to have.
Yeah, in my opinion, like, I'm a big college football fan. If you're not cheating, you're not trying. And in the production world, the same sort of applies. If you're not suing or getting sued, you're not doing enough, right? These are not big bad words that should be scary. If somebody does you wrong, man, like, again, no one's looking after you or your business except for yourself. Don't go off suing off everybody. Like, that's not what I'm saying here. But it's a tool in your tool belt, and you need to consider using it sometimes. That's my personal opinion, but don't get me involved in your lawsuits.
I think we probably got time for about
probably just
one.
got myself.
We have the next live stream coming up, so we'll get to it here. Okay, Daniel.
I was going to say, reading online, there are a lot of audio mixers out there saying production companies are asking the audio mixer for a COI, and everyone's like, this doesn't make sense. You're supposed to provide it for me. I'm not providing it for you. I'm not covering your production. And then to go back on workers' comp, if you are the LLC, the head of it, technically workers' comp doesn't cover you, but production companies are asking you for workers' comp anyway.
Yeah.
And so it's just a weird.
There's a lot of
thing.
weird dynamics, and a lot of that sort of stuff stems from, in my opinion, in very highly regulated states that a lot of these production companies have to abide by. And their policies and determinations are based on their state regulations. It's hard here in Texas because we're like, what's all this? Like, why are you putting us all through all this? I've yet to encounter a line producer that doesn't fully understand what he or she is asking and what I'm asking of them. I've not once had a misunderstanding or even declined coverage in any capacity of them opting out of paying for equipment. If it goes missing or broken or something like that. But I'm not giving a COI without getting a COI and having some sort of version of the conversation or understanding that, here's how it's going to go. And because I haven't had anybody say, well, that's not going to work, or I totally get it, but actually if that happened, it would go this way. I just haven't had that happen. So I'm willing to give a proof of insurance, and there's different. There's providing a certificate of insurance, and then there's having them added on as a policyholder. Like there's versions of that there are absolutely lines in the sand that I'll draw, and I won't cross them for a variety of reasons. Yeah. What you got, Segan?
The important thing to remember, I don't know if this is Mike, the important thing to remember is there's lots of different types of insurance.
Yeah.
Usually production is asking their vendor for general liability.
Correct.
And you are asking them for inland marine insurance.
Yeah, exactly. When we say a COI, we're talking about an accord, a proof of some type of insurance. And a lot of times when production asks, they'll just ask you for a COI. I think the good ones, they'll be specific, proof of general liability, something like that, and they'll just leave it at that. Sometimes they're just checking, are you a real business? Because of all the things that we mentioned earlier. Sometimes they actually want to be, if they actually want to have some like actual insurance, they'll ask to be named as a policyholder or something like that, an additional insured on your policy. But what Segan was saying is right. You're asking them to cover the equipment that could be damaged, which is inland marine policy. They're asking you for general liability, which kind of covers some of the other like general and broad umbrella policies kind of things. And if the more you have, the safer it is, but it's not always necessary. You don't need to have all that. But also important to note, a lot of times a GL policy is not going to cover your owned equipment out of your own negligence or anything like that. So really understand what type of policy you're buying, what it covers, and always ask if there is something like a business owner's policy where multiple policies can be combined and you get a better savings and easier to manage all that sort of stuff. So cool.
All righty, I'll step in here. So thank you, Tyler. That's awesome.
Good
so
Saturday morning conversation.
Yeah. Hitting it hard. All right, so we're going to take about a 5-minute break. Coming up next, Segan's going to tell us about sync, time code and all that kind of fun stuff. So take a couple minutes, use the restroom. There's a bunch of good food back there. We got hot chocolate and coffee and breakfast tacos. And if you're not here, too bad. All right, we'll be back in about 5 minutes, starting the next one at 11. get started now. So next up is the syncing seminar, time code, word clock, all that fun stuff. So if you're joining us online, we got Segan Bretsky coming up. He's down in Austin, and we will have a good time talking about how to sync audio and video and the importance of it. So I think that'll be good. All right, here we go.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Segan Bretsky. I'm a sound mixer from Austin, Texas. I've been doing this for about 9 years. Hello. Y'all don't have to listen to my talk, but I would appreciate a little bit less talking in the background. Thank you. So I also run an education nonprofit in Austin called the Film Industry Lab and Mentorship Society, where it's honestly kind of just what Pegasus does, but less good. But we're also heavily invested in trade education for the various film departments and creating learning opportunities for everybody on set and in the entertainment industry. So I try to do my part to help contribute and educate people wherever I can go. So today I'm talking about sync and synchronization and time code, and that refers to a lot of different subjects which we'll delve into. But we're going to get pretty into the weeds here today. I'm going to try to cover it all in an hour. It's going to get really nerdy. Just stop me and ask a question if something's not clear. We're going to get deep into how time code oscillation works. We're going to talk about what Genlock is and what word clock is and how to use MIDI time code on set. There's all sorts of weird edge cases that have to do with sync that aren't just pull out your little tentacle sync and plug it into the camera and hope it works. So hopefully, there's a wider range of experience in this room. Some of you have been doing this for 1 month. Some of you have been doing it for 20 years, 30 years. So my goal is at least one little piece of this presentation will be new to you, but some of it's probably not going to be, and that's just how it is with such a wide experience level. So furthermore, we're going to talk about what is time code and all the intricacies of that. We'll talk about the various hardware interfaces that use time code. Then we'll talk about the software that uses time code and MIDI time code. And then we'll just talk about device clocking, which is not the same as time code. So here's kind of a visual representation of how SMPTE timecode is used in the world of filmmaking. So we use a lot of weird, expensive devices. We use cameras, we use audio recorders, everything in between. There needs to be a standard that tells all these devices how to talk to each other and how to stay on the same page so that when you're recording, 1 means 1 to whatever device you're using, or 77 means 77. So if you're 3 hours into a recording, is that 3 hours the same as 3 hours on this device? And it's really important when you're using lots of devices and also have a post-production workflow or a live workflow that every device is marching to the same beat and on the same clock. Otherwise, you get all sorts of errors, either issues in the post-production process where you're having to do a lot of extra manual labor to make things talk to each other and line up, or in a live process, live production, you're actually running into distortion or clocking errors or blank signals because your devices aren't clocked properly. So this is all very important in a real sense to actually make your production work smoothly. And obviously these days equipment gets better and better and simpler, but it's still really important to understand the fundamentals of how all this stuff works. So here's just a very basic visual representation. All these devices are talking to each other with a singular clock using SMPTE timecode. But also we'll talk later in the presentation about other clocking methods that kind of keep these different devices together on a sensor or sample rate basis. So word clock is kind of how audio devices talk to each other, and Genlock is how video devices talk to each other, and that is not the same as them all running to a timecode clock, and we'll talk more about that later. But first, let's talk about what actually is timecode. So originally, back when we were shooting on film, and we still do shoot on film, we would actually print edge numbers onto the bottom of a frame on the celluloid film. And then Kodak came out with this other thing called key code, where it was like an automated process that a machine could read. Eventually, we started going into tapes and digital recording. So the Society of Motion Picture and Television Engineers wrangled all the different TV stations and studios together, and they're like, we're going to make one really simple standard for how you just put a clock on your device. It's really simple. It's just hours, minutes, seconds, frames. That's all it is. And they came up with a family of standards called ST12 that defines what linear time code is. So linear time code, we're going to be I'm going to say the word time code so much in this presentation, it's going to sound like nonsense to me at the end. But LTC, or linear time code, is basically an audio signal. So it is a generator using a square wave oscillator, just making tones, like it's a 2.4 kilohertz tone, and it's just making binary data bleeps at super fast rates per second. So it's an 80-bit binary electrical pulse. So it's literally just going bleep, 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 at whatever rate you determine. So it's saying it's transmitting 80 bits of data every frame. So if you are operating at 30 frames per second, it's operating at 80 bits. It's transmitting 80 bits in that one frame. So it's transmitting that data very quickly. And I'll play that for you. I have a recording on my phone. So yeah, that's what's great about SMPTE timecode is it's so simple. It's just a scalable signal that can be used in any format forever because it's just audio. It's literally just binary pulses being put into, let's see, what does this sound like? So if you slow that down, you're just hearing all these little pulses happening at a really fast rate. And all those pulses are these bits. This is binary data being transmitted over audio. So that's really all it is. So the first 26 bits of that are the time information that I told you about. So that's hours, minutes, seconds, and frames. The next 32 bits of that little pulse are user bits. So those can be defined however you want them to be. Usually in film production, we use those user bits for like date information, so like what day of the month it is and so on. But really they can be whatever you want them to be. They're just there to be numbers that whatever devices you're using can read them to be. After that, you've got flags and markers, and then your sync word and direction. These are more just like administrative things. You don't really ever need to mess with them. Some manufacturers use them. So for example, Zaxcom encodes some data into the flags and markers sections and the sync word direction part of that bit to control other devices with that data. So timecode is not necessarily just a clock. It's not just what minute is it. It's also a way to pass control data from one device to another. So it's a really super simple, super useful standard that everyone in the world uses now because of how simple and scalable it is. It used to be that we used VITC on video, which is they actually embedded timecode into the video frames themselves. But now that we're in kind of a digital world, all timecode data is just encoded onto the file, the metadata of the system whenever you're recording it. So it's not actually embedded into the video itself. We'll talk more about metadata here in a minute. But yeah, so here is kind of a visual representation again of what we were listening to, that timecode stream. And again, this is the fundamentals of what is timecode? Like, what am I plugging in? What is this signal that I'm giving to the camera or that I'm giving to a recorder? It's important to know because you can use that fundamental knowledge as a tool to kind of more easily distribute timecode and understand when things are going wrong. What is the problem? So again, here's just like a visual representation of the first bits. This is your frames, your seconds, your minutes, your hours, and then your sync word. So this is kind of just how the data is presented. At this point, SMPTE 3, or originally SMPTE 12.1, which was the original standard in 1975, only had standards for a couple frame rates. It was 23.976, 24, 25, and 29.97, I believe. These days, in 2026, SMPTE 12.3 came up, and they've defined mathematically you could do 996 frames per second if you want to. They've mathematically defined it as far as you want to go. the bigger question is a manufacturer of equipment going to support the SMPTE standard up to whatever frame rate? A lot more cameras are coming out now, though, with much higher frame rates, so they do actually support higher SMPTE standards. You know, the main thing is just knowing what is your equipment and what frame rates does it support, and then if you want to make a device talk to another device, make sure that they can all work on the same frame rate. You don't need to get too much more into the weeds than that. One thing that comes up in a lot of discussions on set is like, do we use the drop or the non-drop frame setting on our cameras? Here's a really quick rundown on what drop frame is. So basically, when they developed the standard for timecode, when a frame rate is oscillating, you're stamping a frame every 30 times a second, they realized that there's a slight mathematical problem, is that if you keep doing exactly 30 frames per second, you're going to slightly end up over how long a second actually is. So basically, 30 frames per second in a camera is ever so slightly longer than an actual second. And you don't end up noticing that when you're recording for like 5 minutes or 10 minutes. But if you're recording for 3 hours, eventually the time code in your device is going to be ever so slightly behind the actual time on your clock, because the device isn't perfect and the device doesn't actually, there's a little bit of a buffer between recording and real time, because time is an illusion, and we just kind of arbitrarily decided to make it march in milliseconds and seconds. But when you're using actual hardware, it's not necessarily going to line up exactly with that. But the engineers at SMPTE came up with a brilliant idea called drop frame, and all that does is it skips a couple frames every 10 minutes, and it just kind of brings that time code back into real time. It's just like a mathematical way to count the frames a little easier, so that you just end up ending up where the real clock is. It doesn't change the amount of frames in the recording. It doesn't affect anything. It's just like a mathematical trick to make it work. What does that mean for you? All it means is that it changes, what your frame rate operation is in the equipment you're using. And for most scenarios in recording, like most of us here in this room are film people, it really doesn't matter what frame rate you use. It just matters that everyone's on the same frame rate. And drop frame is really just a way to mostly work with live productions. So let's say you're in a TV studio and you need to have a master clock that runs forever. You want it to be running today, you want it to be running tomorrow, you want it to be running in 2028. That's when they need to have drop frame, because drop frame actually keeps their hardware clocks in line with the clocks that are like on your watch or on your phone. When you're doing a short production or with short clips and recorded stuff, it really doesn't matter. You don't need to worry about drop frames. So if you're on a set and you're looking at the AC or at the DP and like, are we using drop frame or non-drop frame? It really doesn't matter. You can just use non-drop frame, which is the standard. As long as you don't have to interface or try to reference real time for some reason. The only scenario I could think of maybe needing to use drop frame in a recorded television scenario would be documentaries, where maybe it matters what time of day you actually recorded something. You're like, oh, I just did this soccer game, and we watched this one thing happen on TV at 9:02 p.m. and we want to go find that in our footage. So let's go pull up the 9:02 p.m. footage in our editor. Oh wait, well we didn't use drop frame, so now in the editing software, it would be 9:07 p.m. or something like that. But like I said, most times drop frame is kind of irrelevant to film production. Very relevant in live production, though. So it's still important to know the difference and why some people might still be using drop frame in their production. Pull downs and pull ups, this is not really a time code thing, at least as it refers to being an audio engineer or a camera person on set. But basically, pull downs and pull ups is how you mathematically kind of map other frame rates to other frame rates. So for example, like fitting 24 frames per second onto a 30 frame per second timeline, the actual mathematical operation that's being done is called a pull down or pull up. That usually doesn't happen anymore, that we're having to deal with those mathematical errors, but sometimes things are recorded at the wrong frame rate and you actually do still have to map them onto the right timeline basis. So that's just a word I wanted to throw down into the air, just so you know that is a vocab word that might come up at some point, and it relates to time code. Yeah, so this is all the very nitty gritty stuff about how time code works. This is, you know, the basics of what is this audio signal that I am injecting into this device, and how does it just know to, like, whenever I stab the camera, how does it just magically know what time it is because I plug this thing in? So this is the data that's being transmitted when you plug in a timecode signal. I know I'm going very fast because I wanted to get through like the base, like super nerd stuff, so we can talk about like the more real world things. But does anyone have any like basic questions at this point? Great, cool. So a really important vocab word to know is striping. Striping is the act of recording an LTC signal to an audio path, and that can mean a lot of different things. But basically, you can either be using it free running from a generator, and you can plug that LTC signal into an audio recorder or onto the input of a camera and record audio, and it's striping that sound that I played for you onto the audio path. Or you can generate a fixed file. The website I usually use is just called LTC, spelled phonetically. It's a really simple little website where you just tell it what information do you want in the time code, you tell it how long do you want the time code to be, generate file, and it gives you a little file that's a LTC waveform. So striping is the idea of recording the time code, and that's going to be really important later when we talk about how to use time code in your production. So here's a visual representation in Logic. So this is an LTC file. That's what it looks like. It's little pulses. And that's what the file looks like. All right, let's talk about cameras. We all work in film, allegedly. Sometimes we see cameras on set. So camera modes. Cameras have a variety of uses. They don't all just shoot, Hollywood movies. They do all sorts of different stuff. They do documentaries. They do live streams. So most professional cameras have a lot of different modes. So you, the user, can decide how you want time code to work. So there's usually two run modes in a camera. It's either free run or record run. Record run means the camera is only going to count numbers while you've pushed record. And when you push stop, it's going to stop counting. That's usually the default on most cameras, because you just kind of want to know how long you've been rolling. It's like, oh, we started at 9 a.m. this morning. How many minutes have we rolled this whole day? It's a really useful way to know, how much actual data have you recorded. It's not that useful, though, when you're working with other devices, because what this camera says is how long you've recorded it's not really relevant to anything else you've done with another device. So that's where free run comes in. So free run is a clock that just runs continuously all the time. So free run, it can be defined in a lot of different ways, which I'll get into in a second, but free run just means the camera is just always counting regardless of if it's recording or not. And that's really important because that's how we utilize synchronization software and hardware to make all these devices talk to each other. So I have a little key here because you can see basically every camera has different modes for timecode, and they don't all mean the same thing. So Sony uses regen, preset, and clock. So you can go into their menu, they'll actually give you these different options for timecode. For Sony, regen means regenerate the frame from the previous recording clip. That is not the same as what RE uses for regen, which means generate timecode from an external source. So it's very important to know that which camera you're using and read the menu or read the manual and actually figure out which mode you want your camera to be in. Otherwise, you could be staring at the DP or the AC, and you're like, oh, I don't know why the time code isn't working. Production wants to move on. This is a very small part of the day, but we can't. It's part of my job to make sure that all the devices are talking to each other. So most devices will have a preset or a clock mode. So if no matter what's happening, if you can't figure out how to get your external time code sources to talk to each other, you can always at least do the very basic thing of like having, you're like a secret agent at the beginning of a mission. You you synchronize your watches to each other. You can actually just like grab both cameras and just set them to a predetermined time and just hit set at the same time. And it's not perfect, but it'll at least get you in the ballpark of where your clocks are in relation to each other. Every device will have a version of that. So on Sony, that's clock. On ARRI, that would be preset. On Canon, that would be preset. On Red, that would be internal manual. On DJI, that would be preset. On Phantoms, that would be internal. But it's very important to know that just every camera has a different way of accepting external time code. So on a Sony, it would be preset. On ARRI, it would be regen or jam sync. On Canon cameras, it would be preset. Blackmagics don't have any time code modes. They just automatically accept whatever you put into them. If there's no time code, there's nothing, and if you put time code in, it'll accept it. On Reds, there's external or PTP. We'll talk about PTP more later. On DJIs, it's jam sync, and then on Phantoms, it's time code. So again, this, I'm not gonna try to like make you memorize all this. It's just important to know like this is a thing. Every set uses a different kind of camera. Go ahead. To my knowledge, I did it by brand because to my knowledge, every camera I've seen operates this way within the family. So every Red I've seen uses these modes. Every Canon I've seen uses these. Every ARRI I've seen uses these. That might not be true. It's always important to just take a quick look at the manual if you're working with a camera you haven't used before on set. As a sound mixer, production expects me to know how to use the camera that we are using, and that just is what it is. You might be able to argue against that, but it's just you're the guy or the gal who's renting timecode equipment to production. You're the one who has to know how it all works. So that's kind of why we're getting into the weeds on it today. So just if you're not sure which camera you're using, or find out which camera you're using before you go to set, and then at that point look at the manual. Oh, I need a quick refresher. What does the Sony Venice 2 do? Which modes does it have? Okay, it's the preset mode. That's the one that accepts external time code. You guys, if you have like questions percolating about different cameras or like how to work on set with different cameras, feel free to hold those to the end if you're still thinking about how to word it, or you can just jump in and ask a question at any time. Another important thing to know about cameras is they all use different timecode ports. Everyone and their mother came up with a different way to accept external timecode into a camera. That's why it's really important to know what camera you're using before you go to set, because most of the time they're using a different one. Like, I just did a production on Monday that they were using Canon C70s. I haven't seen those in like a year. Oh, well, that one uses BNCs, but this other Canon camera uses mini-DIN, which is a very small coaxial port. Everyone likes to complain about Reds. Reds use like every type of LEMO in existence. So some Reds use a 4-pin LEMO, some Reds use a 5-pin LEMO, some Reds have a 9-pin LEMO on the back, which expands out to various different extension ports, which can either then terminate in BNC or LEMO 5. So it gets really confusing. The main thing is to always know what camera are you using, what external devices connect to the camera, what ports are on the camera, how do I get timecode into this camera. And not every, some cameras like Blackmagic and DJI cameras use an audio input for their timecode because they didn't feel like putting a nice BNC on there. Remember, a timecode is just audio. It doesn't really matter what the port is. As long as there's an electrical input into the camera that has a timecode path, that's all that matters. So you could literally just stick a bare copper wire into the connector, and as long as it has a voltage on it from the timecode generator, it's going to sync the timecode. But not all cameras have timecode ports. Usually those are the prosumer, cheaper ones, but professional cameras like the ones I mentioned here do, and more, most people are starting to incorporate timecode onto their cameras. However, some of them don't still. And you might run into, for example, the smaller Sony cameras like the FX3 and the A7S III. They support timecode, but only over like a USB input. So you then have to worry about are you going to supply a USB adapter, or is production going to supply a USB adapter? These are all questions you have to talk about when you're about to start a new production, because again, when you're about to record hours of footage, your editor really needs to know how they're going to be syncing all this footage later. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. When you're starting a new production, always get ahead of the game. And I have worked with a lot of really great ACs who will just text me before a production and say, "Hey, Segan, I know we're on this commercial tomorrow. I'm in the camera house prepping the camera. What cables and what adapters do you want available on the camera? We're using this model. You know, these are the ports are available." It's really helpful to work with great technicians who kind of understand all that. Go ahead, Trey. That's a great point. A lot of the times, it's important to talk to the highest up person possible. So be the DP or the production manager who actually is paying for the camera rental. What is the camera that I am paying for? Because somebody knows the answer of what camera is going to be there tomorrow. There's always potentially a scenario where you show up and like that morning the camera truck broke down, so the AC had to pull their camera out of their car as like a backup scenario. Like, you kind of just have to work it out. Oh, well, we're using this camera now. Oh, that sucks. Sorry, I don't have that cable, or I'm a great vendor and I have every cable imaginable and I'm prepared for every situation. So it's kind of about which person do you want to be in that scenario. Are you the person who's prepared, or are you the person who's not, and you're having to, argue with production that something's not going to work out? This is kind of gets into like the business side of it, and being a great technician is like, where do you draw the line on how reliable you are, and how much do you want to invest in random cables, and do you learn how to make cables and you just have lots of random little parts laying around if you need to solder something real quick. Next up, these are, this is, well, we'll talk about it now just because this is actually supposed to be in a later section, but it's fine. Timecode slates are a thing. They're a device that reads timecode. There's really not much more to it. If you have questions about the business side of it, like rentals or how to like work on set with timecode slates, we can save that to the end. But they exist. They're a device you can buy. Most productions expect to have them. They look really cool. You can ask more questions about them if you have them. I think I did this. I think I put something out of order. Yes, I did. So these are going to be... Okay, there we go. All right. Finally, we talked about all the pro cameras. What about, there's a lot of consumer devices that support timecode now. So a big thing that's happening now is iPhones. A lot of productions are using iPhones. Last year, I did like a multi-million-dollar Walmart commercial that was shot entirely on iPhones, and we used like 6 iPhones. It was stupid. Yeah, it was really dumb. But the good news is iPhones do support timecode if you're using the Blackmagic app. To my knowledge, even in 2026, you still have to use the app that is made by Blackmagic. I don't think Apple natively supports timecode in any of their video recording. But as long as you have the Blackmagic app recording on the phone, which is usually what a production is going to be using anyway, because it gives you all the control that you would expect in a camera. It gives you like, aperture controls and frame rate controls and, what codec you're recording to, all that good stuff. So usually production's already going to be using the Blackmagic app if they're even remotely serious. Sometimes they're not serious and they are just using the literal camera app on their phone, and you kind of just have to deal with that, and you're not going to have timecode access. In that case, you would use like the Smart Slate display, or you can stripe timecode over the audio track, which we discussed earlier. But the Blackmagic camera app does support timecode. You just need to have a Tentacle sync. I believe that's the only device it supports. My best practice advice is to still only have one Tentacle sync per phone. Technically, you can sync one Tentacle to every iPhone that you have. It does not work very well, I promise you. You should manually Velcro one Tentacle sync to every phone and treat it just like it's its own separate camera. Production might fight you on that, but really they'll be happy that you gave them timecoded on their iPhone at all. So it's important, and all you have to do is go into the settings and you say sync timecode, and as long as the Bluetooth is enabled on the phone and on the Tentacle sync, it'll show right up. It works really well. GoPros are another really popular camera on set. They can be synced to timecode in two ways, either via the Tentacle Time Bar app, which is a free app you can get on your phone, or a QR code generator, which is on the GoPro website. I'm sorry I didn't have a link, but if you just Google it, it's pretty easy to find. You just simply, you can, actually, I believe it's either on their app or it's on the website, and you basically generate timecode with a QR code, and then you point the camera at the QR code, and it'll jam visually through that information. Zoom recorders like the Zoom F3 and F6, I believe. I'm not up to date on all the Zoom recorders at this point because there's so many of them, but the lower level ones don't necessarily have timecode inputs, but they do sync to some proprietary devices over Bluetooth, like the UltraSync Blues. All right, best practices. This is kind of where we can talk about set stuff. You know, what does it actually mean in practice dealing with timecode? So it's really important. Again, if you are the rental vendor supplying timecode, it's your job to make sure the timecode's working on all the devices that you're interfacing with, be it audio recorders, cameras, video recorders, and so on. So I think it's really important to have a video monitor close by or direct video feed to your cart or whatever it is that you're using. Always be able to kind of see quickly what is the camera recording at. Is it the timecode that I told it to be? Is my generator working correctly? And is it in line with the timecode that's on my recorder? It's also a really good practice to rejam at lunch. Clocks definitely can drift, even on really nice lockets. So it's not strictly necessary, but if it's a high profile production with multiple cameras and a lot going on, it doesn't hurt to just go rejam everything really quick to just make sure everything's lined back up on the right frame. Script supervisors, a lot more of them are starting to use timecode as well because productions want very detailed notes about when something happened during the day. So these days, a lot of script supervisors are asking for timecode inputs. They'll have something on their computer to take it into their computer or on their iPad. So just be ready at this point to be able to provide timecode services to the script supervisor as well and build that into your pricing if necessary. Going off speed, that means whenever a camera cranks up to a higher frame rate, such as 96 frames per second, I did mention earlier that SMPTE 12.3 does support higher frame rate SMPTE timecode. However, most audio recorders don't. So you still need to kind of treat off speed as just this thing where timecode doesn't exist. And a lot of cameras don't even record free run timecode at higher frame rates. So it's important to always know what cameras are running at, kind of keep in touch with the ACs or the DPs or the ADs to make sure you know, oh, this next shot's going to be off speed, so it's not going to have timecode striping or timecode metadata. So that's really important to know. It's also important to think about in terms of troubleshooting because you might have everything right. Where you know the camera is set to 23976, your tentacle box is set to 23976. All you're set to free run. You've got all the correct settings in your camera, but then in another menu, your camera might be cranked up to off-speed recording at some crazy frame rate, 1,000 frames per second. Suddenly, nothing's syncing. The clock isn't running. You have to remember, oh, this camera can do different things. Maybe I should ask the ACs what if this is set to overcrank or off-speed or higher frame rate recording, which has disabled the timecode readout. These are all troubleshooting things that you can kind of think about in the moment, when something's going wrong. Because we've all been in that scenario, or you will be in that scenario if you haven't been, where you're sitting there staring dumbfounded at a camera. Why isn't it taking my time code signal? Why isn't it working? You have to have like an encyclopedia of all these different troubleshooting things. Oh, well, it could be this, it could be that, it could be that, because you want to resolve this quickly and make sure you want to get production moving. This is a very small part of the day. You just want to get past this. So the more you kind of know about how all this works, you can troubleshoot more quickly. Yeah. Daniel? Yeah. So yeah, Daniel mentioned that another great thing about off-speed recording is that you'll notice that there's no audio recording sometimes, which also isn't always the case. Some cameras do record audio in off-speed, but that's a really great thing to note just in terms of quickly trying to troubleshoot. That is another clue that could tell you that a camera is recording off-speed. Voltage sensitivity is another thing. Remember, time code is just audio. You can turn audio up and down, which is just a voltage actuator, or attenuator. So cameras are expecting certain range of voltage when they're looking for a time code signal. Most time code products do output variable voltage now. So all you have to do is find that in whatever device you're using and tell it to output a higher or lower level signal to make sure that the camera or whatever device recorder can read that time code incoming signal. All right, that's a lot of stuff so far. I'm going really fast. Just, again, stop me if you have any questions about any of this.
Have you ever encountered like a script supervisor who has a note-taking app with a time code capability that is not directly part of your time code system? And have they ever talked to you about it not being the exact same number and complaining about that? And how did you handle that?
I'm not sure I totally understand what you mean in terms of like the systems being different.
Well, so like you have, say, a technical sync system. You've got multiple time code boxes. You hit go on your Bluetooth, and then all your clocks are running at the same speed.
Yeah.
And then 3 scenes in, your script supervisor comes over and says, "My clock on my Apple app doesn't match your time code.
Oh, okay.
Your time code is wrong."
Gotcha. So David's asking about a script supervisor coming up to you and I guess talking to you about how time code might not be aligned with your system and they might have something else. Thankfully, all the commercials I've worked with on where a script supervisor was actually using time code in their workflow, they were taking a gem from me. So, and usually if you're the vendor, you can kind of be the authority. And if they're saying time code's wrong, you can tell them, no, this is my system. Even if it doesn't match the actual time of day clock on your Apple Watch or on your phone, this is the clock for the set. So remember that when we talked about how time code clocks don't necessarily run perfectly with the world clock, the Greenwich Mean Time, all the insanely, complicated nuclear crystal clocks that are working around the world to make sure everybody's clocks are in sync. That is not the same as the little system that you're using on this TV set. If you are the time code vendor, your clock is what matters, not what the phone says. If a script supervisor has an issue with like the time of day on their phone not perfectly matching what the camera says, it's important to just talk to them and say, this fake clock we're using for the set is the clock that matters. It's not actually the real world clock that matters, if that makes sense. Does that answer your question? Cool. All right, we're going to talk about generation and distribution. So these are all the products that do time code, basically. So we've had for a long time Deneki devices and Mosgear devices and things like this, and lots of other products for decades at this point that generate and receive time code. They're really simple devices. They're just circuits that oscillate this audio signal that I showed you. All they do is spit out that audio signal, and you can tell them to change the type of the bit in the information that's on the bits that's being spit out. I'm not a manufacturer of equipment, so I'm not gonna try to get too detailed, but these are really cool devices that use quartz crystals, just like in really high quality watches that kind of like oscillate at a really reliable frequency to output the signal in a very consistent manner. These days, a lot of devices are now wireless. Tons of different products are out on the market that can use wireless clocking to kind of sync to each other. So Ambient uses the ACN network. Betso uses their, I don't remember what their product name is called, but they have devices that all connect wirelessly. Deity has all their family of timecode devices. UltraSync has theirs, which are wireless. Tentacle Syncs, they have a Bluetooth app that they can jam to each other. Technically, Tentacle Sync is not a continuously jamming system, though. You actually do need to manually tell it to jam whenever you want all the devices to talk to each other. So I would kind of put the Tentacle Sync as like a second tier compared to the other ones. Go ahead. That's a good point, yeah. Deity and Tentacle don't technically wirelessly connect to each other. They're a one-point jam. So you say, all right, all the devices on my Bluetooth network, jam now. And now they're still running independently at that point. Then the Zaxcom ZaxNet is another continuously jamming system. Were you going to say something?
Here, we've got an online question. It says, I'm curious about understanding a little bit more I can't even read. I'm curious about understanding a little bit more in terms of frame rates. My understanding is that 2997 and 23974 are actually drop frame versions of 24 and 30, but I've seen 2397 drop frame. So I think we've got a little bit of misunderstanding or confusions on drop frame, non-drop, where are they, that kind of thing.
Great question. I'll try to quickly address it now. We're running around out of time a little bit, but drop frame, again, we talked about drop frame before. It's not actually affecting the frames that are being recorded. It's a way of counting those frames. So every 10 minutes, it's skipping 2 frames, I believe, and it's kind of coming back to meet up with the real clock in the world. That's kind of a way to mathematically realign an imperfect mechanical clock with the world's clock. So drop frame is, there's 2997, and then there's 2997 drop frame, and then there's also just straight 30. Those are all 3 different frame rates. You can also, 23976 is technically not a drop frame frame rate. It's actually designated as its own frame rate. It's kind of like there's just a lot of competing standards. When you go to like PAL and NTSC, they're all kind of, they basically came up with separate standards and they all kind of merged them into one SMPTE format. But 23976 is not drop frame of 24. It's its own separate frame rate. It was developed as its own, kind of standard to be able to make it work with broadcast television. So 24 is not, it's not like 24 is not drop frame to 23976. They're kind of their own 2 separate frame rates. The only real use of drop frame these days in broadcast television and film sets is either in 2997 drop frame or 5997 drop frame, because those are the 2 most common broadcast television formats. Which again, drop frame is only really used in live television production. So you're only going to see those dedicated drop frame formats in live television production. I hope that answers the question. The main thing to know is that 23976 or 23976 is a separate frame rate from 24. And even though it kind of operates, it kind of effectively answers the same question as drop frame. In terms of the SMPTE standard, it's not actually a drop frame format. And for you as a user, all that matters is knowing, are your devices running 23976 or are they running 24? And if you have any other questions about the nitty-gritty of how frame rates work, you can always refer to the SMPTE 12 standard. It's available online. You can download it, and it's like a 40-page PDF about all the super nerd stuff. If you think this is nerdy, it gets even way more nerdy if you actually read the standards. I encourage anyone who wants to learn more about this just to go look up the SMPTE 12 standards online, because it's going to answer any questions about the mathematics better than I can. All right, LTC, signal path distribution. So remember, timecode is audio. Timecode is audio. Timecode is audio. It is nice to buy a little device like a Tentacle Sync or a Deity or whatever, but timecode is just audio. You don't need technically a sync. You only need one clock, really. And as long as you have one clock in your system that's like a real quartz crystal sync clock, technically you can distribute time code with anything you want after that. So you can use analog audio. You could adapt your timecode outputting device into a split 6 and just split XLR cables out everywhere to every camera. As long as you can adapt the copper ends of your cable to the right port, you can get timecode into whatever device you're using. You can also use UHF audio to transmit timecode across your set wirelessly. So you could use something as simple as like Electrosonics IFB system to just distribute the timecode over audio wirelessly. You can also use something like a digital or network-based like Dante. You can input Dante as an audio signal into your network and then output it somewhere else on your network, and it's all going to work perfectly. It is a really simple standard, the SMPTE12 timecode standard, because it's just bits of data transmitted over binary pulses as an audio stream. So you can, as long as you can get that copper, as long as you can get copper out, an audio signal into your other devices, you can sync that device to timecode. And another important thing about LTC signal path distribution is you want to try to go in parallel, not series. I've worked on some dumb shows where we had like 20 racks of recorders, and they daisy chained each timecode signal to each other. So it'd be like timecode goes into one recorder, and then it's daisy chained into that one, and then it's daisy chained into that one. But what happens if one in the middle fails? Well, now everything past that point is going to lose a timecode signal. So if at all possible, like the proper way to set up a system with 20 or 30 timecode devices is to have one master clock that's going out in a parallel to all of those devices separately. So if one bad cable fails, you're not destroying the rest of your timecode network. On a film set, it's just a camera and an audio recorder, maybe 2 cameras. It's not that crazy. But a lot of productions have a lot more recorders and a lot more cameras and a lot more timecode devices, and stuff like this gets way more important. So it's important to remember timecode is just audio. As long as you can distribute it somehow over copper cables or Dante or wireless devices, you can get timecode into that device. All right, software. All right, we're running out of time. I'm gonna keep speeding up. Timecode in editing software as of now. I'm going to kind of just speed through this. Basically, currently in 2026, we have 3 editing software products that can read timecode directly from LTC Stripe. Remember, I talked about LTC striping is where you record the audio signal onto an audio path. So that's not recording audio. That's not recording timecode into the metadata of a camera file. It's the actual you're hearing that in the audio path. So Adobe Premiere Pro finally in 2024 added support for LTC Stripe reading, as well as DaVinci Resolve and Avid Media Composer did that forever. So really, you can just, any camera that doesn't support timecode as an input, you can still stripe it on the camera recording, and those 3 editing softwares will be able to read that timecode natively. You don't actually need to have a nice camera that can properly metadata stamp the timecode. Software, so this is less important now because these 3 primary editors can support it, but there's some other software that's available if you want to be able to convert. You basically would take a camera input or a camera file like an MOV. It'll retranscode those video files with that LTC Stripe written as timecode metadata. So Tentacle Sync makes one, Deity makes one, and Video Toolshed makes one. Timecode in audio software. So this is kind of important because, again, not every set is just a simple multi-track recorder plus a camera. You've got DAWs and multi-tracking software. You might be recording audio on a computer. You might be doing playback. A lot of DAWs don't support external LTC chasing, but these ones do. So Reaper, Boom Recorder, Halter Technical Wild Tracks, and then Pro Tools technically supports LTC chasing, but it does require external sync hardware. Most DAWs don't support LTC chasing. They all added this other feature called MIDI timecode. We'll talk about MIDI timecode here in a second, but pretty much every other DAW that isn't these 4 supports MIDI timecode, and we'll talk about MIDI timecode in a minute. MIDI timecode. Cool. So a lot of productions use playback or lighting cues or some kind of music device. There's MIDI timecode is an extremely popular standard, which is actually just the SMPTE timecode standard, but adapted to MIDI. So MIDI is another standard that's transmitted digitally with music equipment, and it uses the same SMPTE timecode standard of hours, minutes, seconds, and frames. It's just transmitted digitally over MIDI. You still just have to convert those protocols. So this is important because a lot of devices on set might not necessarily support LTC. If you're doing a corporate event where they have lighting cues, for example, and they still want to be able to chase time code through their production because they're running cues based on time of the presentation, you might need to convert MIDI time code to LTC or vice versa. So there's a couple ways to do that. There's this little hardware adapter device called the Do-Re MIDI LTC converter box. Also, I just learned this, but Tentacle Syncs now natively support MIDI timecode. There's a Mac software called Lockstep, which is a really simple little software plugin. It acts as a MIDI device in your DAW, and it just accepts an audio input from LTC, and it converts those. And I sort of looked into this, but there's a product called Show Cockpit on PC that supposedly also converts MIDI timecode and LTC. These days, it's really nice to have a few software options that support LTC natively. Again, the hot new kid on the block is WildTracks. If you haven't looked at that, it's a really cool multi-tracking software, just like Boom Recorder has been for the past couple decades, that will automatically read the LTC input that you have going into your computer, and it'll see the clock. But again, lots of software still does not support LTC. So it's important to know that MIDI timecode exists, that it can be converted, and that you can make all these devices talk to each other. All right, we're at the very final end of the presentation. Just going to quickly go through Genlock and word clock. So this whole time we've been talking about timecode. Timecode is how you can synchronize the watches of all your devices. Remember, you're a secret agent. All right, we're going into battle. Let's make sure our watches are all in sync so we can all, at the end of the day, figure out what happened when. At 4:02 p.m., this guy said that one word, and the audio was recorded at that time, and the camera was recorded at that time. So therefore, we can line those up in our editor. That is not the same as synchronizing your sensors and synchronizing your sample rates. So on the camera side, Genlock is generator lock. So you are actually physically aligning the sensor of every camera to the same clock, which is not the same as just stamping metadata on your camera. The important thing to remember is that timecode is literally just like a clock metadata thing. It's just text basically that's attached to your camera file. It says, at this point in time, this happened. However, all these devices are not necessarily exactly within like milliseconds attached to each other, because how many milliseconds are in a frame? Like 40, 30. There's lots of room for error in a frame. Now a lot of newer standards from SMPTE have kind of narrowed that gap a little bit about how much room for error there is, but ultimately nothing is going to be perfect unless you have your cameras locked to a Genlock signal. And why is Genlock important in video and live production? Here's the main kind of main few scenarios. So live multicam switching, it's 100% imperative if you have multiple cameras in a live scenario switching on like a live TV production or on a video board, you have to have all your cameras Genlocked to each other, because if you don't, the frames and the progressive scans will actually just not line up necessarily. So you might like to see black bars, or you might see glitching whenever you're switching between cameras. So it's very important to have all of your cameras Genlocked, and every professional camera has a Genlock input. And Genlock is actually just like timecode, but different. It's just like a burst of electricity that tells you this is where this frame is happening. Every camera is now on the same pulse. We're all talking on the same beat. In modern video production, we're starting to see a lot more use of video walls. For example, volume video production in studios. I don't know if you've run into it yet, but you probably will soon, that you're shooting on a video wall either here in Dallas or in Austin or in Houston or LA or Chicago, video walls are becoming a much bigger thing. And if the camera is not gen locked to the wall, you might see banding or artifacting between the camera and the wall. So often, the sound mixer, as the de facto sync person on set, is usually asked for help with gen lock too. That's not necessarily the sound mixer's purview, because that's totally a video engineering problem. However, it's important to know what gen lock is, how it works, why it's important, because this conversation might come up. And another situation where gen lock is important is in like precision multicam stuff, like 3D, like stereoscopic 3D or VR rigs with like multiple cameras, or bullet time things where you have like a bunch of cameras kind of rigged together to make like super high speed, cool shots. These are all and then the last one is just extended live to tape recording projects. Say you're doing a 5-hour recording. Remember how I said that all clocks don't necessarily align. You might have 7 cameras all locked to the same timecode clock, but after 5 hours, there might be some room for error and there might be some drift. So the way that you can absolutely assure that all those cameras are going to be aligned to each other in editing 5 hours later after recording for 5 hours is to make sure all those cameras are gen locked to each other, because you can be absolutely certain that every camera is recording frame 1, frame 57, frame 1097 at the exact same time in conjunction with your timecode clock. So then you can align your audio to all of your 17 cameras and they will all be perfectly aligned to each other. These are somewhat edge cases, to be sure, but these are all jobs that film technicians do in certain scenarios. So it's important to know that gen lock exists. It's a thing that is very useful, and depending on the type of production you're doing, very important to understand. It might be more of a video engineering problem, but as a hopefully well-paid technician on a film or entertainment set, you need to know that this is a subject that it keeps all of your devices working together. And in similar fashion, word clock is the audio corollary of gen lock in camera world. So again, an audio device is sampling audio at 48,000 times per second. You think there might be some room for error in that between 30 milliseconds of a frame? Because remember, the SMPTE standard is only hours, minutes, seconds, frames. There's a lot of room for error in that frame ending because there's lots of milliseconds in that frame. So a word clock tells all the audio devices to write the file at the exact same pulse. 48,000 times per second, all these devices are now writing that audio at the exact same rate. And that also matters a lot when you have very large broadcast distributions. Like if you have like a broadcast truck full of audio devices that are all running AES and MADI and Dante, all these devices are digital audio, and they will have loss and distortion if they're not synced to the same clock. So this is why it's important to remember that sync is not necessarily the same as timecode alignment. Timecode is mostly used in editing, where timecode is like, we're lining up all our files at the end of the day and just making sure something happened at the same day. But on the subframe level and on the millisecond level and on the super tiny level where you can still hear drops in audio or you can still see blips of black, the way you can ensure that all your devices are working on the same clock is if all of your audio devices are word clocked and all of your video devices are gen locked, and then at that same point you can make sure that in the middle they're still talking to the same SMPTE timecode clock in the middle. So this gets really deep into the weeds. Hopefully this helps some of you kind of understand like the weird, all the different weird edge cases and all the fundamentals of clocking and timecode syncing. But again, if you're a professional technician in the film space and in the live entertainment space, it's still very important to know that all these like deep standards from SMPTE and from the Audio Engineering Society and all these different all these standards exist for a reason to make these expensive technical equipment work together in a seamless way. This is all. Oh, yeah, there you go. These are just like very basic examples of master clock devices. Like ambient is kind of the best known in the film space for making devices that support word clock and Genlock as well as timecode. So if you're ever in a situation where you need to deal with word clock, Genlock, and timecode at the same time, I would immediately think of Ambient. But there's lots of other devices like Timecode Systems makes stuff. Evertz makes master clocks for broadcast studios. There's tons of devices out there. You just need to know that you're looking for like a Genlock master clock or a word clock master clock.
How important is it if you have a bunch of Genlock cameras to be using word clock as your sync for sound, or does timecode?
So that's a great question, and we are at the end of the presentations, and you can kick me off the stage, Matt, if you want. But I just want to wrap things up and refer back to this. So word clock does not really matter to Genlock. Genlock does not really matter to word clock, but these devices talking to each other matters a lot with timecode. So if you want to make sure all your audio devices are clocked together using word clock, but if you're only using one audio device, it doesn't really matter. Word clock doesn't matter at all. And vice versa, Genlock matters if you have a bunch of video devices. So SMPTE timecode is kind of like that bridge between audio and video, making sure they all talk to each other. And then word clock is kind of making sure audio talks to each other, and Genlock is making sure that cameras talk to each other. So it's kind of not necessarily an important question of like, does all my devices need to be word clocked if something's Genlocked? They're not important to each other. It's about, do I have a lot of digital audio devices in my system? That's when I'm going to use word clock. And a lot of devices now can kind of take word clock off of each other because, you know, if it's a small system. But if you have like 20 devices that are, one's AES, one's Dante, one's Madi, they all need to be word clocked manually with a master clock. Well, I just spit a lot of information at you guys, and hopefully you got something new out of it, even if you've been doing this for a while. Hopefully you're now a Time Lord. If not, I'm happy to chat more about anything later, because I just don't want to take any more time from Ryan's presentation. But I hope you guys learned something. I hope you guys enjoyed this really nerdy talk about timecode and sync. I really appreciate your time. I'm Segan Bretsky.
All right. I'm sure everybody's brains are full now. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. We're running a little behind schedule. We'll kind of work on getting back on that here shortly. But coming up next, we have Ryan Blitzer with Pegasus Media. He's going to talk about audio from production standpoint, you know, kind of answer questions from like, you know, when a producer, like, as audio people, we have questions for production. What kind of information do they have and what can they pass along to us? So just take a couple minute break, get some more food, coffee, use the restroom, whatever, and then come back and we'll start back up.
Hello. Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? A little cold today, huh? So, as Matt just kind of chatted about, I'm here to talk about production. I'm the person that hopefully you're friends with, because I love being friends with everybody else. But I know that maybe sometimes that isn't quite the case. But that's okay. I'm here to be your friend. And so I wanted to kind of touch base and talk about maybe some secrets from the other side. I am a commercial producer and production manager. I've managed over $30 million in project budgets. As small as $10,000, as big as $10 million. It just kind of depends on the flavor of the day. But most of the other side of what I do, so that's like my full-time thing is being a freelance producer. But I also am the managing director of Pegasus Media Project, and we're a co-sponsor of this event. Our primary focus as a nonprofit is to offer free education for those that haven't had traditional access to film and to actually get people into film. So if you see some folks with Pegasus shirts around, those folks are my current apprentices. We have the only arts apprenticeship program in the state of Texas that's verified with the Department of Labor, and I work to get folks into the industry. And so that's kind of my day-to-day when we're not doing commercial production. So just kind of a little overview of things that we're going to talk about. I figured I'd give some secrets to the back office, and feel free to interject with questions that you have throughout this. This is like meant to be like what I could think of as secretive and or things that you might just want to know about what we do in the office, but it's open to your questions and feedback and trying to get to the heart of some of the problems that you might be experiencing on set. But then talking about like how we fit within the audio sphere, because I think it's really important for you to know how to talk to production and how to work with production, especially since those are the people that really hire you, right? So how can we work together to make sure that you're getting all the information that you need? And then talking a little bit about insurance and hourly rates and things like that, just so you can kind of get a sense on how we're calculating it on the back end. It's really important, especially as you're working many, many different formats, for you to understand how that all works. So how does the PO work? So I get on a job because the production company or the studio hires the producer, which is sometimes me. And when it's not me, the producer hires me, the production manager. And it is pretty much always that flow. Just as you, I get all of my work from referrals, and all of that is coming from either being hired as a production manager by the producer or as a producer by the production company. So that's kind of the relationships that we build. When it's small jobs, I'm talking small commercial jobs that are sub $100,000, because that's probably about the average small job. Sometimes it's just me and the producer. And I, as the production manager, am handling all of the paperwork. And that's a lot of things to do for one person. And so on bigger shoots, and if you're working on long form, you might see much bigger offices with office PAs and things like that. That's always the best case scenario, where I actually have support in the office to do the work that I need to do. But sometimes it's just me. So in keeping in mind that small jobs versus big jobs, my workload is way different and changes the responsibilities of which I'm focused on in the office. So just little things to keep in mind. One thing that you might not know is that when I am hired on by the production company, I'm usually getting a set of production company guidelines. I have seen guidelines up to 120 pages long that I must follow. And every single production company is different, which means that everybody has slightly different accounting procedures, slightly different payroll procedures, slightly different call sheet procedures. It gets really mangled really fast. And so we ask a little bit of latitude, because sometimes things that we're used to are one bullet point in the production guidelines that are different on this job than they are on the last job. So if there's ever a question that is maybe opposed to the normal way you have experienced things or do things, just ask production, and we'll probably be able to tell you why and point you to the production guidelines where it's telling us we must follow it this way. And then I work with Ferris a lot. I feel like one of my jobs as a producer is to make sure that I'm helping and supporting all of the departments on set. And I hope to not exclude audio in that conversation. I know that audio oftentimes is one of the hidden departments that doesn't get talked to very often. And I hope that I am not that production manager and producer in the world. And so I understand, though, that there are some production offices that do this. And I encourage you to just be a little vocal about making sure you're getting the information you need, because while I will hopefully be the one that reaches out to you to supply that information, I have seen the cases where it hasn't been, and so I want to make sure that you are also empowered to come reach out to production when those issues arise, you know? So, obviously everybody always talks about like, oh, the budget, the budget, the budget, the budget. Yes, obviously the budget is what allows us to do the work that we do, but depending on the production company I'm working with, that changes how I have to look at the budget. Because oftentimes I'm able to think of the budget as just a big group of money that I can split up based on what I need to and relatively adhere to the budget that's been set. But sometimes I'm so strict that like the line, we call a budget line item, something that's in the budget that's attributed to a specific place. Audio equipment is a line in the budget, right? Sometimes that number, when I see the budget on the first go around, is not high enough based on number of cameras, number of talent, number of comms that I am anticipating in my head of what's going to be. And usually I have the flexibility of moving that around, so I have the ability to give you what you need for your gear. Sometimes I'm locked by the production company into not spending more than that line without approval. And that's where it gets a little tricky. So note that most of the time I'm really fighting to make sure that you guys are getting the right labor rates and the right kit rental rates for the job that we are talking about. And if not, there's a reason, and I'm having a conversation with you about, all right, well, we need to approach it in this way so I can make sure you're getting close or what you need. So I like to say that my job, of course, is to get jobs under budget, right? Because that's how we all get continued work. My relationship with you guys is because I did decent on the last job, so they come around and say, wow, we loved working with you, I want to hire you again, and therefore I get to hire all my crew again. So there's that kind of chain effect you have to think about, but I'm one of those producers and production managers that I don't care if I'm 1 cent under budget. And I probably shouldn't be saying this on camera, but like, I personally don't have like a number that I'm trying to go for. Because at the end of the day, the job is a job, and if the budget is there, my job is to spend the budget appropriately to make sure we come in at the budget or under. Not every producer and production manager work that way. I'm sure you've experienced that in the past. That's a case-by-case basis, but I'd like to think that in this new wave of people coming into the office, especially as budgets are getting lower and lower, there's not as much for me to save, you know? So keep in mind that when I'm working, at least me, or some other producers, the hope is that we're getting under budget, but it's not a requirement, right? Like, I don't want to go over, but I'm not trying to be hundreds of thousands of dollars under budget and cut you guys out of the equation. That doesn't help me any, right? I'm still going to get hired again, hopefully, if I'm under budget. And I don't really care if that's $1 or $10,000. So one thing that I tend to focus on a lot is that I rely on your expertise to tell me when there's issues. I have a sense of working with lots of different departments, so I kind of understand the needs of the departments as we go from job to job to job, but that doesn't always apply. And so I'm looking for you to tell me when I'm A, wrong, but B, when you need my help, and I need to get the information in order to help you. And a lot of that time, it comes down to technology. Like, I can generally tell you what, you know, time code and Genlock and things like that are, but if we're talking like we're shooting on a volume wall stage, as Segan was talking about, maybe I haven't shot 5,000 jobs on volume wall stages, and I need to know a little bit more of that information in order to make your job happen. So sometimes if you're looking at the creative, or you're looking at some of the requirements that are being asked of you in audio, as a part of this particular job, they're like, this is maybe not standard to the process. Come talk to me. I encourage you to come talk to me so I can make sure I'm giving you the best support that I can in the office, okay? Every office team is different. I hope to be one of the, you know, kind, helpful ones. I know sometimes it isn't that, but I'm hearing largely that it's a general sense that production is your friend. I would hope you keep that in mind. I'm definitely your friend, but, you know, keep in mind to protect yourselves as well as you're going through the day-to-day, because sometimes we just don't know what's going on in the office, because all of those little things are happening on set, and maybe it gets to the first AD, but it somehow doesn't get to the production manager. That happens a lot. So just keep that in mind as you're going through. Okay, so communication. I teach this to my students, and I'm going to teach it to you guys. Communication is so vitally important, especially as you're going from onset to prep to wrap. All of these things in the process are really, really important, and I can't solve the problems if I haven't been communicated with, right? It's my job to communicate with you about boards and things like that, but it's also your job to communicate with me. It's a two-way street about making sure you have the support that you need on set. But my general standard operating procedure and how the office typically goes is once I have the established budget, then the creative starts happening, right? We usually have a script of some sort that I can pass on, but boards, they happen in weird waves because sometimes I have a version 1 that's really great, and sometimes it's to version 7 before I can send it to you. My goal as the production manager and producer is to get that information to you as soon as possible so I can make sure I am accounting for your needs in the budget and on set. But typically, my job in the office, I have little tasks that I assign myself. I have the task of assigning how many talent are going to be on screen at any given point to get that information to you, how many comms I need for Village, and what cameras there are. Now, cameras, Ferris can tell you on the last job, the cameras changed, I think 3 times. My job is to continue giving that information to you rather than also just be the initial thing. So it might even be a good text further on closer to the job. Hey, have the camera needs changed or the comm needs changed? That way you're also communicating with me and making sure that you're still in the loop on the job. My job is also to connect you with the other departments on set. So who's the first AC, who's wardrobe, whoever, to make sure that you're getting the information you need in order to be successful. Once I've connected you with the appropriate parties, I'm assuming that if you've had conversations with that person or people, that you're good. Like, unless there's a problem that has come up to me that I need to solve or get additional gear for or whatever, make sure something's on the prep, etc., I am assuming I have what I need from you guys. So that communication is really important to get me the information if something, you talk with the first AC, man, there's a problem with the port on this camera, that's obviously something I need to be involved with. And for some reason, people don't like to always say it until 4 o'clock the afternoon of the camera prep. So just keep in mind that communication is super helpful. So my goals also in the realm of the office are to give you a fair amount for what you are providing, labor and gear. Sometimes I'm stifled a little bit on the money, and sometimes I'm not. I tend to try to be as fair as I can and get you what the things are worth. Sometimes that doesn't happen because I'm budgetly constrained, and I usually am very upfront with you on that. But I'll get you back on the next one. And I hope the people that work for me understand that if I have to, hey, I need $100 or $200 off because I really don't have the money, that you know I'll give it to you on the next one. So those are the relationships you guys are forming, right? You guys know when to give discounts. You know when to kind of do that sort of thing. We are aware of that on the back end also, especially if I haven't hired you in a while. Like, we're keeping the back of our brains. My goal is not to treat you unfairly. I want to work with you. I want to be friends with you. And that involves being transparent about what I have. I think there are producers that feel around, oh, I really don't have the money, and they do. We're talking about a different job, right? Like, that's a different set of circumstances. I don't operate that way. And I hope that most of the people that you work with don't operate that way too. Oh, yeah, I can hold it up further. So my biggest priority from a producing standpoint is making sure that your safety and well-being are the highest priorities. I care less about the job and more about you as a person. And so if it's icy out, if you're shooting into a 16-hour day and you need a hotel or need an Uber home, I hope that you'll come and tell me that so I can give you that support. I think there's sometimes a fear of going to the production office and getting that support. I hope that you don't have that, because my job is to make sure that you, the crew, are taken care of. And I hope you continue that moving forward. I heard this on a shoot that I just thought was funny. The quote, "We aren't curing cancer on a job about American Cancer Society." We're doing cool things with our work, right? Like, we're going and doing really neat and interesting things, and we aren't curing cancer, and it's okay that certain things go wrong, right? Like, I am expected for that to happen, and my goal is to problem solve rather than, lament on all the bad stuff that's happening. Okay, so here's some nitty-gritty. I know Tyler talked a little bit about that in his speech about insurance, but I'm going to kind of break it down even further from the production side, okay? Some basic general terms, but insurance on a job is specific to the job, okay? I have to be very clear about that, because sometimes you think, oh, I've worked with this company before, they have an insurance policy, whatever, I'm good. You should still always get a COI, because every single job, the COI can sometimes come from the production company or I'm talking commercial, or the agency, okay? Every job is different, and I've worked jobs with the same production company where sometimes the agency provides and sometimes the company provides. It's a different policy. And even so much as that the companies will provide separate policies per job. So in the description of the COI usually is the name and job number of the job in the description of that COI. So you can't use it from job to job to job. Be very careful when you're requesting a COI and looking at it to make sure that that information is correct, because that is important for you in order to have that in your back pocket from a COI perspective. But in general, a COI is the documentation that we have insurance provided to you, and your information goes at the bottom of the insurance certificate that says you are covered in case there is loss. Now, asterisk, the COI is the proof of insurance, it isn't the claim. So just because you are covered doesn't mean the claim will go through. That is a separate process. Theoretically they are, but that is what the COI is supposed to document. What are the limits? If there's things being done with the equipment that are not, or that are contrary to what production is supposed to be using the equipment for, i.e., you were just, you're smoking by the lake and you're holding your mixer and it falls into the water, I doubt you that would be a covered claim. That is not something that we were actively shooting with by the lake. Does that make sense? If agency provides insurance, there's a specific set of other procedures that I have to work with called the agency wrap-up. And it usually has to do with special insurance, meaning if we're shooting near water, if we're shooting with animals, if we're blah, 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 blah. If you are on set, and this comes from a workers' comp perspective, like you get injured on set doing one of these special activities, and you are insisting that you want to be a loan out, keep in mind that the workers' compensation for that job has been vetted with these special instructions and special procedures in relation to the job. So if you're shooting on boats and you decide you want to go on a loan out because you will maybe make more money with that in your taxes in the long run, I would highly encourage you to actually go as an individual on payroll, because the workers' comp has been specially approved for you to be on the water, and that includes your gear. So you just have to be really careful about when you're choosing to do a loan out versus not, because at the end of the day, and I have this later on in the slides, like I personally have never done a loan out even though I have the capability of doing it, because the company is paying 7.5% taxes on your payroll versus you paying that. Now, if you have a lot of other side businesses and the salary portion of your loan out here is augmenting that, there's some things you should think about in terms consulting with an accountant to make sure that that sort of thing is covered properly. 9 times out of 10, you should be going labor on regular payroll, because you're saving 7.5% taxes. You are not paying that at the end of the year. Unless you have a shit ton of deductions. I don't know. That's all individual case by case, but my recommendation, and I also have a loan out, that I don't use a loan out on jobs in that case. I use it on invoice jobs. Sure. I go into a little bit this later. So there's 2 types of jobs, payroll and invoice. You guys are probably all experienced that at this point. Sometimes production gives you the option of putting your equipment on a kit rental versus an invoice for your gear. From an insurance perspective, the gear is covered either way. It doesn't really matter how I pay you for the gear. Theoretically, your gear will be covered with the COI. You should still ask for a COI issued to your company for that reason. From the standpoint of loan out versus payroll, it depends on the production company's guidelines. Sometimes the guidelines say that in a kit rental, I can only go to a certain amount before it has to be taxed, right? That's really the distinction there. It's a non-taxable equipment rental versus a taxable one. And that's usually based on the production company's guidelines and how much gear they would wish to put on a gear rental. Kit rental in the traditional sense is actually not your equipment. It's typically like wardrobe's makeup kit that has a bunch of different items, and you're renting kind of the sum total of its pieces as one small thing to production. You're doing equipment rental, which is different. You guys have specific replacement amounts for your gear, which is not opposed to wardrobe, but from the it's partially a value of the gear sort of thing, and also when you're doing a kit rental in that way, it's more of a supplement to the job, right? They're in charge of their own stuff. Now, I've worked with production companies. You can put whatever you want on a kit rental. It really just depends on the production company, and so it's always a case-by-case where you should ask production. And if you have a preference, I would recommend going invoice anyway, but it just depends on how you wish to kind of proceed with that. I can't remember what I said. Oh, yeah. So wardrobe tends to be on like a smaller kit, departments like that, whereas your gear has higher replacement values, and so the production companies may say, we want X amount of, if it's over X amount in a gear rental, that we would prefer it on an invoice. Some production companies will say, put whatever on a kit rental. It just depends on the company, so you should ask every single time whether you should do that or not. Just some other insurance terms, but from a standpoint of equipment, on a COI, there's always on a production COI, okay? There are companies that have insurance policies for liability only. That does not cover gear. You must make sure on the COI that there's an equipment floater or an equivalent DICE policy in commercials. DICE is like an annual policy that a company can get in order to cover production. It's a specific kind of policy. And that policy usually includes what's called an equipment floater or miscellaneous third rental equipment. The name kind of differs, and I'll show you an example of such in a second. It just depends on the insurance company and how they write it on the COI, but you'll be able to tell whether you're covered or not. But it covers specifically the rental of gear. And typically, it's usually $1 million that they'll cover in a replacement cost with a $2,500 deductible. That's the most common one that I see. But in general, that's why, depending on the type of gear that gets broken, sometimes it's easier for the company to just pay for it outright as opposed to doing an insurance claim, because the value of the deductible that they have to file is higher than the amount of the gear. So you'll just have to you play that by ear. And then workers' comp as a definition is when you're injured on set. It is insurance coverage to compensate you for the case of injury while you're working, right? Lots of other industries use workers' comp. In this case, workers' comp is actually covered by the payroll company. If you're on a payroll job, okay, and you're getting paid on a time card, your injury is reported to the payroll company, not to the production company, because your payroll company is your employer of record. They're the ones that if you look at the time card, especially if you see caps or anything like that, you'll see in big gold letters at the bottom of your paper time card, New Caps LLC is your employer of record, and their EIN is blah, 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 blah. It has it on every single time card. Payroll, workers' comp is covered by the payroll company. Equipment is covered by the production company or the agency, every time. If it's an invoice job, this is where it gets a little, invoice job, the production company theoretically should have a workers' comp policy as part of their COI. So that's where you get some of the shady stuff, that's when that comes up. And then liability on a COI covers damage and things to people outside of set. So if you're shooting downtown and someone trips over a stinger in the middle of the sidewalk, that's a liability claim. That has nothing to do with set, okay? Liability of other people. And then one quick note, unless you're being paid a kit rental for your vehicle, and that even has asterisks involved, if you're driving to set and get into a car wreck, production is not going to cover you. That is considered your commute to set as by the IRS guidelines, which everybody commutes downtown for work. If they get into an accident on the vehicle, they don't say to their company, hey, will you pay for my car? It's the same way here. Just keep that in mind, because I've had issues where people think they're gonna get covered and you won't. If you're on a run for production, that is different, and you need that's a case-by-case basis. If it's a full set company move in the middle of, from one location to another and you're driving 2 locations, I think theoretically that is covered, but again, it's sort of case by case, because then you're gonna get into, well, how were you driving? Were you driving? That's gonna be more gray than you think it is. Okay, so we just went over this. So if there's an injury on set, I've dealt with injuries on set. There's a lot of paperwork involved, But for me, it's making sure that you're actually getting taken care of, whether it's going to the hospital, going to an urgent care, or whatever. I would prefer you to get to the medical facility as fast as possible to get you looked at. Because at the end of the day, if you go home at the end of the day and A, you haven't reported something to production, there's no way it's going to get covered. It could have happened after you left set. It must be reported at the time that it happened. Usually you should go to an AD because it's required to go onto the production reports that we get in the office, but it's also something that of course they're gonna come talk to the office and figure out, all right, do we need to get this person in a car to a hospital? I've been in areas where we're shooting far away from a hospital or an urgent care, and that's why the hospital on the call sheet's really, really important. It is, if someone is injured, you know exactly where to go, you don't have to guess. That is what we typically do. So anyway, workers' comp. So this is what a COI looks like. I know it's really small. I'm going to blow it up here in a second. But at the top, generally, there's the insurance broker's information. The company info is the company that has the insurance, the entity. Then you have all of the policy numbers that I've whited out for security reasons in the middle section there. Sometimes the policy number is different per liability, auto, whatever. They all have different policy numbers. And then down here is where your information goes, a certificate holder. So they are issuing you a COI in your company or individual name with your address every time. And then on the right-hand side are the limits covered by the insurance broker in the case of a loss. So zooming in, first part, general liability. The biggest ones that I've highlighted here, damage to rented premises. There's separate coverage for if a location that we are shooting at is damaged. And so that relates to if your car goes into the fence on set, that would be an instance where that sort of coverage would apply. And then there's also injury here from the standpoint of others coming onto set or going past set or somehow interacting with set that isn't us. That is where that comes in there. Then you have auto is the next section. Typically, we're only giving insurance to vehicles that we are renting, i.e. enterprise, okay? If you are in your personal car bringing gear to set, I would say most of the time this does not apply. It just depends if you're getting paid a kit rental, if there's a rental agreement for your vehicle. That's where that stuff becomes really, really important. If it's truly something that you're carrying gear for production and I don't have a truck, maybe you should say, hey, I need a rental contract for my vehicle and a COI. That's something you can ask for, you know, depending on what office you're working with, that's another story. And then you have umbrella policy, so there's additional liability beyond the normal liability policy, which is typically $1 million, and then umbrella policies, I've seen them as high as 10 or 20 million. It just depends on what it is that they're covering. If it's a production company that's providing insurance via the company, there's a whole workers' compensation section here, and it will tell you if there's workers' comp and what it is right there. Sometimes the workers' comp insurance cert is different. Like they have a separate insurance cert for workers' comp. If there's ever a question that you have about it, just ask them for the COI that has the workers' comp on it. Down here is the more important part for you guys and relevant to most of the things that you're doing in your daily basis. Miscellaneous equipment. That is where your equipment is covered in the case of loss. That is that line. And then third-party property damage is also separately listed out here in case there's damage to a location on set. And then there's things in like a production policy like prop set wardrobe that becomes part of insurance and blah, blah, blah. I don't need to go on that. But miscellaneous equipment is the specific one that you're looking for. Deductible, $2,500, $1 million in limits. That is the thing you're looking for. And then right below all the limit sections is the description of operations. This is where you would have the job number and job name, typically, in that sort of thing. If it's an annual policy by the production company, they may not have that in there, but you can technically add it on the back end. And then down here is where your information goes, the certificate holder box, your business address or legal entity name. So my business is High Right Creative LLC. My address is such and such. That is what goes on the COI. If you don't have a business, then it's just your name with your address. Any questions on COI? Yeah. Yep. In fact, I think that's, it's on my next slide. I'll cover that in just a second. Yep, 100%. I'm going to cover that in just a second. So the 99.99% of jobs, the production company should be providing a COI to you. You are generally not providing one to someone else. If you have a business that has a lot of gear, and I know sound gear is expensive, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of gear. If you do not have insurance for your gear, you're wrong. You need to have insurance for your gear. There are specific policies that will cover your gear and the replacement value of said gear when you get the policy. If you add equipment over the course of the year, you need to talk to your broker about increasing your total cost of replacement, because that will impact if you have a claim and you haven't, let's say you bought $100,000 worth of gear this year and that's not reported on the insurance and that's not covered. You need to make sure that in any case, as a business, you have everything you need from an insurance policy perspective for your gear. Now, that is separate from production COI. Production COI is covering you in the case of loss on set, and that's beyond normal wear and tear. If it's normal wear and tear issues where your mixer is glitching on set and stuff, I doubt that's a production company claim, because technically we're hiring you for your gear and your gear should be working. That's a production claim that would be a claim that you're filing on your personal insurance if you don't want to pay the deductible to fix it. So in general, if you're working on a job and you are a loan out, sometimes the stipulation from the production company is like, yes, we can process you as a loan out on payroll if you supply to us that you have workers' comp. That's kind of the asterisk there. Again, I recommend that you go as an individual on a labor time card so you don't even have to worry about it. There's cases where this might be an issue, but not always. Yeah. And then back to what you were asking is, if you're shooting at a typically the proof of insurance question comes from like corporate entities when you're shooting like on their corporate campus. I don't know why that tends to be the trend. I'm sure there's other scenarios where that applies, like shooting in a convention center sometimes. It has to do with the relationship that they have with the vendors, because you're technically a vendor, and I'd say on those kinds of jobs you're probably being an invoice rather than a normal payroll job. That just tends to be the way the cookie crumbles. But in general, if you are being asked to provide a COI for your gear, it's not that you're covering the production company, it's that you have insurance for your gear in case something goes wrong, because that vendor relationship is different. Hundred percent. And thankfully, I personally never been on a job where this has ever been required anyway. And I don't know if that's just luck of the draw or it's just not a very common occurrence. But I would say that you can get from your insurance broker a sample COI that shows you have the insurance with the effective dates. But it's not specifically issued to the production company. It's like proof of insurance rather than I'm covering you in case there's loss. Cool. I'm gonna skip past. I'll make these slides available online so you can kind of go take a look at it. But the one last thing I wanted to really cover was hourly rates and such. So on a payroll job, your rate is not. You'll look at your pay stub and be like, why is my hourly rate with 4 digits at the end of it? I don't understand how they got this number. The money looks right, but I can't quite tell. On a payroll job, your rate is depending on if it's on a 10 or a 12, divided by a different number to get your hourly rate, okay? If the example that I give down here, if your labor rate is $8.50 for 10, your hourly rate is actually $8.50 divided by 11. And yes, we use the 4 digits. And this is how it breaks down here. Because ultimately what you're being paid on a payroll job is not 10 hours of straight time. If you're getting paid 10 hours of straight time, that would be an insane amount of money. The way we break it down is you divide your hourly rate or your total rate by 11 on a 10-hour rate, and you'll get the $77.27 per hour. The first 8 hours, I'm going to go and come back. The first 8 hours of your day is straight time. The next 4 hours of your day is time and a half at overtime. And anything beyond 12, in most cases, is 12 plus, is double time. Okay? When you're doing your hourly rate calculations, any actual overtime you work, so anything beyond 10 hours, your time and a half rate is your hourly rate times 1.5. Because if you divide 850 by 10, the hourly rate doesn't match up to the total having worked 10 hours. So your time and a half is coming here. The only reason where this gets people tricked up is because when you're doing an invoice, sometimes you get to invoice what's called premium OT, which is where you're dividing it by 10 and then doing time and a half on that. But technically that means you're not making overtime on the first 2 hours, or the last 2 hours of your day, the 9th and the 10th hour. I know it's a little complicated, but in general, on a time card, you shouldn't in the rate column put 850/10. Divide it by 11 to get your hourly rate. And I will tell you, producers and production managers will notice that. You know what you're doing. Any questions on that? Yeah.
Just wanted to, that's definitely an industry norm based on California labor policy that in the United States, overtime is just past 40 hours in a week. We just kind of follow industry norms from California. Like I've done tons of jobs where it's 10 hours straight time or 8 hours plus 2 plus whatever, or it's just a flat fee and you just have to manually tell them this is what the overtime rate is, because in our country there's really no standard for overtime, and as long as you're not union, you still have the onus is on you to define those rules. It's nice when we're working with someone like you who follows payroll standards from California labor law, but ultimately these numbers are just cause like it's easy and it's normal and that's the way it works, but lots of productions don't necessarily follow that. You still have to like define that for yourself and force them to like agree to that.
So on every job I've ever done, actually, I've never not done it this way. We actually have to tell the payroll companies 9 times out of 10 to process the payroll via California rules. And that's largely because of union stuff. Like we would get a lot of questions in the office about weird calculations if we were not following the California standard rules. And the reason why we split it up 8 and 2 or 8 and 4 in this way is because from a federal overtime perspective, anything over 40 hours is considered overtime. We bake the hours into your rate. We're expecting to pay you that 1.5 times, which is why the calculations are a little weird. So when you work a 5-day week and you're working 10 hours a day, that's 50 hours. You're now covered under federal overtime protections for that. So you would work, 8 and 2, 8 and 2 and 2, that's 50 hours in the week. You're already in that overtime classification. On single and double day jobs, it just makes it easier if we just do 8 and 2, 8 and 2, because then it's already accounted for. We don't have to worry about that on the back end. But that's where you start getting into like 6th and 7 day stuff in the union, and that's where it starts getting a little bit more complicated, especially if you're working many, many, many hours in the week. Okay, got like 2 minutes. So, quick things. I'm sure you all know this, but government forms on an invoice job, you're providing an invoice and a W-9. The W-9 should be signed for the year. Every year you should be filling out a new W-9, even if the form does not change. That is part of a legal thing. It's making sure that your information being reported to the company is up to date. Just because the form doesn't, all you have to do is change the date in the bottom right corner. Now, every 3 years or so, the form changes. I have seen W-9s given to me as old as 1999. The form number, you can see it in the bottom, in the top right corner. Just download the new one, and it changes every 3 years or so. Change the date. If it's a payroll job, time card, okay, W-4. Everybody always forgets to put their social in the top right corner. Don't be that person. I give it back to you and make you fill it in. You should pay attention to the government forms you're filling out. And that changes every year. Make sure that some people like to pre-fill an I-9 and a W-4 and give it to production and say, oh, I'm making your job easier. When in fact, I have to make you redo the form because the forms change every year. So make sure that you do that. And then on an I-9, most people have, I hope, memorized their driver's license at this point. Driver's license and social security card number, okay? Other people use birth certificates sometimes. Passport's actually the easiest because you can just do the passport. You don't have to do driver's license and social. And some people are very hesitant about giving social stuff over email and stuff, especially if they forgot to submit something with their paperwork. So passport, I would say, is the easiest. If you don't have a passport, driver's license, and either birth certificate or social are the most common documents. And then we talked about that. I'm kind of over on time, so I'll post the rest of this to the powers that be on the Mixer website. But does anybody have any general questions that I can answer from a production perspective? Cool. Yeah.
I would love to hear more about how bidding works from
Okay.
the production to the agency and then the production to the crew because a lot of the times I'm told by the producer, this is just the bid that was handed to me and I just have to abide by it and it's nice to, and then what is like when two production companies bid on a job for an agency, like what does that look like and how does that affect what the crew's budget ends up being?
Sure. So the question was how are jobs bid? Most cases, client has an established relationship with an ad agency. Okay, the ad agency puts together whatever the campaign is for the thing. So say it's for the new iPhone 25. They are putting together the creative materials in a campaign format for the client. Once they approve the creative, the script, the board, initial agency boards, that sort of thing, then they will go to either production companies that they've worked with in the past, or they'll put out a general bid to a bunch of different production companies based on the director rosters, usually. Because they're like, oh, this director who directed Samsung's latest thing, it'd be great if we had them to shoot the new iPhone thing. They will go to the different production companies and say, hey, we have this job, we want to shoot it here, these are the insurance requirements, this is the budget range that we have, sometimes. We would like you to bid this job with your director. The budget comes because of the director's treatment, okay? So the production company sends back to the agency and client, hey, we have this vision to shoot this. This is the budget that it will take to shoot it in this way. And that's what covers the specialty equipment. In the boards, if there's a techno crane, the budget's gonna have a techno crane, right? Usually it's what's called triple bid, which means there are three companies, like three of the best companies with the three best directors that will all bid for the job. They'll get on calls with the client and the agency, blah, 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 back and forth, back and forth. Hey, we would love to pick your director, but we actually need it to be $100,000 less. And that's where the negotiations happen on the front end. Once they've picked the company that they want to shoot the commercial, they say, okay, here you go. Here's the approved awarded bid. The awarded bid is what we receive. So I actually have generally no influence in the process of the budget unless I specifically have been asked by the production company to help bid the job, which is still going back and forth with the agency to get approved and stuff. Then from there, line producer is supposed to kind of take that budget and either massage it or work the numbers and move things around, or the manager's job is to do that as well. So client and agency come up with the creative. Usually it's a triple bid, awarded. That's what I get.
I guess as a follow-up to that, when crew don't like how bids are coming to them for line items, how can you influence that upstream? The production manager isn't even in control of how that.
That's a great question, and it's oftentimes the part that people don't understand, is that when I get the budget, I often don't have the control to have said, yes, I put those numbers in because I know what the job costs here in Texas. I think a lot of the times they're basing it off LA, and LA is different than Texas. Like, gear rates are different here, labor rates are different here, and so we're sometimes having to combat with the production company on our end. There's a lot of internal debates that we have with the head of production and whatever. Like, these are the rates in Texas, they're not the rates in LA. And so we're actually battling a lot of the time for that, especially when it's a union job and they're like, oh, but the union rates are this and the minimums are this. It's like, no, these are the rates and I'm gonna pay the crew what they are. And ultimately I kind of sometimes end up doing it anyway, even if they're like, about it. But usually gear is the first thing that gets cut from a cost perspective. And so I'm working on my end to say, okay, Segan, what are the actual things that you need on this job? Can you give me a quote? So I can bring that back upwards and say, this is what it's going to take on this job. And that's where some of that comes from. How do I judge wants versus needs? I go to the departments and say, hey, I always know that the people I work with, they always want a 20K light, and they always want 5 cameras. In practice, they don't get that. And it's my job to distill what you're telling me and what you need versus what you want. Because usually people like to use the words nice to have, and I like to have this, and blah, 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 blah. It's like, no, we're not shipping another set of 15 lenses from LA to make 30 lenses on the job. It's not happening. So there's always that kind of back and forth of figuring out wants versus needs. I think that's all I got. Thank you so much.
Alrighty, awesome. I think as we all know, like there's obviously a ton of different topics, and a lot of this production stuff is sometimes it's state by state. Like you're talking about, we kind of generally follow California laws and rules. There are laws and there are standards. Standards are not laws, But yeah, so there's a ton of different helpful information with all this stuff. So, all right, we'll take another little break, grab some more food, some more coffee, all that fun stuff. We're going to come back with TJ, and we're going to talk about workflows of specifically audio from production, everything from pre-production into post. So, the good, the bad, and the ugly with that. So, we'll see you back here in a couple minutes.
Hello, hello.
Yeah. Is that yours? Yeah. Okay. It helps that I design and build carts. So
Oh, nice. Okay.
it's one of my-
Is that kind of a secondary gig for you on the side doing that? That's cool.
Blackbird Carts is my company also.
Oh, nice. Okay. Right.
What's funny, so I drive a pickup truck, and so I made this split in two, so the top half comes off, and then so like this top part, all the gear I can put in the back seat or whatever. Then the bottom part I just throw in the back of the truck, so if it gets rained down or cold, it doesn't matter. And then I've got a bunch of these.
Then you don't have to disconnect them.
Yeah, I guess we're live. So TJ and I are up here just BSing away. All right. So, all right. So what we are winging a lot of this one, but I'll kind of introduce. TJ here is a predominantly post audio mixer here in town. I'll let him kind of tell more about his background and his experience. I'm going to kind of join on this one also. I do location sound mixing. So I'm kind of at some of the front end of this stuff, and he's sort of at the back end of this stuff. And somewhere in the middle, the audio magically makes its way to onto the big screen.
To post.
To post, yeah, exactly. So here, TJ, tell everybody a little bit about yourself. And
Yeah, sure. Hey, everybody. My name is TJ Calloway. I'm an audio post-production, sound designer, and mixer. I've been doing this since about 2003. Started out here in Dallas, initially being in music recording studios like everybody. Your band led you to studios, and, now you need to know what everything on the console does. And eventually went to the Conservatory for Recording Arts and Sciences out in Tempe. Came out of that and was just falling in love with post-production from that process. So managed to get an internship at Real Effects Creative Studios in 2003. Was there for a handful of months. It just felt like absolute magic to me because I was sitting there in this world doing all these crazy visual effects and animation around us, and then it was just bringing it to us in sound to make that magic happen with sound design and Foley and everything, and I loved it. After my internship there, I worked for about a year at Fast Cuts Edits and Mix over there as the audio assistant. After about a year of that, Real Effects called me back, brought me on to be a full-time mixer and sound designer over there. I was on staff for about 12 years. At Real Effects, we worked on everything from, a lot of the big Richards Group, Ram and Home Depot and Fiat and, all those big campaigns that they had for years and years, all the way to corporate and commercial stuff to animated feature films like Book of Life and Freebirds and things like that. And so it was a really great place to work at. I learned a lot, especially coming from an audio-only school and being dumped into a company of about 300 video people, whether they were multidisciplines from animation to design, motion graphics, visual effects, you name it. And it was just such a great experience to work there and get such a wide breadth of experience, working with a group like that. And then in late 2016, I went freelance, and so I'm going into my 9th year now of freelance, and that's about it. Yeah.
brings us up to today, yeah. So what we wanted to, I think what happens a lot of times is, what's interesting, like TJ and I are talking about, like I used to do post-production 15, 20 years ago. The tools that TJ has at his disposal now are vastly different than they were when I started. Like iZotope had just come out when I stopped doing post work. And now they're on like iZotope 145 or whatever they're on. I don't even know. And so my work is entirely in the field. I do location sound. So I'm capturing all that raw audio and handing it off to, an assistant editor, then an editor, then eventually over to TJ, right? So I chuckle sometimes when producers ask me for a reel. Like, I don't provide show reels because our work passes through so many hands before it gets to the finished product. Yeah. Sometimes for the good, sometimes for the bad. I mean, I've watched shows on TV where I'm like, I know I recorded that well. That was fantastic. In the field, it sounded good. I captured good audio. Somewhere down the road, somebody screwed up. But then there's the other side of it too, where I'm on location. I'm like, there's a plane going overhead. There's a murder happening over there. And then in post, I'm like,
doesn't sound like a
like
good
magic.
location. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, holy crap, these guys cleaned it up, and it sounds fantastic. So it's amazing what can happen in post. Yeah. What the magic that they can do. But of course, sometimes it's just impossible. Sometimes it's good editing because you have options. you know, if you're working on a feature film and you get wild lines. You know, one of the last post projects I did was dialogue editing for this big war movie. And we filmed it up in Minnesota. It was like a 4 or 5 month shoot. There's planes, there's tanks, there's like stuff blowing up. And so I made sure, and thankfully we had excellent director, AD, producers on that. I was adamant from the beginning because they did not have a budget for ADR. And so we said, you know, okay, we film a scene, we grab the actors, we come over, we do wild lines. You know, they're in their battle rattle gear, they're in the mindset, they're right there. It takes 5 minutes to run the scene, and we basically re-edited the dialogue for the entire movie from wild lines. And it worked flawlessly. That whole thing went out to Pop Sound in Santa Monica, and I happened to talk to I think it's Tim. He's got a Swedish last name, like Hogennicker Mucker. Anyway, but he like kind of gave me a little pat on the back where he's like, I've never seen an indie movie with this good of dialogue editing. Now, I mean, I had carte blanche from the producers to take whatever time I needed, so that helped. But it's like you get it right in the field, and it makes, you know, the post side of it that much easier. You know, AEs need to do their jobs, editors need to do their jobs. But anyway, and there's a lot of things like in the field that we can do to kind of make, you know, the post life easier, you know, and it's having that conversation of what do they need? Sometimes we're also doing things where there isn't a post sound person on it. The editor is the post sound person. Other times it's going all the way through. So I don't know, but like so TJ, from your side of it, what do you see as like some common pitfalls, do you think, from location? You know, is there something that we're all doing wrong that you wish we did better or right? Or is there something also that you see that we do consistently do well that you're like, oh man, I love it that these people do X, Y, Z? I don't know, what do you see us handing off to you?
So, man, 100 thoughts there, right? So, so number one, I'm always hesitant to say that you guys are doing anything poorly, right? Because there are times I'm literally handed an OMF or an AAF, and for those of you who are not familiar with post workflows, the OMF or AAF file that I receive from an editor or assistant editor is what they have in their timeline. So whatever they've cut, right? Like I get that, and it gives me handles to be able to, you know, extend fades or, you know, where they cropped a file or something like that. It usually gives me their volume automation, their panning automation. It'll give me their rendered files if they've rendered anything to the audio, and and they can also give me, you know, just the raw files, which is what I'm usually asking for. So that being said, sometimes that's all I'm given on a job, right? Like for all I know, you guys recorded 5, 6, 7 extra takes, and they're not always handing over to me the full audio folder, which is insanity to me in my mind, right? But I've literally had editors that I've worked with on like indie features, for example. They're like, oh man, you want the whole audio folder? That's going to take forever to upload. And I'm like, you want good audio or not? Like, I mean, you know, like send it to me, you know? So there's a lot of times I'm kind of capped or limited at what I'm able to get out of an editor, you know? And sometimes I'm having to negotiate that relationship a lot, kind of in the same way you guys have to on set when you're like, hey, we need to call a take because a plane just flew over. And, you know, you guys have a limited amount of capital politically, right, on set with when you can call a take and say we need to do that again because of, you know, an ambulance went by or whatever. You know, I'm dealing with that same kind of managing of relationships and egos on the back end with a director, an editor, a producer, and so on. So I'm always trying to like get the files, get the sound rolls, the sound report, everything I can. But there are times I'm literally given an AAF and it's like, deal with it. You know, so, and then I just have to go in and be very judicious in after I'm doing my dialogue edit and I'm going through that going, okay, I'm going to flag this. I've got to ask the editor specifically for another take of this, you know, or something like that. So all that being said, you know, I try not to criticize what y'all do on set because I know you're dealing with impossible situations, and I know I'm sitting in a very nice, comfortable, air-conditioned room all day long in a comfortable chair, so I try not to be too judgy, right? I mean, you guys, if you're there, if there is an actual production audio mixer on the job that I'm working on, I am happy, right? You guys are watching levels, you're using quality gear, mics that sound good, you know how to mount lavs, so I'm not getting scratchiness or, you know, it's like that the whole whole time. You know how to operate a boom properly. You know, I just finished a film recently where the guy literally used a lav only on one scene, and the rest of the time he was doing this with a boom while he was also trying to run the camera, and it was a nightmare. You know, and so it really ranges. You know, sometimes I get a poly wave file and it's all the ISOs. It's a boom, maybe two, and I'm just like, I'm giddy. You know, when I get that, and I can do an actual assembly. But to your point of like things that we could use, the wild lines number one is huge. So if you have that ability to negotiate, to do wild lines with your director and your talent on set, man, for all the reasons you mentioned, the actors in the headspace, you know, you're in that environment, it can hopefully sound the same. You know, the room tone might actually be similar somewhat. The mics, you know, I mean, just having the same mic, you know, for trying to match in the mix is huge, you know, because trying to do ADR, you know, I'm not always going to have the exact same mic that they're using in the rest of the scene that I'm having to edit my dialogue around, and so I've got to do a lot of matching, you know, with that. So that's huge. Another thing is the room tone myth, right?
I was about to ask about that.
Yeah, I know this is probably a hot topic, right? I noticed the room even quieted down when I said room tone. That's funny. Everybody's trained.
Usually it gets louder when we say room tone.
What's that?
It usually gets louder when we ask for room tone.
Yeah, but not with this group. Yeah, yeah. So you know, room tone is one of these things that, you know, when you mentioned iZotope, right? Like iZotope is one of many amazing otherworldly denoising tools we have now. I was fortunate enough to be a beta tester on the first two versions of that way back in the day, and even what it could do back then was just like, it took us leap years beyond what we used to be capable in post. Now we've got a lot of these AI tools and things like that that are coming out that can do everything from room tone generation and matching to just stripping the dialogue completely out and actually giving you sometimes even the Foley, right? Like if there's natural Foley sound in the dialogue tracks, some of these tools can sometimes, you know, again, not always. I don't want to say a blanket statement, hey, this can always be fixed in post, but the things we can do now versus even 2 or 3 years ago are light years beyond where we were when I got into post in 2003, you know.
We all need to become accountants, is the AI. AI is coming for our jobs.
Oh yeah, I mean it's and I mean I even have some clients now who've literally told me, like on certain corporate work, you know, that they're like, we're really sorry, we can't bring this to you anymore because we're just handling it with the AI tools in Premiere and it sounds good enough, you know. And so it's like, okay, that hurts, but you know. but on serious, bigger budget productions where people, you know, where quality matters, they want the creativity there. They don't want something that just levels, you know, dialogue out to a LUFS number and they call it a day. You know, I mean, they want an actual dynamic mix put into place. You know, they're still going to want to go through proper production audio and proper post audio, you know. But the room tone thing, you know, this is something, you know, 10 years ago, it really sometimes really helped, right? But the problem with the typical room tone practice is that you're usually recording it once the sound of the room has changed from where it was during the take, right? It's the beginning of the day, the end of the day, the room just sounds different, the environment sounds different. You know, maybe you're recording it in a different spot in the room, it's hitting, the air conditioner is hitting it differently. I mean, whatever it is, right? There's all these factors. But, you know, back in the day, it really, really mattered to have that. Now, I'm not saying not to give me room tone. What I'm saying is to do room tone differently. If you can, like the most usable bits of room tone I get are actually at the beginning and the ends of takes. Right? When I'm talking about those AAF files that come to me from an editor and I can uncrop that file from where they cut it, and I can usually find, you know, like a 1 second bit that I need there, or 12 frames of room tone there, it matches because it's from that take, right? And so however the room is dynamically changing, or the air conditioner, whatever it is, you know, the refrigerator humming in the background, whatever it is, you know, that actually makes it easier to match. So if you have the ability, talk to your directors that you're working with, talk to your assistant directors, and talk to them about giving you an extra 2 to 5 seconds, you know, from the time that they yell quiet on set to the time they yell action, and from the time the take finishes to the time they yell cut. Because really, honestly, that's the best room tone I ever get, is that, you know, in that same recording, it's the most consistent right there, you know. But yeah, you know, I personally don't feel like, and I know a lot of other dialogue editors feel this way too, you know, that thing where you have to bug everyone on set and get room tone. Like, you know, I personally would be like, if that's a thing that you can give up that, to get more political capital on doing another take somewhere else, give that up and just try to get more, heads and tails on the takes if you can, because that's immensely helpful to us in post. That's really a big one. The sound reports are still important. A lot of people that are coming up and editing or starting to be an assistant editor, they haven't always gone through like a studio system. Like, as I was coming up, I'm kind of wondering a little bit if I'm of like maybe a last generation of audio post mixers that are coming up through a actual studio system. So many people I deal with now are just like a run and gun. They shoot and they edit. They're an indie film maker of the first or second or third time, and that's literally the only process they've done or known, right, is the process they're creating and guessing their way through it. When I was on staff at Real Effects, it was great. 12 years of having the same editorial staff, the same assistant editors, the same colorists, the same audio people, and we knew how to do file exchange between departments, right? There was a very established workflow for that kind of thing. And, nowadays I'm having to explain to an editor what an AAF or an OMF is and teach them how to export it on their system, that's really a huge one, But those sound reports are important because this is a place where I think that communication could probably easily break down between production and the beginning of post. Typically on bigger budget projects, you're going to have an assistant editor. The assistant editor is going to be ingesting all that footage into whatever editing system they're using. These days, more and more, it's more Premiere or DaVinci Resolve. I'm seeing a lot more of that. Avid Media Composer tends to be only really on larger shows that have like a team of editors or an editor with multiple assistants. It's still primarily used in animation a lot, which doesn't affect you guys a lot, but that's because it has better sharing capabilities for projects like that. But where one of these breakdowns happens is everybody goes, man, 32-bit audio is going to solve all our problems, right? We'll never have to do ADR again, blah, blah, blah. We all know as audio engineers that, you can still overdrive the diaphragm on a mic. You can still overdrive the preamp, right? So before it ever hits your converters. But if you have good production audio people, and we know you guys are watching your levels and whatever, like that's not going to happen. But we do get that occasional spike that 32-bit audio does allow us to fix in post. Where that breaks down is when those files get handed off to that assistant editor. A lot of times the assistant editor and even the editor do not know that they need to set their project up, their sequence up from the beginning to be a 32-bit project. Otherwise, they're ingesting your audio down to 24 and sometimes even still 16, right? So I get an AAF or an OMF and, I rarely see a sound report anymore these days. I ask for it, I rarely get it. And so I don't even know what it was recorded at. I know what I receive in an AAF. Right? So here's this great technology that can stop us from maybe having to do ADR, whatever it is. But if it's not communicated from production to the first chain in post there, tell them you recorded it at 32-bit. Tell them they need to set it up and ingest that into their system at 32-bit. Because if all they hand me later is an OMF or an AAF, and no matter how much arguing and requesting I'm doing, I'm not getting the full audio folder, I get locked, my hands are tied, and I've got handcuffs on to whatever they gave me out of their timeline.
Yeah, it's funny because on, a lot of our recorders, or pretty much all of our recorders, can generate a sound report. I've had really good luck with creating just a little text file, and it's called audio notes. This is if I'm working on my cart, and if I'm out of the bag and running around, sound reports go out the window in a hurry. But, I'll create just a little text file, audio notes, and it's kind of like real world, plain language text of, hey, this is, it's 24-bit, 48K, or if it is 32-bit, I don't think I've ever recorded anything 32-bit, but whatever, just something that kind of puts a little bug in the next person's ear to, set up your session correctly, do this, because they may not think about it. They might be like, oh yeah, that's right, I should do that, and it gives you a fighting chance of keeping that audio in the form that it needs to be. Yeah. One question for you. So I've got both Sound Devices and Zaxcom recorders. Mm-hmm. Zaxcom is like a full matrix, right? I can put my mix track on channel 1, I can put it on channel 16, I can put it on channel 8, whatever. Sound Devices, left, right mix are the first 2 channels. When you import audio or an AE imports the audio, do pretty much all the video editors default to, whatever your first two channels are, it's kind of your mix track, right? So and I think that's why Sound Devices has always kept the left-right mix as a unchangeable 1 and 2.
Yeah.
I did a couple projects where actually I put my mix on channel 16 because it was easier for me to do boom on one than my lavs, but literally like partway through it, I'm like, oh, this is gonna screw somebody up down the road, and it did. And I literally wrote a note going, sorry. But anyway, so from your perspective, how critical is it that left-right mix is a single channel, 2 channels? What does that look like on your end?
So again, this is one of those things where we're at the mercy of the person that's between us, right? So it gets down to the assistant editor or the editor if they don't have an assistant. There are editors who prefer to edit in their timeline with literally just your mix, just the 1-2, and that's all they're editing with. And they're like, I'm just going to hand off to audio and hand off to color in the end, and I'm just going to wash my hands of it and walk away, because there are a lot of kind of prima donna editors. They want to walk in, they want to cut and just go, and everything else is up to their assistant editor as to how that gets handled and whatnot. But from the editor's perspective, they're sitting in a room, they've got a director over their back, the whole time, just, wanting this cut to happen, wanting it to be faster. And if they're having to deal with an 8-channel poly wave file and trying to, figure out which one sounds best for that moment, and then they do, but then they notice that when they go from this cut to this cut, the room tone changes. And if the director's sensitive to that, then they've got to spend 15 minutes in the edit suite trying to fix that, which is audio work, not their work, right? And they don't want to get into that. They just literally want to cut. They want to tell the story, cut, and that's where they want their focus to be. That's where the director, the producers, the clients want their focus to be too. So there are some projects that they cut entirely from the 1 and 2 channels, from your mix, and then later I do get given the entire audio folder, and then we have to do what we call a full assembly, where we go in and we use the Pro Tools full field recorder workflow, where we can go in and find alternates based on time code stamp and all that metadata and all that. And that's actually another place, sorry, as a quick aside, where things can get broken down. There are things that editors can do in their timeline that actually break the metadata in the audio files, right? Nested sequences in Premiere are a big culprit of this. If they start cutting with tons of nested sequences to make a bunch of scenes, or in separate sequences, and then they make those nested sequences into a larger sequence to start building the whole film, it's a nightmare to deal with in post, and it usually strips the metadata out of the files. And then we're just kind of having to guess, right? Or go in and try to, spend a lot of excruciating time trying to hunt and peck for files. So, sorry, right before that, I'm trying to remember where we were.
I scrolled out a minute ago. Just the 1 and 2 mix.
Oh, yeah, the 1 and 2 mix.
Yeah.
So there are some editors who do that. Now, if you guys can push on your end when you're handing off these files to tell the editor, tell the director, the producer, hey, who is your audio post person? Start talking to them now before your editor starts cutting, and get us talking, because, man, that helps so much, because most editors don't know about 32-bit audio, about the metadata issue. They don't, on and on. And, there are ways for them to bring in a sequence into another sequence without having to make it a nested sequence that strips the metadata, or, things like that. And it also gives me a chance to tell them, hey, if you are able to, while you're editing, edit with that polywave file and just mute out the channels you don't want playing in that moment, instead of using the 1 and 2, or use the 1 and 2 and, mute out everything else, but just leave it there, because when you do handoff to me later, it's all there, right?
And I think as multi-track over the last, 20 years or whatever has gotten the norm, it is now. I mean, originally, years ago, sound mixer, you were mixing. You probably had multiple inputs, but you maybe only, if you're working off a Nagra, you had a couple channels, and your mix was the edit. That was the final product. Now with the multi-track, it gives post the option to remix the thing, but it's created new tools, but it's created new problems. So it is still really critical for us location people to create a good production mix, because one, it helps the editors, and it helps everybody do their jobs a little bit easier. And that mix may be the final mix. I mean, I've even done a couple projects where they had hard drive problems, and the only audio they had, they had a technical problem on their end, hard drives, servers, whatever. The only audio they had was maybe like the mono or stereo camera mix. And if you do a good job on that mix, it may save that project. And then you will get hired again, because they're going to say, thank you, appreciate it, you're hired for the next one. You're
Yeah,
hired for the
and,
next
and,
low
and
budget
along those
problem.
lines, one thing that what you were just talking about made me think about is, one way that we can foolproof between you guys to me on this process that we can do an end run around the editors. If you guys name your individual channels, literally, boom, Lav 1, Lav 2, Lav 3, if that comes across in the file name, that is immensely helpful to me on the back end, because the assistant editor is usually not going to take the time to rename files most of the time, right? So what they're going to get is like .1, .2, .3, or .l, whatever it is, and I'm not going to know what that is. And that's okay if they're being consistent in the way they cut audio into their timeline, where, their boom is always on channel 1 and their first lav is always on channel 2. But, there's a lot of editors out there that they're just running and gunning how they're editing, and they're just trying to get it done, and they're just literally looking like Tetris on their timeline going, oh, I've got an open track here, so that's where I'm going to put this audio clip, for this scene that I'm cutting. And what ends up happening is, like, I'll have boom, like all the clips in the timeline that come into me, it'll be like boom, boom, lav, boom, another lav, boom, part of a music track, and so on. Like, it can be a real mess by the time it gets to me. And so even just in my dialogue editing, just being able to go through and just organize and being able to go, okay, this is the boom, and this is Lav 1, this is Lav 2, this is Lav 3. Even just seeing that in file names, I can go in and organize a whole movie in about an hour to where I need my timeline to be, versus having to listen through every single clip and go, okay, now that sounds different. That looks like, it's probably this actor's lav, and then having to rearrange that on every track everywhere, so it makes some kind of organizational sense to me.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point, especially about naming tracks. And I think a lot of us know if you've worked in a bag or on a cart, we have different capabilities. Like this is my primary audio cart here, right? I've got a Mac Mini, I've got my sound devices, I can run SD remote. Like, I can easily name my tracks. And if I don't name my tracks, that's just me being lazy. And so it is up to me to not be lazy and to name my tracks, because that can be immensely helpful down the road. Like I said, boom, at the very least, Lav 1, Lav 2. At a better step, name it who the person is, or the actor, or the character, because even that can help. Because then if you're hunting through going, oh, I'm looking for Jane, bam, Jane, all the way through. Yeah, so it's like, if we take that little extra step in the field, it helps down the road so much more. Because I remember sitting in post, also getting files in, going like, I don't know what's what, and I got to take hours or days sometimes just doing admin work of finding files, where if somebody had simply named tracks, would have saved so much time. Yeah. But yeah, a little bit of that admin work goes a long way down the road. But yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, any kind of file organization thing you can do on your end, it sets it up to be so much easier for the editors, for the assistant editors, for me, just everyone that comes downstream from you. It's huge, because even the editors and assistant editors, there's times they're doing their own little dialogue edit while they're cutting, because the director or they, heard a noise in a take, but they loved the take other than that noise, or they just liked a better performance, or the way he said a word differently in another take, and they'll go in and cut from it, right? And I've gotten that before, where it's like, I can look at it and go, yeah, that sync looks a little soft, and then I start digging into the file names, and I go, oh, it's from a different take, obviously. But because if something wasn't named correctly, they're just digging through an audio folder or a bin in their editing system, and even though they've been cutting with like the boom on this track, they just cut in that one word from a lav, and it's, it's a disaster organizationally by the time it gets to me, right? So yeah, naming files is huge.
Nice. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think you'd be more likely to receive files and tracks that were named according to what was recorded on the track if the production sound mixer was recording on multi-mono recordings rather than poly-wave files? Would it be best practice to just always go multi-mono rather than poly? And then once it goes through the editor, you're more likely to have files and tracks that are named correctly?
That's a great question because, you know, I'm using that term poly wave file because I kind of generically, let me admit that, right? I don't know what they're always receiving. You know, sometimes they may be getting multi-mono, sometimes they may be getting a poly wave file. So that could be the culprit of the file naming sometimes, is that, you know, if it's being done as a poly wave file, you know, yeah, it's harder to go in and name individual tracks that way. But again, if I'm not getting a sound report, and there's a lot of times I ask and I don't always get it, you know, I don't know. So sometimes I'm literally given an AAF, and whatever's in that that's what I've got to deal with.
So to kind of clarify, there might be some people who, if you don't know what the difference between a polywave versus like a monowave file is, think about like on an audio recorder, you've got all your different all your different individual tracks. You can write that whole file one of two ways. Either altogether, a polywave file I think of as like a zip file. Like it's everything together in one, like you look at the hard drive, you see one line item, right? That's your take one. That take includes all of your individual tracks. So it's like you can unfold that into 8 tracks, 10 tracks, 20 tracks, whatever. As opposed to a mono wave system is when you're looking at your file or your folder, you're going to see take one, but you're going to see 8 individual files or 10 individual files. Where it comes in, where it sometimes can be important, and I did a show for years. The post department was on an Avid system that couldn't handle polywave files. It was an old system, but they insisted it has got to be 24-bit 48K mono wave files. And at first I was like, why? I was curious because it was kind of in my mind, an archaic way to do it, and it led to more issues. Then when they told me they were just working on this old-ass version of Avid, I was like, okay, that's fine. Well, again, whatever they need, because to me, it doesn't matter. I hit record, and my recorder is either going to record polywave or monowave, depending on how I set it up. So from my standpoint, it doesn't make a difference. From their standpoint, it made a huge difference. But anyway, so polywave versus monowave, that's the difference between those two. I know, obviously, all the sound devices, the Cantars, Zaxcom stuff can all do both. I don't know about like Zoom or some of the newer prosumer stuff if they have those options or not, but something to keep in mind. Anyway.
Yeah, and it's one of these things where it's just like you never know who you're handing off to, right? And what system they're using. Avid, when it was kind of the thing everyone was still using. I mean, Avid just had quirks, right? Like, I mean, there were times where back when everybody was still always doing 16 48K, when people started trying to use 24-bit in post, there was a version, maybe 2 versions of Avid in a row, that you tried to import a 24-bit file, it would just crash the system. And so the editors would just be like, yeah, screw it. We're always going to import everything at 16-bit and just call it a day because they just need to get to work,
Yeah, we got some other questions here. Who has the microphone? Oh, over here. Oh, go for it, John.
I kind of got a 2 question here. How often do you use a mix track? And B, would you like to have the mix track split into 2 mono tracks or stay stereo?
So me personally, I will never use the mix track if I don't have to, right? I'm almost always going to the boom or the lavs and editing accordingly, right? That being said, there's a lot of jobs these days that don't go through audio post. And like you said, he mentioned this earlier, that there's a lot of times the editor is the mixer on a project, for better or for worse. And so those guys are the ones that are probably going to be more likely to use the mix track from set. I've only used mix tracks when I've absolutely had to. Personally, I prefer to have individual channels. We have tools to be able to, like auto align post is a great one to be able to go in and phase align, even on a dynamic level, it can phase align individual mics. So for me, I don't want to use anything that's, phasey or, doing anything frequency response wise like that, or it just gives me less control of something. And that kind of brings to mind another thing, like in post, we set up our projects according to our deliverables, right? If we have to deliver a fully filled M&E mix to the final delivery of the film, what that means for us is, our dialogue tracks are going to basically be, only the dialogue, like literally the words, the breaths, the laughs, the cries, things like that. And then everything else is going to be down on production audio or what we call production effects tracks, because that has to feed to our effects stem. And that's so that basically on the back end they can do easy dubbing by just taking, you know, our what we call a fully filled effects track, you know, and doing that. So having a mix track can sometimes make that a little more difficult, because if there's something in the mix that I can go to ISOs and, you know, get that out of there, you know, it just ties my hands a little bit more in post. So most of the time I'm almost never using it unless it's the only source they have. Yeah, well, you know, there are some editors who cut only with that, right? So it actually is beneficial to a video editor. Some of those guys just want to get in there and deal with the one channel or the two channels, and they just want to cut and cut and cut and get their story piece together, and then they hand off, and they're like, you deal with reassembling all those individual ISO tracks. So it is helpful to them. For me, it's helpful because it is easy for them to keep in sync while they're cutting, right? And it's also very important because there's a lot of editors out there using like Pluralize or some other plugin that resyncs all of your individual ISO tracks using it off of that guide track. So it does serve a purpose, even though I tend to put it to the side when it comes to me. It does serve purposes for other people downstream.
I'll say too, like, you know, some of this goes to like Segan's talk about time code and sync. You know, we're syncing our devices on set, you know, multiple cameras, audio, that kind of stuff. That metadata, that time code, you know, carries through and has great importance all the way through to post. 100%. Because, you know, TJ may be looking at a sound report going, oh man, I've got to find this one take. In the notes, it says it's this timestamp, this day, this time, you know, whatever. And if we're accurate in the field, that carries through and gives him more time to be creative, you know, because production's only giving him X number of hours or a budget to do it. If he has to waste his time on admin work, that's less time that he can be creative and get it sounding that much better. So again, it starts with us. It starts with us in the field to get that, you know, hand off all the proper tools to everybody downstream. Now, if the AE screws it up, well, there's only so much we can do. If the editor screws it up, there's only so much we can do. If somebody at the broadcast station screws it up, well, there's only so much we can do. But, you know, what we can do is give them as many tools as possible: time code, name tracks, yes, you know, organized tracks. I mean, you know, actually, this kind of brings up one question for me. All right, so let's say I've got 8 tracks that I'm recording in my recorder. Mm-hmm. 1, 2, whatever. But then people on channels 4 and 5 leave for 3 hours. Mm-hmm. What do you see as, like, I want to say the cascading effect or shrinkage effect? I don't know, whatever it is. Anyway, so let's say I turn off channels 4 and 5. Yeah. So all of a sudden 6, 7 now become 4 and 5. Right. Does that throw a big monkey wrench into your world?
So
or should we just leave it recording?
That's a great question. And so it can. You know, again, this gets down to organization and the people who it comes to downstream from you. So and how organized they get. So. Yes. So, I mean, if you can still record those even as blank tracks, I know it eats up hard drive space. But to me, I think that's another one of those things we can do between production and audio post to do an end run around, you know, weird mistakes they're going to make in the edit suite, right? Because it forces them to keep things on channel to channel that it needs to be on 1 to 1, 2 to 2, and so on. So, but yes, I have had those times where I'm like, wait, what's going on here? Now there's this, and I'm like, oh, well, this guy's not in that scene, so they didn't. Yeah,
I jumped a track.
Yeah, and it definitely jumps around, and you know, again, it's not like it's that hard for me to just drag something down to the track where I, you know, put that guy's lav in other scenes or whatever. That's part of my job to, you know, organize my timeline, but that part of my job goes so much faster if I'm not having to guess at it.
Sure, that makes sense. Yeah.
I personally don't do a lot of reality TV. Most of the stuff I've done that would be close to that would be more, there's like a PBS show that I do called Afro-Latino Travels with Kim Haas, but it's very, you know, they tend to be in a location and it's like, you know, a boom and a lav per person, usually 2 people, maybe 3 people or something. The really run and gun like reality TV stuff, I haven't worked on any shows like that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I really don't have a lot of experience with that particular genre. Yeah. No, it's a good question. I'm sorry, I really don't know the answer. Yeah, as to how I deal with that.
Yeah. Oh, it's a question.
Booms versus lavs, left, right, center channel. What do you prefer?
What do you mean in terms of what channel number you're putting it on in the recorder?
The balance between left speaker versus right speaker. Or do you
Oh,
wanna have-
gotcha. Yeah. So I mean, dialogue is about 99.99% of the time is going to be center channel, right? Mono. There are exceptions to that. There's a movie I just mixed that was kind of a horror thing, and there's like a voice in someone's head kind of a character that's happening, and that was something we actually did spread out actually throughout all 5 satellite speakers, in that mix a little bit. It was more predominantly in the front, more predominantly in the center, but it was spread out because we were going for this kind of like psycho effect. But regular dialogue, it in the center channel or pan center and stereo.
How about with 2 actors on either side of the screen? Do you try to?
No. It gets really distracting because especially if you're thinking about it's one thing if you're watching it on a phone, right? You'll still hear some panning, but if you think about something in a movie, you've got an actor on the left side, an actor on the right side. It feels like dialogue's doing this if you start doing that for a 40, 50-foot screen, in a theater. So it's pretty rare that we start panning dialogue. Usually it's only for special effect, like, someone's off screen and the actors on screen actually react to someone going, hey, and you want to put that in the back or something like that, or someone's walking off screen. In those moments, yeah, we'll pan it. But in terms of like keeping a static positioning, like left-right dialogue, I would say most mixers are never doing that. Yeah.
John, here, we'll kind of bounce around. Yeah.
Are you disappointed when a mixer rolls off the low end, say there's a truck idling in the parking lot or something?
Only if it's too much low end, I mean, I think most of y'all usually roll off around 80, 70 or 80 or something like that, and that's fine. That works because most of the time we're rolling that off in the mix anyways, I've had one occasion where someone was rolling off much higher than that, and I don't know what was going on in their recorder or what the situation was exactly, but there was just zero low end in that person's voice, and I don't know, honestly, I don't even know how it happened because I don't think most of y'all's recorders do like 120
well, it's
filter.
variable. We can set it where we want it.
Yeah.
So operator error probably.
Yeah, I mean, I would never ever roll off any higher than 80. 60 is probably a good 60 to 70 is probably a good starting point because you also have to think about like that knee on the filter, right? Like, is it going to roll off higher depending on how how much is there and the actor that you're rolling it off on? If it's a guy with a really really deep voice, you don't want to lose all that low frequency content that might be usable. Again, it's great to get rid of really really great subby garbage that's just way down there in the frequency range because we're going to roll that off anyways, but I would just be careful and be real cognizant of making sure you're not rolling off up to like 90, 100, like that starts really chipping away at some voices. Trey?
Yeah, I'm curious in today's workflow how much you like effects from the production tracks. When I started, I was taught to like put foot foam on literally everybody's feet and put carpets down wherever I can. And now as a mixer, I've gotten a lot of notes from editorial and even from post sound about like, hey, we'd like to hear more footsteps. We'd like to hear, which I'm, when I started, I was like, that was the opposite of what we wanted.
Yeah. Great question. And unfortunately, I'm going to say that there's probably no one right answer, right? This is like everything in audio where what works on this job maybe may not work on the next one or even scene to scene. So, I've had jobs where I'm sitting there in iZotope drawing out footstep sounds of like the camera guy across a hardwood floor, trying to make it, as quiet as he can, but it's still creaking and stuff. And, so in those instances, yes, it's great to get the crew out of it. When the actors, like I rarely feel like I have problems with the actors' footsteps. If anything, I appreciate it being in there because I do a lot of indie film work these days. And on indie film work, they don't have the budget for Foley, right? So if they don't have the budget and time for Foley, then that means that's more that I have to either explain to them. You either need to come up with a budget for Foley now, or more time, or it's time I'm having to just eat, as the post mixer doing all this. But great question though, because it also depends on the room. Some rooms are super live, and if there's even a footstep, it's like, and it's a problem in the dialogue edit. But if it's normal stuff and it's not crazy, I mean, keep it in there. Yeah.
We have time for a couple more questions, so we'll do you back and then Stephanie. Okay. Oh, okay.
Just real quick, this was just a follow-up to John's earlier, talking about the mix track versus the ISO tracks. Do you have a preference on pre-fade, post-fade? Because I've always set up, your mix track is your post-fade, and then all your ISO tracks are pre-fade. But if you're just using those, like, do you have a preference as far as the gain staging, as far as that goes?
I'm sorry, you're talking about if the mix track is coming in pre-fade.
Well, I'm saying you're not using the mix track at all, so you're just using your ISO tracks. So
Correct.
so then do you want those post fade, or do you want those pre fade just always hot?
Yeah, I think it's better for me to have a flat level coming to me, right? Because one of the things we're dealing with in dialogue editing is smoothing out room tone changes. And so if you're sitting there writing faders, right, then when I'm trying to edit stuff, I'm hearing room tone, and it can be a problem in the dialogue edit. Yeah, great question though.
Cool. Oh, here, I think one more, Stephanie, but you had a question real quick. So real quick for the live stream, she was asking about how dependent are we on, are you on script supervisor notes?
Yeah.
Just so they can hear.
So great question. When I worked at RealFX and we were in animation, and of course this is when we're recording all of the dialogue in the studio, so it's hyper controlled and all that. And a lot of times I was the person recording that dialogue, right? I loved having a script supervisor in the room because it meant I could focus on just the levels, listening to the actor's performance and their, where they are in relation to the mic and all that kind of stuff. And I could do that and not have to sit there and do take sheet notes while I'm recording, like in a commercial VO session or something, and so we loved that. Now, again, going to indie film, a lot of times there is no script supervisor. By the time it gets to me, and from a commercial project or something like that, again, I'm lucky if I am going to get those notes. I mean, like it's rare, but I would love to have them, because I can't tell you how much easier it is when I go, okay, I need to find an alt take for that, to go, okay, well, the script supervisor said, oh, this was on take 6 of day 2, boom, it's right there, and I can go find that file like that, versus me going, okay, God, what's that file name? Let me go to the folder and go check and see if I can find that, and then somehow it got renamed from the time they brought it into their timeline, when the editor did it. So yeah, if I can get those notes, thank you. But a lot of it's also a matter of whether or not it gets passed on. Yeah.
All right, I think we kind of got to wrap it up for this one, but huge thanks to TJ Calloway for his insights on the post side of things.
We had a question online.
I guess we have one question online.
Yeah.
Was that what it was?
Yeah, we had a question from the online chat. It was asked, do you use impulse responses? Should production sound mixers record impulse responses from location?
Great question. Yeah.
This one's a good
I've
one.
only
Nerdy
really
question.
had, I think, twice where I've had impulse responses passed on to me. And one of those times I was actually able to use it, because creatively what was going on in the project, I was needing to do some ADR in the session, and it really helped to use that impulse response on a reverb to be able to go in and do some room matching. So yes, if you can, I mean, this is one of those things I would always say to production mixers. If you can take time to get an impulse response, if you can take time to get that extra, bit of room tone at the beginning and ending of takes, if you can take that time to do wild lines, oh my God, that's so helpful, and also if you can take time to even do, and this is, sorry, not trying to go off on a tangent, I know we're short on time, but if there's ever anything special about where you're recording a scene, if you can capture that sound, it's incredible. I had a movie last year that I was doing where it took place near the ocean, and the guy who was the production mixer on it he took the time to go take like, I think 2, maybe 3 different recorders, you know, and go set them out at the ocean and literally left them overnight until the wave file just stopped recording, right? And it was amazing because the director, you know, knew that he did that. So the director comes to you creatively and they're super pumped about like, we recorded these sounds custom for you. Are you using them? And I'm like, yeah, of course I am, you know? And it was great to be able to go through that. And not only did those sounds like, not only did it satisfy the director creatively, but it's also one of these things where, you know, that sound really kind of matched with the sound of the ocean waves that was already in the dialogue, because it's from that environment, you know? So, I mean, and it stops me from having to go and find, you know, sound ideas, you know, 6,000 blah, 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 dot wave that, you know, is just the same ocean sound that everyone's always heard. So, yeah, if you can get unique sounds that are out there on set, it could be a car, you know, if there's a really unique car that you're using in a scene, you know, that's kind of important to the story, or a weapon, or, you know, whatever it is, if you have the time to spend recording that prop or whatever that is, or just the environment that is unique, you know, it may not be something I use in the dialogue edit, like, you know, traditional room tone, but it could be something that I use just in setting the scene or as a layer, you know, within a surround mix. Because when we're building, you know, environments in surround, we're not taking just a stereo, you know, sound ideas 6,000 whatever room tone and popping it in there. You know, we're having to kind of surroundize things, right? And there's various ways of doing that with plugins that upmix, but if I have the time on a project, I prefer to go in and build that environment and actually put something in the left, right, and center, and put something in the left surround and right surround, and then put some mono elements in there, you know, put a bird over here and put a car passing by over here, you know, and things like that, because it just makes the scene that much more believable. But, it, you know, again, it comes down to budget and all that stuff, but if you guys record that and capture it, I mean, it's kind of a field day for me to get a folder full of stuff like that, because I'm like, this is amazing. And I get to add it to my sound effects library, so, you know, it's...
Win-win. All right.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, awesome. Well, we're going to wrap this one up. We'll take another break here, you know, get some more food and drinks, use the restroom, and we'll be back in a few minutes with Kevin, who's going to give us a fantastic seminar on booming. He's an extremely experienced and accomplished boom operator out in Atlanta. So come back here in a few minutes. We'll see you.
Right. Thank you, guys.
All right, everybody, we're going to get going here. So Kevin Shirkiai, he is a extremely accomplished boom operator out in predominantly Atlanta, and he works with a couple other gentlemen out there pretty consistently, and he has mixed or boomed major feature films, indie films, all kinds of stuff, but he is excellent. He also he's a rep, and he works a lot with Boom Rig, like the Easy Rig, so we've all seen the Easy Rig for the cameras. The Boom Rig is out there as well, but he helped really design it and help really make it an actual usable tool for boom operators. So anyway, so here you go. Here's Kevin. All right.
Hey everyone, thanks for coming. I want to thank Matthew for putting this together. And I also helped put together the Atlanta Mixer, so that's how we met. So anyways, appreciate everyone coming out. I know it's super cold and it's a weekend, and these events are very important, I feel. And with what's going on in the in the industry right now, being together, some people are having a really hard time not working. So as long as we get together, we can talk about how we can make this better. So I'm Kevin Shirkiai. I'm a boom operator, Atlanta-based, as Matthew told you. I work with a guy, Whit Norris, out of Atlanta for about 7 years now. Previous to that, I worked with Peter Devlin. He's LA-based for 25 years. Just recently became a member of AMPES, the Academy, as a boom operator, associate member of CAS. And if anyone isn't part of that group for CAS, we'll have some stuff out tomorrow for CAS. You may want to look into that as a resource to joining. If you're a student, there's student memberships and associate memberships for boom operators and mixers. There's a whole different setups for how you can join. I started a nonprofit with some friends in Miami, After School Film Institute, that's where I'm originally from. And we work with kids in middle school and high school, teach them about from the pitch to the mirror of making a film, short films. We just had a film festival yesterday with 45 entries from high schools. And the other thing is important, things outside the film industry. I also volunteer for Meals on Wheels Atlanta. I was a volunteer of the year a few years ago, and it's a good organization. And if anyone feels, with working in film, it takes up a lot of time, and that's all you live in the film world or television world. It's always nice to give back outside of our industry too, if we can. So a couple things. This is not really going to be a technique type of talk. I just want it to be more conversational about, we've talked a lot about this today, sound mixing. We talked about all the equipment that sound mixers can use, and we talked about dealing with production office and how they're our friends, and post-production, which is always a great talk. I want to talk about the rest of the department and as a team, a boom operator and utility. I've done both. I did 7 years as a utility, probably like almost 30 years as a boom operator. Some of the credits I've worked on here. But let's see. What does a boom operator do? I mean, our main goal is to capture clean, isolated dialogue. We kind of are the eyes and ears of the set for the sound department. My background is really working on motion pictures, a lot of action-based movies. I like to joke, the movies I work on either have a color or a number behind it. So anyways, yeah, we work as an extension of the production sound mixer. Like, I am the guy that is on the set all the time. I'm really trying to work with the ADs, all the different heads of department that are working the set. We always say sound department is one of those departments that doesn't support the camera. Everybody else, all the other departments support the camera. So we have to make a lot of friends really quick when we come onto a set and deal with, all the upcoming things and how to solve problems before they become, and that's the next thing, anticipate problems before they happen. Work amongst all the departments. So I'm pretty much dealing with heads of department on the set all day long. My utility is dealing with production, ordering expendables. They will deal with the ADs to make sure they're getting talent to wire ahead of time. Our sound mixer, he's dealing with above the line, and if any of us need help, he'll jump in wherever we need. That's kind of how we work on a three-person crew. Yeah, the diplomacy between departments. You know, when we need something, we need something. And we have to ask for it. It's not a given. Like when the camera department asks for something, they get it. Lighting needs a flag, they get it. Well, if I need a topper, now I've got to be very, hey, got to help me out here. When to speak up and when to hold back. That's important stuff. Like, should we wait for this plane? Should we wait, the car slam, hit the brakes? Just knowing what you can get away with. And, some people go a little bit overboard. And it's nice having these talks with post-production because they can do a lot for us to help us out. We want to kind of fly under the radar most of the time, and that's how we like to do it. And why is the boom still the best mic on the set is because it's the most natural sounding microphone. Every time we still, nowadays it's wire everybody, boom what you can boom. And, it's still important even if you're committing to using wirelesses just for the mix for, dailies, still have that boom in there because if you can be within 5 to 10 feet or 8 feet, and you could tell, correct me if I'm wrong, but you can do time correction and use that boom to open up those microphones. Yep. Another thing is anybody wants to jump in here, and if, hopefully you learn one thing today, but I like to learn too. And if you have any comments or questions, please go ahead and jump in and interject. Tools that I use, boom poles. Number one thing, carbon fiber versus aluminum. One big thing about the difference is price. They both do the same type of thing, but a lot of with aluminum, sometimes tend to be a little bit heavier. They can, if you ding them, they can bend and have problems. They won't last as long. But it's maybe the right tool for you to use at the time just because of your factors of money. But there's some great products out there. So I use carbon fiber. I use a 20-foot pole from K-Tech. It's the KP20. I feel the type of work I do, it's very versatile that I can go from a short pole to a long pole and not have to worry about carrying so many different poles in the kit. I have typically carry 3 poles with me on a set, 2 of the KP20s, and I'll have actually 4 poles, a shorter pole, and then I'll have like my little micro pole. It's like if you end up in a little bathroom and it's like one-handed over the top of internal versus external cables. Going back many, many years, it was always going to be external cables. I'm wrong. There was flow-through cables. They were had some material. I can't remember what it was. VDB had them. It was like cloth cable, and it just helped with noise rattling inside the poles. And then external cables versus internal cables become an East Coast, West Coast thing. And then it became internal coiled. That was, really helpful when wireless boom was coming around. And it was also nice to be able to not have to coil the cable around the outside of a pole. I use now that a lot of boom poles and a lot of boom operators are using wireless booms. Depending on the brand of transmitters you're using, it helps with, I'm using a ZMT4, so it's super light. I can mount it on close to the microphone. And then if you're using internal cable, you still have to worry about rattle if you're running or something. Normally I can get away with, if I have to use an internal cable and back mount a AD3, that weighs, it's a little bit heavier, but it becomes a counterbalance on the back end of your pole. So that's kind of important. We'll get into that a little bit later. Choosing the right pole for the scene, I kind of just went over that. Indoor versus outdoor considerations. And that kind of goes in the sense of, what's the best microphone, And everybody has a different thought. I like to use the MKH50 internal. inside and external. We use a cement. I'm happy with that. Sounds great, but then it's all about mounts and weight, and some of those things aren't considered. But if you can afford to have lightweight stuff that suppresses the wind as much as possible, it's really makes it easier, saves your back, saves your arms. So if I seem like I'm running through this, I'm a little nervous. A lot going on today. So thanks. Let's see. Yeah, shock mounts. I typically, for me, we have Whit Norris is who I work with. He has a whole selection of Sonella stuff. So we'll use a piano exterior. I'll use, every now and then, I'll use the Cozy, and I'll use that Cozy interior, exterior. We just finished a movie last year, Moana, the live version of it. A lot of blue screen, a lot of interior, a lot of wind machines. But I was able to rock a MKH50 in that Cozy and not have to, at 20 feet out with wind machines, and it worked great. It really, because I thought we were going to have to, tried out the cement interior in a piano, and it just didn't have the warmth that we felt that it should have. So another thing, just going back to the Moana thing, we had a lot of challenges on that movie. It was a musical, and a lot of the guys didn't wear shirts. So it was interesting, and luckily we had a lot of preparation for that movie, and worked with, without giving out too much stuff, with our hair and makeup people and VFX to help us with these situations. So I think you'll all be happy if you watch the movie. Other tools, softies versus full blimps. I'm not like the biggest fan of softies type of things. Even though the Cozy seems like it, the microphone is all the way into that mount. A lot of wind noise. Sometimes we'll hit the back end of the microphone, and you can hear that or feel that. So those are also, cost considerations, and it's like maybe the right tool for you to use. But a full blimp I would prefer to use if I'm exterior or have that situation. Let's see here. Managing wind, handling noise. We kind of went a little bit over that with internal, external cables. Little tricks and stuff that you learn. If you have to handling noise, maybe is it your hands are sweaty or something, you have to slide the pole across your hand. That will give you handling noise. There's ways to suppress that using a glove, like a silk glove, or there's just little tools. Every now and then I'll just have a little wrap. K-Tech makes a little wrap that you can slide the pole in and out of. So, do we really need to use a heavy wind jammer on a piano? Or can we just get away with the piano? Sometimes people figure, I'm outside, I'm just going to throw a jammer on there. Just go to it. Less is more. It always makes it nice. You want the natural sound as possible. And that also goes with people that do wiring. I see a lot of utilities that are wiring people, and they're just putting so much gack over the microphone that's unneeded because, it worked on this before, I'm going to do it again. It's like, unless you know the wardrobe and you've worked with it over and over, and you know what you need to have. But typically, a piece of tape and the bare microphone works really, really well. Another tool that I have is the boom rig over here. I like to use it when I have to be over 14 feet out on my pole, and I know it's going to long scene. I'm stuck, I have a good space to use, interior, exterior, but someone that has had to leave the business for a year because of a shoulder injury, because of long and extended takes, that's boom rig and easy rig helped make this happen. For years I had been looking for a solution with exoskeletons, and I just felt out of my own pocket went to a bunch of different companies around the US to figure out, are these devices good for me? And I just felt all of them didn't have the assist that we wanted, and everything was around $5,000. And it's like, I would spend the money. It's an insurance policy for my body. Because just think, being off for 2 weeks or a month or a year, that would have paid for that. So other stuff I have in my kit, rigs for cars and plants, different type of mounting equipment. Between me and Whit, we have a bunch of stuff we can get by. It's right in our drawer, ready to go. Another great tool that I use from time to time, a lot of the shows I do is multiple cameras. So are you all familiar with Q-Take is? So Q-Take is going to be, it's an app-based thing that the Video Assist guys will have on their cart, and you just download an app as long as you're approved in the system, and sometimes the producers want you to be approved. I can see the live frame on my phone. So I have like a little wristband thing if I need it, and I will flip it on, and if you guys come around later, I can see me, I can show a sample picture of what Q-Take looks like. But it's a great tool, and it keeps you from asking lots of questions. Sometimes I'm around a corner and I really can't see the camera, what's happening, but I can, if I have the Q-Take on, it's really, really nice. Art of placement. Ideal mic distance for natural dialogue. People feel, let me press the frame all the time on a close-up. I don't feel that it's always necessary. If people are talking at natural things, unless they're whispering, I'll push the frame hard. But typically above the frame, they're seeing if it's just top of head. Even if it's a haircut, I'm still going to be up here a little bit. I just feel it sounds great. We haven't had any complaints being that way. I see some people, I feel, and it's all, I'll watch a utility that I haven't worked with before, and I always want them to try to match where I'm at on things. So, and I just angles of microphones. Sometimes they're just pointing the microphone straight down, and I don't know if everyone else agrees with me, but kicking back, having the microphone pointing right into their chest. If I can do that, that's going to be the best thing. Matching perspective to shot, that's like old school. Everybody nowadays just wants to hear the close. The close will fix it later. If it makes sense and it sounds great and it's a wide master, and you can boom that and you can be within a reasonable amount of distance. But back in the old days, if it was a wide shot, there wasn't any wires around, and it would be sound the way it looks. And then when it gets to a close-up, they punch in. But now everybody wants to have all the options available. Let's see here. Some things just to think about if you're new in the industry, like cueing off dialogue, rhythm with actors and movement. If we actually get a rehearsal, and if there's a lot of exactly, we're getting good at being mind readers, right? Now if we can just figure out the lotto numbers, right, we wouldn't even have to be here at all talking about booming. The best thing, sometimes a lot of actors and directors, they let them just kind of do their thing and just let them go with it a lot of times without the rehearsal. And so this cueing off the dialogue and rhythm, it goes a couple different ways. Like, I'll know the dialogue, so you're always looking for a keyword at the end and know to swing over and stuff. But a lot of times you'll get into that rhythm of that dance and knowing it, and you can feel it in people's eyes, you can feel it in their mouth, of like who's actually going to jump next, especially if it's like overlapping kind of made up stuff. So, and then they'll change one word or two words, and then it's like throws you off. But I just kind of like, when that starts happening, I will just back off a little bit, until we get a better flow of things, and then kind of push back in. Most mixers won't notice that I've done that. They just know it sounds good. Swinging quietly. I don't know why I put that. I should have took that off. Anticipating line deliveries. That's the whole thing. Watching, feeling the eyes, especially, or the mouth. And if if the conversation or the script makes sense as a boom operator, you'll be able to feel it. Every now and then, there'll be a scene like where the actors don't have the flow right, and it just throws off everybody. It'll throw me off, and it's just like, it's really frustrating. But if they're not in sync with you, you're not in sync. Handling, next thing, like handling overlapping dialogue, we have that happen a lot, and people don't understand how important it is to cover the overlapping dialogue, or asking them on close-ups not to overlap, and when to jump in there and with the mixer, or even, Whit will let me just go right to the director. Hey, this overlapping's not going to work in your cuts, especially the way you're filming it, like single camera on a close-up and the other guy's overlapping. Unless you're going to dedicate yourself to using that cut, you're locking yourself in. So let's see here. Working with camera and lighting. Recently, we were doing some pickup shoots for a movie called The Breadwinner, and I had not worked with these camera operators before. And I guess the last couple of shows, they didn't have very good boom operators, because I was coming to them and saying, do you see that reflection of that light in that window in the background there? And right away, a lot of respect happens for that, because some of those guys are so busy and they miss that. And then, of course, now it's like, hey, you guys are holding us up now. So all that little, like coming up to them and just being proactive of, some people stand back and watch. I want to know what's happening, and I'll make sure with those camera operators know. And a lot of times they really appreciate the collaboration. I'm not going to tell them how to do their shot, but I'm just going to ask them, hey, do you see that? Or, I have this little shadow in that corner. Do you think you'll pan over there? Because it's a couple feet out, and a lot of times they'll say no. Working with assistant camera ops, a lot of times they'll be right up there with the monitor, right next to the camera, or within that little area where you want to be. A lot of times I'll just work back a little bit if I have enough room with my pole, or if I need to have that space, just dealing with them. And a lot of them are really good about it. Going back to the old days, a lot of them didn't have remote focus, and they were married to the camera with the knobs for focusing. Working with Grip and Electric, really trying to be proactive with help that I may need, like a cutter, or a noisy lamp with electricians, and just being politically correct with those guys, and not trying to throw them under the bus at the last minute. You have a noisy light, or this DP's lighting isn't very good, and I'm getting these really hard shadows on a back wall. That's like, just getting them to fix that stuff. Working with VFX teams, that's another thing. I do work a lot of blue screen, green screen, understand how it works, understand what we can get away with. A lot of people don't understand that. Some of the stuff that we've seen before about, wide and tights at the same time, and the camera's not really moving. And I've done a lot of Marvel stuff, so you do plates, tiling after every setup. So just as long as you want to try to get in there for that close-up with that wide, you just kind of have to work with the director and VFX to see if they're okay with that. Most of the time, on some shows, they get it. They know how to do all that stuff. But some of these smaller productions don't get that. And then other things, they may not have the budget for these removals, but it's getting cheaper and easier to do. So they'll dip in, let you say say action, but before they do that, they'll just get a couple seconds of a plate, and then I'll just boom, dip right on in, get the close-up while the wide is happening, and then at the end of the scene, when they're happy, they'll go and tile everything, and then they can just replace it. It's so simple nowadays. So, and also on shows, like every now and then we need a wire removal happen, just because someone does have no shirt on, cables going down their back, and maybe they catching a side view of that. It's pretty easy fix nowadays. We try not to have that happen, but every now and then. Kind of went over some of the asking for adjustments, knowing when to adapt and advocate for what we need. Sometimes we know what we can get away with, you know. Is that airplane that flew over, is it distracting? A little bit. It's there, but it's an easy takeout nowadays. So we may just let it roll and not have to get another one. But I will, if it's bad, then it's definitely, I'll stand up and say, we really, really need to go again. And, or if you are happy with an earlier take, every now and then, it's like some mixers want to be the person that goes to the director and asks that. A lot of times, mixers I work with are happy to have me advocate right on set. If it's something that's really sensitive, then I may ask for the mixer to come up and take care of that. And that would be the same thing as like getting cooperation without confrontation with the grip and electric a lot of times, or wardrobe. That's a whole nother thing. I wish there was a good utility class going on here. And I know there was, Alana was down in Austin. Alana used to work with me in Atlanta. And, you know, that's something that we see with wardrobe. And it's just trying to be proactive with wardrobe, and anything that my utility is doing with the actors, wiring, I will go and make sure I know what he's doing, not to correct him, but if there's a correction that needs to be made on set and he's not around or she's not around, so I know how to make a fix. But we do take a lot of time in prep on a movie. So we'll work with wardrobe. I'm starting a movie, or loading it on Friday, starting for Monday. It's a little lower budget movie, but they have given us the okay for Thursday to come in and take a look at wardrobe and costumes for what they know they have. And there's, you know, I like to, you know, fly under the radar on the set, so it's just being calm, trusted, you know. So if I do need something, people do know. If I'm asking for it, it is important. I kind of mentioned earlier about booms are always the best sounding, most natural sounding microphones on the set. Strengths and weaknesses of lavs, there's many. Noise, clothing rustle, RF problems that you can have with it. The transmitter doesn't work with the wardrobe because it's too big. So, but in film and TV, lavs are, it's just part of the daily setup. Every setup or scene is going to get, someone's getting a microphone put on them, it seems, nowadays. I said, yeah, you have to use the lavs definitely when booming is impossible, but I always like to put the boom in there, and, you know, as close as I can get. Sometimes it's not worth it. And then surviving the job. Protect yourself, stretching out. You know, I don't know if anyone's familiar with safety bulletin number 45. No one knows that. Well, you get to look that up for with the producers and all the studios and the unions came up with safety bulletin. You guys gotten safety bulletins before, right? They're always attached to the back of call sheets. They should be, if they have smoke or fire, or explosions or heat or cold. So there's this safety bulletin 45 is about long and extended takes. And that's to protect camera operators, boom operators, anyone that has to do something that's strenuous. And it's just how do we get around that? And you can talk about it because you get a script for a movie and a schedule. You can see it's a 10-page scene. Is this going to be cut up? You know, just talking about if it's, you know, a Steadicam operator standing there for 10 minutes, you know, the producers have to have a plan. It's, you know, you become a tripod, or, you know, how many times have you been around? It's like, keep rolling, you know. It's knowing how to make that stop. And, you know, if you speak up about, hey, I need a break, that they can't really give you a hard time about it. We're all proud. I'm proud. I don't want to have to cut a take because I'm tired. But, you know, I do have a tool if I know I can do that or have to do that. In the morning, I do stretch my arms, my shoulders. I have torn my rotator cuff, and that was one of the bad days. Drinking a lot, protecting your shoulders, wrists, and back. That kind of helps you there. And staying mentally sharp. It's kind of hard on long days, but hydration definitely helps with that. Some advice for new boom operators here. Important thing, know the frame. It's important. And if you're not sure, make sure you find out and ask. Things happen quick nowadays. Camera departments are wearing headsets to the director or the DP, and things are often changing. And if you're working with the mixer that can see, sometimes you can't tell, even though you're looking at the camera, they just zoomed in on something or somebody. Let's see, just anticipating where the camera's going to go next. Sometimes you can figure it out from what you're seeing or how the scene's playing out. And this is just a lot of times with these rehearsals, the non-rehearsal stuff. It's a surprise for everybody. Learning the blocking. I always really want, whenever they're blocking a scene, a rehearsal, I really push hard for my utility to be in there. Sometimes they're very busy, they're like wiring talent or taking care of something, but I really, really want them in there to help, figure out the set. I know that whatever we're going to be doing, we're going to be wiring people nowadays. In the past, we just knew, it's the master, will wire them for the master, and they'll just take them off. But some of that blocking stuff is really important. Just knowing, like you guys talked about the last little series about taking footsteps out. We try to keep everything clean as we can. Sometimes it's not possible. Just knowing how to, are the footsteps too much where it is, the dialogue is not, we feel may not be usable. We'll try to help out with that a lot, whether it's putting carpets down, putting foot foam on actors, or heel caps on women's shoes. So those things are important with our, for me to realize that, my utility to realize that, and we shouldn't have to hear it from the mixer to tell us to make sure we're doing that, because that is just part of our job. Coming into a location, if you're on a show where you're always moving around, the first things I'm looking for, along with my utility, is like, what are going to be our noisy things in here? How do we, work with locations on getting air turned off, the refrigerator turned off? This is hard services in here. Let's make sure we have 10 carpets if we can, or see what locations has, and just, working that. And that's all part of the blocking. Is it going to be one boom or two booms for the scene? Will we have to, use two booms here, and then maybe there's a third person entering from the back of a room? Is that going to be a wire? So we'll just communicate that with the mixer. I take lots of notes on my script while they're blocking. Communicating early. We're always trying to figure out, that's part of showing up on the set or location scouts. The mixer, Whit Norris, who I work with, was going to be here. Unfortunately, he has a scout on Monday. And with the way the weather is right now, it's more important for him to go on that scout, and just part of the communication. So he's been talking to me about a lot of locations that we're going to have on this next movie. Practice cueing regularly. And it's funny because for new boom operators, like, how do you do that? And since I do work with schools in Miami with our nonprofit, we work with kids that are interested in sound, believe it or not. Most of them want to be producers, directors, and camera. So, but a lot of times when they're meeting and having the classes and they're all collaborating amongst themselves, I tell the kids, just walk around with the boom and a headset, a little mixer, and just anticipate what, who's going to speak next in the conversation. It's like, you can read this script and know who's speaking next, but sometimes it's just makes it easier to understand what they're talking about when you're reading the script. Sometimes you just read it, okay, whatever, this is what they're saying. But if you put yourself in as part of that conversation, it makes it easier to remember scripts. And I'm terrible at it, so I just kind of remember a couple key words. Stay calm, stay collaborative, and kind of that's about it for me. And if anybody has questions, I'm really happy, you know.
Hey, so earlier, whenever you were talking about equipment, the question I had was you didn't really talk about your boom kit. So, like, you know, historically, the MM1 and with like a transmitter was kind of, but a lot of guys are going to wireless where they're using an IFB or IEM. What are you using and why?
Okay, so equipment-wise, for me that I personally own that I am going to bring onto a set is going to be a really good pair of headphones, my boom poles, boom stand, some mounts that I have, other equipment, because the sound mixer, most of the sound mixers on features and television own their own equipment, so I'm at the mercy of what they're using. So right now, we currently use ZMT4s as transmitters. We also use those as our talkbacks as ZMT4, because you can set those up as being power up on mute. They have the up button feature that in the main screen that becomes a momentary switch, and if you click it twice, it latches. So if I need to talk to the mixer, and also having all the same equipment across, since all we're using in Dante, and it just doesn't have us with a ton of different stuff. So it just and it's all like that stuff is pretty pricey, and that's what works for us. I mean, we're getting ready to move over to RF over fiber on our next show. I mean, that we're going to implement it like next week or this week, and but yeah, we're using ZMT4s. We're using the URX 100s as our IFB back, and that just we're in the Zaxcom infrastructure with the X3 recorder, and let's see. I use the Sennheiser HD25s. Those are my headphones of choice for over 20 years. I have a set of Mina ears that are from Remote Audio that are set up to mimic the HD25s. So sometimes I want those in-ears, but I really prefer the over-the-ear. Just I can't switch anymore. It's you know what you like to hear. Boom poles, I have two 20-foot boom poles. I have an 18-foot. I have like a 10-foot and like I think it's like 5 or 6 feet. It's an old VDB pole. So, and a boom box.
As far as monitoring goes, as the boom up, shut up. Do you find it's easier to do your job getting the best possible boom track when you're listening to the boom ISO track or the post fader mix?
I want to hear the mix. I always want to hear the mix.
Wrong answer.
Well, the reason why is because how can we, if we have to go between boom and lav, then it's like I want to be able to hear where I'm coming in, or if we're going, if we're passing a mic over on the second boom, I want to hear, you know, how that transition is. So every now and then, I know my for the mix for dailies, like we'll commit to the wires, you know, for something, but I may have I may be booming that at a little bit, you know, distance in height just because of the frame line. Every now I still want to listen to the mix just because if the wires, I can help out with something that's not right. I can run in there because I don't want to hear. There's a problem with the wires, and I don't know what you're talking about. But I will, from time to time, ask for my ISO track to be played back, just to see where I'm at, and then we can put that in as a note that that boom track is good. Also, with the URX, I do have my boom channel programmed in there, so I can switch easily between that. My utility, that's another great tool, the URX 100. You can program, like if we have 10 lavs or 10 radios working, my utility will program all 10 of those into his URX, and he may have to go, far away to wire somebody, or he's just around the corner. He doesn't have to ask the mixer, hey, can you turn open channel 3 so I can hear this person? He can just tune it in, and they come to set and they work well. 98% of the time.
Two questions for you. One, you were talking about your setups as far as Pianissimo and different setups. Are you having to change those on a regular basis, or do you have enough inventory that you're able to say, hey, I'm going to do these 4 or 5 setups because we're going to move from scene to scene to scene?
Yeah, we have plenty of stuff. I mean, like, I think what you're
not having to change out like, oh, I'm going to move to a cozy. I'm going to move. You have, extra mics and stuff.
Yeah, we have
able to
extra
do
mics.
that.
Yeah. So like for this show, I actually borrowed a cozy and we have 5 50s. So and we have 2 CMITs, and then we have a bunch of other microphones. So we definitely have plenty enough. And if we feel we need more, we'll make sure we have more. It's just
So
like
you-
sometimes you're having to preset some plants around or have stuff ready to go. So some people, don't have that luxury of having that extra stuff around. So sometimes some people have to plan that out, and if they need to rent it from or borrow from someone over the weekend or so, or whatever, you can do it that way. But yeah, we have plenty of stuff.
And
If you,
one other thing I was going to ask is, like, if you have a long backwards moving scene, so you're working blind, do you usually have like a second utility or somebody backing you up?
if it's a tricky move, like if I was going down around this corner, yeah, I definitely have it. But if it's outdoors, big open space, like we did Any Given Sunday, the football movie years ago, plenty of open spaces. But if it's and when we were hardline back in the day, you'd always need someone on your back if you were going to make a move more than from going from here to here. So, any other questions? Yeah.
Yeah, quick question, and kind of double-sided. Earlier, whenever you said how you were picking microphones for the Moana live action and you were looking for a particular warmth, I wanted to know what was, and this might be more a question for you and the mixer, but how is it that you all go about deciding, 1, what microphones to use, and 2, what lavs and booms will cut together best to give what you're looking for?
So and that's something I didn't break up. So our inventory of lavs that we're using are DPAs. We pretty much use the 6061s nowadays. We have a lot of them, and 6060s. So that's another important thing as a utility coming in and day playing stuff as boom operators. Really check the inventory that with the person you're working with, because so many people have so much different type of equipment. It's really important to learn all that stuff, and especially like these type of events. You have an opportunity because here you don't have a vendor in town, and so you just can't walk into the shop and show me this, this, and this, because I'm sure Jerry can do it. I know John Hicks will do it. TK will do it. Show me, can I borrow this and play with this in the shop out of your rental? Because I'm sure if he has that. So being in Atlanta, Chicago, New York, LA, you can walk into a shop and try out any kind of gear for the most part. And that's so important. And for utilities is getting to know wireless, number one thing. So it's so important, those jobs. And it's so different from when I was a utility person, because most of the stuff you see around nowadays is because of us old guys. asking for it. Now there's tons of people and tons of ways of getting that equipment out. And a lot of people will listen to you. Like with the Easy Rig, someone had some comments. Well, guess what? All this stuff is made in Sweden. Easy Rig is 14 people, the company. And if they need to make a production change, they can do that easily. So they can do some custom stuff if you really, really need it. Try not to do that, but same thing with K-Tech changes, they're very much to listen to you and very happy to make something custom, some of these smaller shops. So, because they're not making thousands of things, they're making, a few at a time if they need to. Yes.
It's a little bit of a question, a little bit of just kind of starting a dialogue about this, but I think a lot of us have seen news articles and things like that where people are talking about why is it so hard to understand dialogue on TV shows and movies now, and this has become a very common topic among us post mixers, because of course we get blamed for it and whatever. But one of the things I think a lot of us as post mixers tend to find is if an actor's always delivering lines, and it's becoming very fashionable for actors to act that way now. What can we do, right? Because there's only so much we can do in post to fix that, and especially if there's a big noise floor on that. Are you finding that directors and actors are receptive? Do you even have the ability or the capital sometimes to go and have those conversations, or is that totally off limits to tell them like, hey, they need to project a little bit more,
Yeah, and it's a tricky situation, and it's how good are you with the director, and it's like coming up to them. I'm definitely not going to go to the actor first and say you need to speak up, because I don't want to change their performance, and we're there to capture the performance, right? That's one of our most important jobs. We want to preserve that as much as possible. But I notice from time, every now and then, because you'll do multiple takes over and over, and with the mumbling, you kind of start learning the dialogue from the mumbling. You understand it. I have the words in front of me if I need it. And some people get real comfortable with that sometimes and forget to say something about it. And for me, in the sound, I do maybe will be one or two takes, because maybe the director will say something, to the actor. He may pick up on that, hey, you need to speak up. But I'll always say, if the time comes up, I will say their level, so I can't understand anything they're saying. And is this something that you want for the performance? Or are you happy to fix this later? And give them that option. Just let them know, hey, this is a concern. I'm not going to say they have to speak up. I'm not the director. I want to work. We're daily employees, Bye, see ya. So, yeah, we're very much sensitive to that stuff.
Okay, so earlier you mentioned that on certain sets you'd like to mitigate like movement noise or environmental noise by placing down like carpet or like using foam on the actors. And I was wondering, is it expected of you as like a boom operator or location sound to have these kinds of utilities in your kit to minimize rustling or to attach to like, I guess you use like some like foam cap to minimize like footsteps?
Yeah, yep.
And if so, like what do you think is like a good starter or like just a couple like essentials to have for that kind of scenario?
So in the kit, so we do carry carpets with us, but locations lately has been having them around because of safety reasons, like a cord going across. Some, tape will work sometimes, but depending on the fire codes, like in Los Angeles, that would be carpet over that. You would have to have it. So locations always has that stuff, we feel. Like the foot foam is something I would have in my kit starting. I would have moleskin in my kit to mitigate like lavalier noise and stuff like that. I would, there's so many products nowadays, you try out some stuff and see what you like the best. They all pretty much cost the same, right, Jerry? Like the furries and stuff like that for lavaliers. I always have transport tape for wiring, all types. We have, because we've been around for many years, and I always encourage my utility person before we're starting the show, to walk around True Audio or Gotham and see what's on the shelf, what's new, and let's try something different. Sometimes we're pretty comfortable with what we have in our kit, so we're very fortunate in Atlanta that our equipment is stored at True Audio, so we're always in there, in and out, and it's a nice place. It's a nice thing is if you're prepping a job and you had a store like that here to prep, you can help out with sales too. So, someone had a question over here. Okay.
Probably wrap this one up here. Awesome, cool. Well, thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it. So fantastic stuff. Kevin will be around tomorrow also, showing both Orca and boom rig stuff. And are you going to be demonstrating the boom rig tomorrow?
They can try it out themselves.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I've tried it before. It's It's one of those things where I think I was hesitant about it at first, but you try it, you're like, this thing actually works pretty well. You know, it's not going to work in every situation, but you know, as I get older, as we all get older, it's amazing what some of these little tools or big tools really come in handy. So check it out tomorrow. Come by for that. We'll take another break right now, and we'll be back in
I
a
got
second.
one quick thing to say.
Oh,
Just two
yeah.
things, really. Actually, don't knock it till you try it.
Yep.
And number two is one of my friends, Ken Strain, does have a video series about, you know, booming, like technique and stuff like that. And I have gone out on with K-Tech and Ken. I've done master classes around the world, but I kind of just support him in that stuff. As you see, I'm not the greatest talker, but Ken is really good at it. And he's, if you ever catch any of his stuff, he has really good things. And wiring stuff, Viviana Turi, he's great. He shows a lot of technique. So follow Viviana or Daniele Turi, and he always posts stuff. So,
For sure. Yeah, definitely. All right, cool. We'll take another little break. We'll be back in a second. Jerry's going to give us a great seminar on wireless coordination and talk about wireless and all that fun stuff. Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
like
awkward.
room tone all over again.
I know. Jeez, awkward. Whose pants are off? All right. Yeah. So Jerry from Second City Sound, he'll educate us all on RF frequency coordination, which is hugely important in our line of work. So there you go.
Nice. Thank you, Matthew. Thanks, everybody, for coming out. I appreciate it. I am going to kind of take this. The folks from Shure were originally going to be here, and we were going to have a talk between the two of us. I kind of hijacked some of the things they've said, and also knowing that folks from Electrosonics are here. And so I'm going to talk about just kind of what I do for frequency coordination and some of the things you should know about it. First question, does everybody have you had to do frequency coordination? And if so, how many channels are the most channels you've had to deal with? Lauren, see, you raised your hand. 8, okay. 6, Daniel? Like 30, okay.
26.
26, okay. So I was talking to a friend of mine who works, everybody know Lollapalooza? Okay, so he was saying that the average dual stage is running around somewhere between 80 and 100 as far as that goes. So having that frequency coordination, and they're dealing with multiple bands, is super important to what we do, what productions associated with music do, and how we deal with what available spectrum is left. So I'm going to go just a quick taking through some history and some of the things I deal with and you guys deal with, and then we'll get into some of the nitty-gritty. So the US spectrum, as you can see, was much more. We were going to 806 back until 1997, and then in 2008 we cut down to 698, and in 2017 we went to 616. Does anybody know why that happened? Cell phones, which is all about money. Thank you very much. All about money. That's all about capitalism. But the bottom line is those folks are paying a lot of money to own that spectrum, and we don't have as much money as they do. So we get stuck with what is left. But we can work with a lot of the systems that are made by manufacturers in some of these other areas. And as you can see, we have a bunch of areas to work with. We have VHF, we have UHF, some of the STL band, ISM, and there is some stuff in DECT, and then some of the manufacturers now making stuff in Wi-Fi, like the DJI and Rode, and those sorts of prosumer devices as well. So, and you can see our radio spectrum runs from 300K on the low end to 500 gig is what you have available in the US. And that also points out with your antennas, larger for lower frequencies, smaller like 900 megahertz, you get those tiny little antennas as far as that goes. And then in here we kind of break this down by, here is most of what we have license free that we can do in the 470 to 608. And then we have the guard band duplex gap available, and also 941 as we get higher. So these are a couple of city scans. Unfortunately, Dallas was not in here, but you can see some of the areas. Here's New York, Lauren, for you, and then here's my place, Chicago. And so that's what they put up. And this is just another example, Phoenix, Arizona. But one of the things is does anybody have anything that works in channel 37? Channel 37 is your 608 to 614. Yes, okay. What is that for, technically speaking? Astronomy. And how much radio astronomy is happening right here in New York or Chicago? Or thank you very much. Right. So I'm going to get to this a little later, but have anybody heard of the WMSA organization? WMSA, am I saying that right, Johnny? It is a coalition of Shure, Sennheiser, Electro, Wizicom. They're working on pushing back on some of this to try and get some of that spectrum back. And one of the things they're pushing back on is trying to get 37 back. Because in large environments, that is not being used for radio astronomy, which its original purpose. Okay, so they're just showing there some of these gaps you can see. Where low-level DTV, you can ride over on that. Wanted to talk a little bit about some extremes, like my friend with Lollapalooza, where they're dealing with 80. He said there's another festival, he said, where they deal with about 160 frequencies at all times, and then they're swapping those between bands or acts on 4 different stages at a time. Super Bowl is about 350 plus. I'm sure it's actually more than that when you consider the outside events that happen just outside the Super Bowl as well. So this is my little home in Chicago. I do the coordination for the active productions in our facility. There's 51 stages, 7 productions. Each production has approximately 20 to 30 frequencies at a time. I actually have to, and it's a little hard to see in this, this is actually about 6 city blocks. So it makes it a little easier, but the problem I have is this, and I think if it goes into the next one, that's our RF spectrum. So between those productions, we have about 125 frequencies in 2 different zones. So what we have to work with here is this area, and this tiny little area, which is really DTV, and this. And guess what? Everybody wants to go in the same areas. I know that's crazy, because all the mixers are like, I want clean frequencies all the time. Doesn't happen. So we have to do a dance with everybody, and we have to zone it. I'm going to just see here. So here, I want to go back for 1 second, sorry. So this is a building on the north side of our plant. This is the northernmost building. This is an older brick building, wood paneled or wood sided, and I believe it's a wood, it is not a metal roof. Okay? All makes sense. You can see RF from Sears Tower and John Hancock are coming in, and they're just splaying all over the place, making it hard for the mixers. This is particular for Chicago Med, Barbershop, Chicago Fire, and Chicago PD. So we really have to dance around each other to make those guys work. This is a block away. This is the next city block. This is a metal-sided building, metal roofed building, and you can see the impact of that and how much of a difference. I'm sure y'all have done scans where you're like outside a building and then you go inside and you're like, oh, this is so much better. I can work in here. I've got so it's a big Faraday cage. Everybody heard that term before? So it's just basically, it encloses you and isolates you from outside RF. So that's what we deal with there. So we're able to kind of get people into all of those regions and make all their frequency works, but it really depends on scans in each individual location and where people are going to be. I'm going to just go through real quick kind of frequency ranges. So anybody still using 72 megahertz? Go ahead, Daniel. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, anytime we have to do hometowns and we go to Chicago,
Yes.
it's the worst experience because we're outdoors.
Yeah.
And now we're recording. Before on the show, the bags wouldn't record, so we were depending on what's going to camera. So I don't know if there's anything we can do to hit you up to try to get some frequencies being outdoors, or that's just
So one of the things that I've kind of some of the mixers on these shows have also shown to me, and I've learned from dealing with it as well, is because they will always be asked to, let's go downtown right next to Sears Tower and shoot a shot. Well, that's great. There's 12 million watts of power coming over my head. How is that going to work? And what they'll do is they'll use active antennas, and they will pad those down significantly. So your transmitter is close, your transmitter is right here, and yeah, there's 1 million watts overhead, but I can pad down that noise floor of the spurious RF and make this a stronger signal than what's overhead. it's a little bit of a dance when you're, and obviously in that case, how many channels were you saying you guys are using for stuff like that? Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's definitely downtown Chicago is super challenging because you have two large transmitter locations, literally, half a mile from each other, maybe a mile total. So but I mean, New York deals with the same kind of challenges as well. It's just kind of figuring out what you've got and where you can put it. So, anyways, so just going into frequency ranges, does everybody have a sense of frequency ranges? Or, I don't know if anybody's still using 72 megahertz. I have one person on our lot who's still using 72 as their second unit. That's something they use a bit. Obviously, Electro T4s for VHF, 174 to 215. Comtech in the 216. Also, Shure and Sound Devices Wireless will also work in that in that VHF area. The antennas are kind of large and a little cumbersome, but it can work. More of an install kind of thing. And then you talk about UHF. That the biggest problem I have with that is if you're in the lower portion of UHF, like 470, you have to deal with walkies. And our lot, with 7 productions and about 100 radios per production, there's a lot of spurious RF from people thwacking against each other. 470 to 608 for the standard band as far as that goes, of which, as we saw before, there's not much left. And then 614 to 616, we still have some people working in the guard band and duplex gap, and then the STL band. The other things that are out there, just to think of, I already went to the STL band, but ISM, which I think a lot of the focus puller stuff runs in that 900 megahertz ISM band and some camera control. So there are some devices out there which use that. I'm never a fan. And then now we're seeing in Sound Devices using the AFTRAX, but does everybody know about AFTRAX? Okay. So AFTRAX is 1435 to 1525 megahertz, 1.4 to 1.5 gigabit. But you are technically supposed to get a license from I'm trying to remember what it stands for, aircraft something. It's basically aircraft telemetry, that sort of thing. So there is stuff in the 1.9 gig like AVX, and then your typical Rode DJI Hollyland, which is in the 2.4 gig. So those are the upper ranges, which most of us don't use very much. The other thing I wanted to bring up, and this slide kind of went a little funky on me, is have you all heard about WiMAS or Spectera, those sorts of things? So, there are 2 different systems that bear looking at in the future. Spectera is actually out now, and Shure has their ADPSM, their IEMs out using WiMAS. They do 4 channels in a single 800 megahertz transmit, and then Spectera uses all 6 megahertz of an open channel to do up to 32 channels. And they have some very cool systems. Thus far, we have installed that in a couple of TV station applications. So, because they have transceivers where it's both a mic and an IEM combined together. So that's another thing that's coming up. Okay, so what do you guys use for frequency coordination? Anybody?
Thoughts and prayers.
What?
Thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts and prayers, always a good first step. Freak Finder, who's using Freak Finder? Freak Finder. Okay, TX Advance.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I have not actually used it. I have seen it, and I think it's great. It's a cool program to get. and then you're actually getting some. Yeah, you see an RF analysis of what you have going on. Yeah, but the thing about, I use a combination for me of IAS and scans that I do in Wireless Workbench. Freak Finder is a theoretical. It's like it takes the info from a database, it tells you what you should be seeing, it tells you what television stations are supposedly, but it's taking it from a database that is not always accurate. So you really need to kind of know what's going on through your scans. A friend of mine who does something called EasyRF, all of these cost money as far as that goes. IAS is about $600–700. It's Windows-based only. It's very old school, but it works. Freak Finder has some good features. It's, with the add-ons, it's probably $50–100. EasyRF, I think, is about $600 as well. Questions? Anything I'm missing so far? All right. For Ferris, my things are off now. Okay, I know. Wireless Workbench is Sure's entry into RF analysis, and it works with their hardware, so you can get actual scans. Wireless Designer is Lectrosonics version of that, and as we heard, TX Advance is a program you buy online. You have to buy your own little scanner to go with it, but the scanners are how much? It's a dongle. Yeah. Yeah, it's a neat little handheld tool as far as that goes. I've seen it. I have not made use of it thus, but it's a cool thing to have available to you. So, going back to my situation and what I do for coordination, we have 7 active productions in 2 different zones across the 51 stages. Our North Plant coordination for Fire, PD, Med, and Barbershop is currently 126 frequencies. That is because Chicago Fire and PD move across 3 city blocks all within our stages. So they have to have frequencies in all of the zones. Chicago Med, for the most part, lives in one. Barbershop, for the most part, lives in another. So those guys are okay and they get situated. The thing we also have is, these are just the active productions. We also have second units that come up. So I have some frequencies set aside from them, but usually I will have to have them check in with me and say, hey, what are you doing? How many people are, okay, are your standard frequencies okay? Are you gonna need more? So then I have to go into IAS, try and chug through some numbers and find new frequencies for them if they need more. And then I have to check that against my Wireless Workbench scans that have been recently done for that area. It's a laborious process, but it gets done, and hopefully they get good frequencies. So that's my North Plant. Oh, sorry. Oh. Okay, I think I messed something up here. But my South Plant, oh, there it is. South Plant's 5 productions right now. Again, Fire and PD move from plant to plant. And then Deli Boys, which is a Hulu show, The Bear, and then The Chi are all there. They're 124 frequencies between them. Some of those frequencies from the North Plant for Chicago Fire and PD are the same in the South Plant. So they can travel, they don't have to change. And then the request I get that is hardest for me is the mixers will say, well, when we go off-site, I want those frequencies to work as well. So then I have to do a little bit of a dance, work with them, see what it actually, and for the most part, we come to some kind of agreement as finding what's that works. And then that's what I tell people oftentimes. There is only so much I can do. There is not, as you saw, there is not a lot of RF real estate there. I had somebody asked me the other day, they're like, well, you did that thing for the Bear. They did a 28 wireless scene, which was, basically all day for them. And they already had quite a few frequencies, but they had 28 cast. and they were all wired, everything, plus a Fisher boom. And we had to work with the other productions, and we had to say, we can't have a second unit here, or we have to kind of cut down your frequencies to just what you need. And that, it took a lot of coordination of just working with those people to kind of say, hey, what do you really need for this day, for these hours? At Lala, I know what they do. My friend Brad was like, we lock people into hours. They get this period of time to this period of time. And that's when they get those frequencies allocated. And that's how they do that. So, questions? Yes, sir.
I actually
Hey.
have my own question.
You have your own questions. Your wireless may not be properly coordinated there, sir.
Oh, that's good now.
I hate when it's a mixer issue.
A couple of questions about
Sure.
like the structure of being an RF coordinator. First is how do you get productions and clients on board with the idea of coordination when they barely care about audio in general?
We fight with them. We honestly do. The first couple years I did it, it was a struggle actually to get paid. But the mixers came to me because they had struggles between multiple productions, and you know, they had the whole text chain going. This guy texts this person, this texts this mixer. Oh, what are you using? And it just wasn't working. They had a lot, and so I was brought in with 3 large productions and the studio management, and we agreed that we would do that for them. And it started with 3, and then more, and so on. And sometimes it's easy because it's 2 or 3 productions across the whole plant when not a lot is going on. Right now is probably the second where it's been. We've at one time had 9 active productions on the plant doing stuff, or plus outside events coming in as well. What we had to do though was we had to get the mixers on board. We had to get productions to be willing to pay like a small fee up front and then a monthly. And we had to kind of explain to them. It was a real like, you know when you used to have the phone in the hallway and your mom would pick up the phone downstairs? And it kind of took some coaching as far as that's what it is. And then really the selling point was, if you have to shut down for 10 minutes because your mixer needs to find a new frequency, 100 people have stopped working for 10 minutes. What is that costing you? And once they kind of got that it could really slow up production, especially large productions, you know, it became a little bit more reasonable for them to do.
And are you just kind of on call all the time, just by email or text, and you just
email
pop
or
stuff in
I have a
EJS?
separate email that I manage it through, and all the mixers have my info, and they will email. I've asked them to email me, but occasionally, if it's critical, they will text or call. But usually, we get ahead of it. Everybody's been really good about just saying, "Hey, we have a second unit tomorrow. Can you help with that?" And so, and I give them enough spare frequencies. They have some to go to, and like I have somebody who's tomorrow. They're doing something on the lot, and there's nobody there. I'm like, "Go rogue, do what you want." So, yes, sir.
All right, so I've got 2 questions. I'm going to ask them together, and then so the first one is, how are digital and hybrid systems that are coming out now affecting this congestion? And then, is there a best practices approach to companders, antennas, bow ties, shark fins, etc., and milliwatt power to give yourself the best chance at success whenever you're trying to figure out the right frequencies?
Okay. So, a couple things. Let's go to best chance of success first. I think it's really important to evaluate what you're going to be using and what you're going to be using it for. If you have 8 cast and a camera hop and an IFB, where are you putting those and why? For example, pick a portion of the band just for your transmits into your bag. Anybody have like transmitters, hops in their bag, transmits in their bag and going out, and that causes a fuss on your receivers and that sort of thing. So I try and take my talent mics, I try and gauge my most important talent mics and find the best chunk of the frequency spectrum and put them there. So if I know that 560 to 566 is great and it's clean. I'm going to put as many of my talent as I can there, and then I'm going to push my outbound, my camera hop or my IFB, that's going to go as far away from that as I can get it. That's how I usually manage it. And then somebody mentioned this with, we were talking about something with DCHT and IM and kind of combining the two. I like those systems where you can use a DCHT and give a producer an IM and you're just using one frequency for that. So you get your camera hop and you get your mix for your producer or whoever needs to hear it. So those are great options. I also, again, it's those sorts of outbound. If you have to have a separate, outbound path for IFB, push it far away from your talent. And then I like to be able to take those transmitters and move them physically as far away from the antennas. I have a lot of folks who will, with a larger bag setup with a pair of Betzos on the front or the Monarchs if you're doing the upper band, that helps a lot to have some real antennas. And then take the transmitters and hang them off the bottom of the bag. Also on digital, I've noticed the real world experiences of people for a lot of the shows that we manage, they're using as low power as they can get away with. They're using, does it give you a 10 milliwatt setting? Does that work? Does it give you enough range? Or do I have to go to 25? We're kind of, most of us coming out of a more analog world, we're used to more is better. Give me 100, give me 250 milliwatts. You're just kind of splattering. I mean, some of the stuff can run on 2 milliwatts. I probably have not run that enough to be comfortable with that, but it's doable if you're doing something and you're right here, and it's showing up well in the frequency spectrum, so you see that, hey, that's far above the noise floor, then it's okay.
Yeah, there's a balance with that. You don't want to use, like, in those lower power modes, the reason why you use the lower power modes with the digital stuff is you don't want to over-modulate that digital modulation. Yeah, with the analog stuff and the hybrid stuff, yeah, throw a 1/4 watt at that thing, right? But with the new digital stuff, the lowest power you can get is going to be better because you don't risk over-modulating that receiver.
Sir,
That's also with like powered antennas. Don't use a power antenna unless you're running 100 feet of cable, right? Or unless you're next to Sears Tower in Chicago.
Yeah.
So you got to play that dance. So with those things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, and just you want to acknowledge yourself.
Yeah, I'm Johnny with Electrosonics too. So and then with the lower power stuff too, if you're going to go into those like high density modes with like 2 milliwatts, 5 milliwatts, anything below 10, know your gear. If your gear sacrifices things to get into those high density modes, like audio quality, that kind of stuff, latency is another one. You got to be careful with that. You were mentioning some of those like newer technologies like the WiMAX stuff, right? Like some of the new hybrid type things. For example, Sure's digital PSM stuff. When you go into high density mode, it switches into that WiMAX protocol. Because it does that, when you start adding channels, you start losing audio quality, you start increasing latency. So you got to be careful with those low-powered options. So,
yeah.
But if you start at 10 milliwatts and you're fine, don't go higher. But if you're still getting dropouts and stuff, go up to 25 if you can. Try to stay away from 50 unless you absolutely need to. So.
Yeah, that's consistently on the particularly electro digital. I've heard playing with the power level really can impact where you get the best performance as far as that goes. People, and a lot of it because people would come from electro where 100 milliwatts was like the standard, and then they'd go to digital and they're like, I'll just put it to the highest setting, and then it's like you didn't need it. Guys would lower down and be like, oh, 25 milliwatts does the trick. Okay, that's it. So.
Actually, I have a question for you. So we use the DCHT, and we're usually at 25 milliwatts. Is it worth bumping up to 50 if we're having a lot of RF issues? Are we going to notice a big difference trying to get the hop to camera, or okay?
A lot of RF issues are environmental, right? Like where are the antennas and all? Where are you placed in a scan? Is there an intermod right on top of what you're doing? If it is strictly just it can't reach that far, then yeah, go up to 50. 50 it's a good cap, especially for our stuff. It's a good cap where you're not overmodulating. But when you start overpowering that with like a powered antenna or inline amplifier, that's where you're really starting to run in those those overmodulation issues. But on that DCHT, if you're running it off of battery power, you're not using a battery eliminator. Yeah, so if you're on AA's, you're going to have a problem, because it's going to kill your battery life. But on a battery eliminator, you're fine. So.
I just wanted to talk about this, but can I ask you a favor? Can this slide not go out the stream? Thanks. Yeah. So I'm going to just swap over to a spreadsheet I have here. So this was, let's see if I can do this. So this is what we did the other day. And again, it was a lot of like productions cooperating. Everybody in the South plant kind of knew what was going on. They knew that these guys were demanding a lot above what, and so we just kind of went through what inventory did we have available? What can we make this? And a lot of this stuff all was like, okay, this was this. This was, I do love the fact that the Fisher is in here as well. But we just kind of worked with Scott. We worked with the other productions. We said, what do you have available? What do you have going on that day? Can we give him all this? And it worked. And he had extra frequencies that I had given him, and he had the time to kind of prepare and say, and it was a scripted scene, so it made it a little easier, but it was also a large set with 4 separate antennas. And so we really had to kind of, all cooperate, and Scott got ahead of it, and he said, this is coming up, this is what we're doing, and so it made it easier because there was a lot of planning on it to make sure that it was going to work properly. So, I think, I have a whole thing on WiMAS stuff if we want to go there, but I didn't know where we were at on.
Oh.
Yes, what'd you say, Trey?
I feel like you hear with a lot of newer systems about like intermod free modulation, especially with digital. I think that's impossible on a physics level, but I don't know if you want to go into that at all.
So, have you looked at on an analyzer older analog?
Yes.
Okay, so you see where the intermod costs.
Correct.
But you're talking about an older analog system that is not as clean. Where digital, it's like you're pushing ones and zeros. Right. On an older analog transmission, you can actually see the variance in the carrier based on what the audio level is. In a digital system, it's ones and zeros. It's on and off.
Right.
So you have to think of it less as far as an analog carrier which fluctuates as opposed to just a digital stream. That's why it does have its own issues if you put too much together at too high a power, thus as we were talking about, when you can get into these 2 milliwatts or 5 milliwatts, you can cram more of them together.
Right.
So it just doesn't have the same performance issue than analog does. Because again, it's a stream.
Yeah.
Sure.
Follow up. I've heard the same thing. I don't remember why, but when I first started mixing, people would tell me don't space your frequencies like an even number apart. Like don't put them every 500 kilohertz or something like that. And supposedly with digital, people do that all the time, and it doesn't create a mess.
Again, because we're talking about a digital stream as far as that, but you're right from the other aspect. I'm going to go back in history. Before there was this software, we were using a spreadsheet that somebody had done a formula, and you would plug in a frequency, and then it would populate other frequencies that were available. Kind of like the electro charts, those sorts of things. If you use this, you can use this. That's essentially what this software is doing. It's understanding what the harmonics are. For example, there's thirds, fifths, sevenths as far as that goes. In the situation that we're in, I have to ignore certain things based on where the physical location of the production is and based on the ability to actually give everybody enough frequencies that they can function properly. Yeah.
frequencies on a small intermod, and you're like, you're just gonna have to deal with it.
Yeah,
a little bit.
he's two stages away. He'll be fine. The other thing, the biggest problem I have actually in our area is first the amount of UHF that we have available, but also Comtex. And 216 is 1 meg wide, and where you have 7 productions, and everybody wants a public and a private, and they go a block is an issue. So we have to kind of dance around that sometimes too. I have had more people move into 944 with T4s for IFBs though. They also get 250 milliwatts, so they get good range on that. And yeah, and that's what some people do. It's like private is 944. So.
Any other questions? I have another question too.
Yeah, what you got?
Back to coordinating when you're working with all these different audio engineers.
Sure.
Are you keeping track of all the power levels being put out by their channels?
No, I have recommendations. Usually I say run at this. But one of the things that we do, and we send out like a generic mixer sheet, and we kind of have to renew it annually, is what is your gear? Because like a Comtech BST25 is not the same as a Comtech BST75, and which version of that BST75 do you have? And then some people have custom frequencies. So we have to keep track of their equipment profiles, and then people have some gear that they've been running forever, and some people still have SMAs, and they're not firmware upgraded, so they can only do 100 kilohertz frequencies versus 25 kilohertz. So I have to do that dance as well. So we try so I'll send out a sheet and say, this is what I have, and they'll go, oh yeah, this piece of equipment can't do that. And so we go back to the drawing board. But usually, like the first week of the season is we go back and forth doing that. I'll send out a sheet, that frequency looks like crap, do this, try this as an alternate. But I try and send enough spares, and the guys ask for enough extras where I think that they have enough to get by. So.
Great. Can you also talk about, this is more for newer people, can you talk about guest crews and EPK crews joining a set temporarily?
Yeah, actually, we're really lucky. We most of them know because we're an IATSE stage, so most of them know me, and so they'll give me a heads up, or the mixers on each production will know and identify, hey, so-and-so is going to need 2 but they get minimal. They get like 2 frequencies. Or they're like hardwired boom and an IFB or that sort of stuff. So but a lot of it is the mixers identifying them beforehand, or the mixers who are coming in to do EPKs kind of flagging it, going, hey, I'm going to be there tomorrow. The second unit mixers do that a lot too. And then second unit mixers will be like, hey, I have this equipment profile, and so I have to do a little dance.
What if I'm just a brand new sound mixer and there's a show happening in my town and the production calls me, hey, we're going to go behind the scenes on this TV show tomorrow. We're going to go do some interviews with talent for socials. Can I just walk onto set with some of my channels and just fire them up?
You can. The sound mixer will not like you a heck of a lot. No, I think best practice, if you're walking into a situation like that, is always to walk in, everything off, and really to introduce yourself at an appropriate time, or get the name of the person who's the sound mixer from whoever's hiring you and say, I want to talk to them in advance. If you're in a lot situation, I want to consult with the frequency coordinator in advance. Oftentimes, and I've had people who reach out to me and say, hey, do you know who the frequency coordinator is for this event or that event? And sometimes I do and sometimes I don't. But just being prepared, having some ideas about your options. But yeah, I walk in any place, I never have anything on when I walk in the door. I am always asking permission because it's not my house. So.
Any other questions?
Anybody else? Whitney, you got nothing? Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers is always a good start. So. So, hey, here's the thing that I can tell anybody who's newer, where it used to be that you would buy a wireless microphone system and it would come with a frequency, one frequency. And then if it changed, if television in the area changed, a new channel came up, you would have to send it back to the manufacturer to get refreaked with a crystal for a new frequency. So we had that happen to us once, where when I was working on the Oprah show, literally like a channel came up and we lost 10 channels of microphones in a morning that we were supposed to do productions. Thankfully, we had enough spares that we were able to kind of work around it, but we didn't get the heads up. We didn't know it was even coming because, we're doing our daily job. We're not thinking about the frequency spectrum. So knowing what you're walking into ahead of time. Also, Shure, Lectro, Sennheiser, I believe, all have guides. Wizicom, I don't know about, have guides for different cities. If you're traveling and going somewhere, pre-coordinate ahead of time. There's lots of software out there you can use. You can put in the zip code of where you're going. You can know if your stuff's going to work or not. And if it's not going to work, you can borrow, beg, rent, whatever, but you can walk in and being prepared. So, anything else? I'm
Sure. It's great, so to speak.
I was going to say, that's dangerous in this crowd.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, awesome. I don't know.
All right.
What do you guys think? Did you learn something? All right. Thank you, Jerry. Awesome. So, yeah, Jerry owns Second City Sound up in Chicago. They're a great resource for gear. They do great shipping, excellent website for buying gear, and obviously extremely knowledgeable people.
We sell Blackbird carts.
Yeah, I hear good things about that.
Lasty bands.
Yeah, I don't think anybody actually sells Lasty bands. I got a lot of them laying around. Anyway, all right, let's take a quick break, and then we got one more seminar. It's going to be audio for social media. Originally, it's going to be given by Colleen Goodsir from Zaxcom and Nick Houston from Gotham. Their plane got delayed this morning, so you get me. Poor suckers. But yeah, boo. Wait a minute, hold on. But this one, we're just going to chat about the kind of the new, all the social media stuff that comes with it, and this hybrid thing that we got going on. So. Finish off some more food, and then we'll see you back here in a second. All right. All right, so we're gonna get going on this one. This is this seminar here was originally going to be with Colleen and Nick. They are stuck on a plane right now, so they'll get to watch the replay. The kind of thought behind this one was, you know, it's audio for social media. You know, like social media it's there, and I can't tell you how many gigs I've done recently. Like for instance, there's a horse trainer up in Northwest Arkansas I do a lot of work with. We shoot with 2 or 3 FX9s. Yeah, Trey spent some time up there in Fayetteville. You know, it's 2 or 3 FX9s and then 2 or 3 iPhones. You know, they're shooting verticals with iPhones. They're shooting, you know, 16:9 with the FX9s. And so we're shooting all these mixed formats, and it's growing more and more. You know, people have talked about they're shooting stuff with just iPhones. You know, our job as audio doesn't change that much depending on what camera they're filming with. And of course, it's funny sometimes they're like, oh, it's a low budget thing. We're shooting with this crappy iPhone. You know, like, yeah, but you got 18 people on camera. That's you know, it doesn't affect our world sometimes. So what I'm finding is I've got, you know, random little, I don't know where I put the stuff. You know, some of the little tools we've got, like for instance, Hollyland, you know, like what, as a snobby sound mixer prick that I am, as you guys know, you know, I bought one of these little Hollyland kits a little while back. You know, $140, $150 off Amazon. You know, you get 2 little clip-on mics, little USB-C receiver, plus a little, you know, hot shoe mount thing. And I use the shit out of this thing. And it doesn't sound the best. You know, I own $100,000 worth of like Zaxcom gear, sound devices gear, whatever. When I'm shooting a little social media stuff for myself, I mean, honestly, I'm grabbing my iPhone, a little $140 DJI gimbal for my iPhone, and this sucker. You know, I've got my $2,500, $3,000 per channel Zaxcom stuff. It's a pain in the ass for me. But these little things also come in handy for, you know, if I'm mixing off my cart and I got to send to an iPhone, well, hell, I mean, I can grab the little receiver with this little 1/8-inch cable, give that to the camera operator, and then, yeah, and just, well, I guess I got to feed it somehow. Yeah, anyway, so, but I've done some stuff like this where I'm feeding these little Bluetooth devices. Or I'm just taking some other receiver and strapping it to an iPhone. One reason why Colleen from Zaxcom was going to participate in this, they're coming out with something called the DCI-RX. And it looks, if you've seen their URX 100 receivers, it's about that size. It's, from what I understand, it's got like USB-C out. So basically, it can be an interface for your phone. It can pick up any of their UHF transmitters. I think it's got ZaxNet in it. I forget a little bit, but it's a really handy toolbox. So if you have to interface with, you know, our professional level stuff and then an iPhone, this is a pretty handy little magic box, from what I gather. Haven't actually used one yet, but I also think about, you know, like we've got our setup over here that Ferris, you know, has going for us. You know, we've got a Yamaha DM3, you know, it's Dante. We're feeding some capture cards, you know, they're HDMI to USB-C, you know, interfaces, so, you know, for the cameras. You know, and it's a great little setup, you know, little handheld mics. So this is kind of our social media because we've been streaming this whole thing on YouTube. I've done a couple of Walmart live streams in like middle of nowhere, you know, it's like way northern Oklahoma recently. You know, it was a Walmart live stream thing, and I've got, you know, 3, 4, 5, 6 mics. I'm mixing off my cart, and I'm feeding a Blackmagic ATEM Mini, you know, through its little bullshit 1/8-inch headphone jack that buzzes like crazy. And this is for Walmart, right? You know, this is not a mom and pop bootstrapping store. And that's what they do. And so we're finding this new, I mean, for me, it's like a new source of revenue, but it's not being afraid of it. You know, I walk in, I'm like, you don't have XLR inputs. What kind of crap is this? Whatever. Check cash is the same way. They literally Venmo me $4,000 the next day. So, okay. But I don't know. I'm just kind of curious what everybody else has bumped into for what are you running into, you know, seeing out there that isn't your traditional, you know, shoulder-mounted camera, you know, receiver on it, IFB systems, but like what else are we kind of seeing out there? Because it's going to continue. It's not going away. You know, I mean, I know camera operators get frustrated with like, oh, I got to shoot on an iPhone, but man, take an iPhone, Blackmagic app, looks pretty good, you know, and you know, we obviously see everybody and their brother, you know, we see reporters out there with, you know, little clip-on mics. This is major news networks. You know, they're doing these little things. But so it's going to be there. We have to adapt to it. It's whether we like it or not. But I don't know. What are people seeing out there that is new to you?
Yeah, so last year in Austin, there was a YouTuber that I did a couple of videos with, and they, for one of the shoots that I did with them, I showed up with all my gear that they asked for, and then when I got there, they were like, oh, and by the way, we're going to have these street microphones for like man-on-the-street interviews, and they were just plastic sticks with a Rode mic attached to it.
Yep.
And they were like, can you integrate this into your system? And I'm like, oh, I've never touched one of these ever before in my life. I
Yeah.
don't even know if it's on. Like, so I had to real quick figure out how it works and then make sure it was getting signal to where they wanted to get it and then hope that it worked. And I told them, like, this is not my piece of gear and I didn't provide this. And I can't make any guarantees, but I sure can try to make it work for you.
Yeah, I'll give it the old college try. Yeah, and we're finding that kind of thing, right? I mean, I've had people hand me DJI mics, Hollyland mics, and that kind of thing, and you'll say, "Hey, can you feed a signal to this to go to our, iPhone?" And if I have the right cabling and can make it work, of course, I'm happy to do it. Especially because it's the reality of it. I can't shun it just because it's not a $4,000 piece of equipment. It's what they want to do. And I think for me, I've found where I'm feeding these in my mind, non-traditional, receivers, right? Blackmagic A10 minis, iPhones, Samsung, whatever, And of course, from our standpoint, we still have to record and receive a high-quality signal. We still have to lav people up well or boom them well. How we're feeding it is sometimes different. But also, and maybe we see a loss of work somewhere because where at one point it was the production was hiring a sound mixer, a camera op, or whatever. Now they're throwing on a Hollyland mic because for them, it's good enough. And it's the reality of it. So, trying to compete with that, you're never going to, good luck doing that. So we got to position ourselves in a different way from a business standpoint to stay relevant, find the niche. If you're a wagon wheel maker, eventually things move on. But then also just how the audio is handled, knowing that there's not going to be TJ, doing post sound on this thing. This thing's going to an iPhone. You think they've got a post sound mixer on this? No. And so we have it almost makes us up our game that much more because what we're doing is the final product. There's no post sound. There's no editor on this stuff, and so you've got to know that that's what you're hearing is the final mix. But I don't know. Yeah, Trey, what do you?
I found a lot of the kind of social or branded content that I've done. They won't even know where it goes afterwards. I did something for Google Gemini a little while ago and asked some post question. They were like, just so you know, this is going to 12 different people, and they're all going to do different things with it, with their own people and their own. And so there can't even really be a workflow in the traditional sense anymore.
Yep. And like with that horse trainer that I work with, they're filming both 16:9 and 9:16. The vertical, for YouTube Shorts, TikTok, that kind of stuff, it's there. And it affects if we boom, how we boom, that kind of stuff. So more on the lavs, as we're kind of used to. But, it's this mixed format, right? Horizontal and vertical and all that kind of stuff. And, sometimes we're mitigating these extraneous sounds, but they almost sometimes want that stuff in the social media because it sounds more real, more raw, because that's kind of what some people are getting used to. Like, for better or worse, they're getting used to hearing what we probably deem as substandard audio, but people are used to it. And when you think about the end result, right? People are scrolling through a TikTok on 2 a.m, like I was doing last night, and our standards change a little bit. Now, if you're Kevin and you're booming a Disney movie, obviously that kind of stuff isn't going to pass muster. But I think it's segmenting out. Okay, this one's social media, but also some people, like clients, will try to use it's just social media, so we have a terrible budget. You're like, no, but it's an iPhone commercial, and it's going to be viewed on TikTok, and it's going to make you guys $1.5 billion. here's my rate card. Thank you. And so it also makes us have to ask the questions of, is this like a YouTuber who's just doing a little one-off video, or is this a Samsung commercial and it's being shown on phones? So budget-wise, workflow-wise, we have to ask those questions. But it's not just broadcast, it's not just cable, that kind of thing. It's there's a lot of formats out there. But yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I was helping a buddy out with my Zaxcom gear, and I had to plug one of those receivers into my Nova.
Sure.
And 2 channels into the Nova. I had the right cables to make it happen. It worked.
Yeah, it gets the job done.
Just random story with having to use those along with all the Zaxcom gear.
Nice. Yeah, and I'm kind of in the same boat, right? A lot of Zaxcom gear and, have that, and it gets the job done. So, yeah, Daniel.
You asked earlier about, what are you seeing out there? So, like, I recently just did a Levi's Denim social media deal, and, Levi's Denim was doing a whole commercial shoot that was MOS, no sound, and then but the social they hired me as sound. They actually had prop Rode mics that they were using, but they were using my sound with a boom and a hidden lav to make it sound good. So it was super weird.
Yeah.
But they wanted the look of social, but they wanted the quality of actual real sound.
Yeah,
so
I've run into that a couple times.
Yeah, really
too.
interesting.
Yeah, it hurts my soul a little bit. But whatever. Check cash is the same way. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I did a job like that too. I did a Walmart commercial last year where they wanted to do man on the street interviews that are so popular on TikTok, and they specifically wanted Rode mics on camera. They originally were like, "Can you get the little tiny mics that they hold in their fingers and figure out how to make that work?" And I'm like, "Okay, I'll buy those." And they're like, at the last second, they're like, "No," and they basically just said, "Bring all these options for handheld mics." So I brought a real handheld mic like this one. I brought the little tiny ones that you hold in your finger, like the little stupid fake ones, basically, that are party favors. And then I got the Rode mics, and thankfully I got the Rode mic specifically because they really just wanted that one. They didn't know how to articulate it, but everyone sees the long thin stick with the big fat foam on it. It's a specific look now for social media, and I just went ahead and used the audio. But the problem is the range is garbage, and we were shooting in downtown Austin, so I actually set up a repeater system. So the receiver was sitting right next to camera, 1 to 2 feet away, and then it was repeating with a real wireless system to get back to me, because we had multiple phones, and we had we still had a video village that wanted to be able to hear real-time audio. It was a proper commercial setup with over 30 clients sitting 2 blocks away, and that little Rode mic is not going to make it all the way over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the talent was holding the Rode mic like this, and then the receiver was right here off camera, and then it was transmitting back to me with with a real transmitter. And you're going to have to see more of that, because they want to specifically see the Rode mic.
Yep.
But the Rode mic sucks, and it can't transmit more than a few feet. Like, I was literally getting dropouts from here to here in downtown Austin, and downtown Austin's way better than Dallas or Chicago or wherever. So you really have to be kind of just prepared that these smaller systems are going to be expected, and you need to just be prepared to work with that with real high-end equipment to adapt to the look of the production.
Yeah, and I think it's what a lot of it is. It's like we're integrating these other random systems into what we have. Yes, if they're using a Hollyland or a DJI mic, we're not even going to be on set. Like, if that's their thing, that they probably haven't even called us anyway. But they're going for the look. And so, okay, how do you hop from that little thing for the look into a more robust system to then transmit for Video Village and record something else? And I've done little things where they wanted the look of like a little Rode mic, but I put a little DPA 6061 right behind it for actual quality sound. And they literally told me, they're like, "We want this look, but we need your sound." I said, "Hey, no problem. That's fine with me." So we doctored up a little, prop mic setup. They were thrilled. They loved it. It was all handheld. Honestly, it sounded great because the person on camera is doing this. No clothing rustle, nothing there. It all sounded fine. And so it was a little hybrid system. And, we will be seeing more and more of that. And then there's also other aspects, like there's content creators who, like I've had calls from content creators and asking me about, how do I, I need to record decent sound, but then layer it with other things. This is Olivia over here, a friend of mine. Hi. She specifically asked me about how do I take, the dialogue and put in basically Foley and sound effects, footsteps, sounds, whatever. So what's interesting too is audio for a long time has always kind of been relegated to our little nerd world here. But now you got these content creators that are making really good money. And I think as we find on set, audio is, it's misunderstood in so many ways. A camera, you can see the framing. Lighting, you can see it. Audio it's a non-physical thing. And to wrap your head around multi-tracks and layering sounds and mixing and all that kind of stuff, it's a different way to wrap your head around it. But there's a lot of content creators that are wanting and needing that. So it's like, all right, here's your dialogue track. Okay, here's your music track that's separate. Work your volumes to find what you need. And then you're like, oh, I need a door shutting sound over here. I need a squeaky toy sound over here. I need a pan rattling sound over here. And so it's finding those isolated sounds. You're like it's sound design. So on camera, bam, there's my pot clanging on the kitchen stove. Okay, find your sound effect, put it in there, mix the volume, massage it in there, make it sound however you want it to sound. Maybe it's cartoonish, maybe it's real sounding, whatever. But there's a lot of content creators who are now needing sound design skills, because they're augmenting their YouTube videos and their TikTok videos with what we see as our common everyday skill set. But yeah.
Are you charging for your time to
$1 million
teach them
an
this?
hour.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
So I'll send you an invoice later. It all depends. Sometimes there's a random phone call or an email, and I'm happy to help, with whatever. If somebody wants me to come and teach them and show them or whatever, I've only done that on a couple occasions, but I understand they're not paying a regular full day rate for me to go mix some broadcast show, and I'd take it at one at a time. Right. Yeah, I've had some productions ask me, they're like, hey, can you come and teach our camera crew how to basically replace yourself? And they got a big FU on that one. That I'm not interested in. Because they're wanting me to teach them something, they need high quality audio. They're misunderstanding what it takes to do that. The content creator, somebody streaming on Twitch or whatever that needs help with setting up their SM7B into a cloud lifter, that's a different thing, right? That's like, sure, I'll come by, pay me a couple $100, whatever, and I'll set up your system, set your gain for you, set your level, give you a quick tutorial, and I'm out of there, and I'm back here at my office by noon. So yeah, I kind of weigh it out as far as what it is they're trying to achieve. So.
I really like what you said before about how often the production mix is now going to be the final mix for social media. I think that's a really important thing to remember because so many content creators are not going to edit, or they're just going to, as soon as they've filmed it, upload it, or they're straight up live streaming it.
Yeah.
And it's important to actually remember that maybe your production mix probably is the most important thing, and you can actually put a little bit more effort into it than you would on a higher end production where there is going to be that layer of post-production. I got called in day of to go help with a live stream that was happening at a studio with, it was like a games tournament, and they had like 4 or 5 DJI mics out on all their talent, and they're like, well, all the mics are just going in, and they're all up, and you just hear the rustles, and you hear all the people talking at once, and we just hear all this ambient noise. I'm like, well, yeah, because no one's mixing it. You just have 5 mics open at all times. So I rented them an auto mixer, and I brought down an 833, and I installed an auto mixer, and just like that was there. Now I have built them a broadcast system for that. For that little live stream project, and they weren't using the DJIs correctly, so I reconfigured them and changed the gain staging on everything. But that just goes to show there's a lot of scenarios where, in fact, audio is as important or more important because most content these days is just like people talking, podcasts and streamers and all this different stuff where people are just literally just something's happening on camera, maybe they're playing a game or something, but you're just listening to chatter of your favorite content creators. So quality audio is, if anything, more important to a lot of these productions. And if you can help provide that to them in maybe a little bit of a different context or way of working than your normal show up day rate, provide equipment, hit record, go home, if you can kind of build systems that help them, you can still remain relevant by doing what you love.
Yeah, for sure. Totally. Hey, Daniel.
Well, I was just going to say, kind of along those same lines, and it's a little bit different than social media, but it's in this context. Has anyone else here been doing podcasts or asked to? Because like that's another thing that I've been asked a lot recently to set up podcasts, to do podcasts, stuff like that. That like is a whole different world. That's audio centric. So
yeah, I've certainly done a bunch of that where I've had people come in with like their Rode podcaster. I think I forget what it is. Yeah, Rodecaster. There we go. I knew I had all the right words in the wrong order. And I've done situations where we'll have some like SM7s or Rode mics on the table for the look of it, but there's stationary mics on a table, and the people on camera and on the podcast don't necessarily have good mic technique. They're sitting 5 feet away from this thing. One SM7B 5 feet away, it sounds like garbage. But I've got booms and lavs on them, so I'm actively really picking what's the best mic right now. And sometimes then they sit up, and then all of a sudden they are on that SM7, and maybe it sounds good or whatever. There's a million things. I did something a little while ago where we had 4 booms, 4 lavs, and 4 SM7s all on a 4-person table. And I'm sitting there frantically on my card here. What are they on? But there's a lot of people with, I want to say, poor mic skills. They're thumping their chest, they're moving away, they're all over the place. It is what it is, but that's why I had options.
On streaming now.
Yeah, exactly. So it is interesting because we see that kind of thing more and more. The better that we can integrate with that and help them along. Sometimes a lot of these people, they don't know what they don't know. They don't know that, oh man, if you do X, Y, and Z, simple little things to us, it makes their life tremendously better and easier. They're going to call you for the next time they need help, or at some point they realize they don't want that. Like I think about the Dude Perfect guys up in Frisco. I think Tyler and Jack have done a lot of work with those guys. They have a full-on production team up there. Multiple full-time editors, camera ops, sound people. It is a major production studio. It's a multi-million-dollar operation going on up there. That started with 6 guys effing around on iPhones, and now it's grown into they are not hurting for money. They have a 30,000 square foot facility or something like that, or bigger, and so I don't. Hey, help out that little podcaster, roadcaster. You never know. They could be a good future little thing in there for you. But one thing before I forget about that, speaking of the ATEM thing, this Walmart thing that I did a little while back, something to kind of keep in mind, just a little nerdy tip for people. So I was feeding it a mono signal because there was just 2 or 3 people on camera, and I'm feeding what I knew would be basically a mono live stream. I think it was the Blackmagic. I forget, it's either Blackmagic or OBS that they were using. That's another thing. Get familiar with OBS. I know Ferris knows OBS well. I've been learning from him on this stuff. You're going to see OBS software more and more and more in Blackmagic and OC interfaces. You're going to see those things more and more. So get used to them. If you can get familiar with it, all the better for you. But what happened was I'm feeding a mono signal into basically a tip ring sleeve kind of stereo, and I'm going to F up some of these details, so don't hate me. But anyway, I was feeding a mono signal. What was happening was I think the girl mixing it had it pan hard left and right, and it was phase canceling, so it was getting like this reduced quality signal or reduced level. So like I'm feeding it a -20 signal, but like its output was like -40. I'm effing up some of this, so forgive me. Anyway. But we're troubleshooting. I'm swapping out cables. I'm like, God, I must have a bad ground and something. Must have a bad cable somewhere along the line. Then I eventually realized, 15 minutes into troubleshooting this thing, it was a panning issue, right? We had 2 mono channels being summed to create a reduced level signal, and no matter how much louder I fed it, no matter what cable I swapped out, then I was putting on her headphones. Like, it sounds kind of okay, but it sounds quiet, but I couldn't really tell. It was a loud room. Then I literally eventually realized the software was summing the 2 mono signals into one and getting a reduced volume. So be mindful of little stuff like that, because again, we're going to run into that as we are doing these things. But yeah. Yes, Jerry, I think you're in the
I
back.
was just going to back into what you started this conversation as, finding out more about what people are doing when they come to you. Because, I mean, we had something a couple of years ago. This was back when TikTok was just starting to be a thing. And they just called, they're like, we need some walkies and we need a playback system. And then that eventually, no context, nothing. It was a producer we knew. We're like, sure, not a problem. Yeah. And then it became a live TikTok world premiere of a Smashing Pumpkins song being fed into an iPhone 14 that the producer had bought the day before and had some sort of fatal flaw. I knew nothing about TikTok at the time, but one of the folks who worked at our shop did and got it rolling. But it literally, the phone failed about 15 seconds before.
Yeah.
And so we had to hold the live premiere in order to restart an iPhone. But again, we had no context up until literally the day before this was going to happen.
Yeah.
Because the producer just, oh, it's a playback thing.
Yep. I had a similar experience with a Samsung, some kind of like world premiere Samsung 15 or whatever it was, some years back, and the phone didn't work. And the Samsung people were real sheepish about that one, because they were like live streaming this whole thing. We're feeding it audio and everything, and the phone just kept crashing and crashing. Like the OS on it just was shit in the bed. But yeah, it was a little awkward on their end. But exactly, that's what you get when you buy the phone the day before. I don't know. What else are people running into? And I mean, or as you're creating your own content, right? I mean, like with TJ and I, we were chatting about when, it can be eye-opening for me to think about the importance of sync when, I'm shooting some stuff. I might be filming something for my carts or the production contacts thing here or whatever. I've got a lot of irons on the fire with all my little companies that I dream up every year. And, so I shoot my own content. And then, that means I also have to edit my own content. And so I bring the stuff into either Adobe Premiere or CapCut. And, it makes me appreciate the importance of syncing everything easily, because I don't want to sit there for an hour and sync my crap together. I want to hit, sync by audio, sync by time code, whatever. But I also, if I'm going to shoot a quick little video, I don't want to set up my 2 or 3 cameras and my lights and get my card out or whatever. I mean, I'm grabbing my Hollyland and my iPhone and clipping on a mic, and yeah, I've got, $30,000, $40,000 worth of Zaxcom wireless sitting over there, but sometimes that's a pain in the ass. Sorry, Colleen and Glenn. But it's usually a pain in the ass. But it's one of those things where it's a, this thing is a tool in my toolbox. My hybrid system here is another tool in my toolbox. And so it's kind of knowing when the stuff works and when it doesn't work. And I mean, there's a lot of stuff I would never do with this, but there's some stuff this is perfect for. I mean, tomorrow we're going to be doing live streaming with all the vendors around here. We're literally probably going to take my iPhone and this thing and my little DJI thing and go around, because for better or worse, that's kind of that's what we need, for tomorrow.
So, a question about that, and this may not be the right forum, but since we're talking about is what about pricing yourself on these things? Because we all kind of know how we price ourselves to the market when we're doing sound. But when we're doing sound, like we're not gonna charge the same to set up somebody with a DJI.
I am.
You are? Okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
No, but I'm just I'm really curious how people are going about figuring out the market, what it'll bear, how, just for this new world, because it's how am I?
I mean, it's a great question. I always, of course, and I think as all or most of us do, separate out labor from gear. My labor and my knowledge is worth X number of dollars, an hour or a day, whatever, right? The gear is separate. And that's also why, when we're invoicing and line iteming out stuff, and when I'm talking with a production, I'll tell them, one production is different than the next. If their production needs a 12-channel mixer and 12 wireless lavs and 30 IFBs, that's a very different gear package than a single talking head interview where I'm hardwired to one camera. So I guess I kind of see this stuff as similar, right? I mean, my skill is still there. My time is still the same thing. Now, their budget may not, or their budget may not be worth my time, or my time may not be worth their budget, whatever, you know, or like some of these people that have asked me stuff, I'm like, look, let me just respond to your email. I'm going to help you out tremendously, and it just is what it is, right? You know, we've all benefited from those that have come before us. You know, I've learned from people, you know, older and more experienced than me, and so sometimes we're just passing on that knowledge, is what that is. But I mean, you know, I'm a bastard. I'd love to charge everybody I possibly can. You know, that's what I do. But yeah, I don't know. It is hard. You know, I think it's a new thing that we're kind of working on. So, yeah.
I can add to that.
Go for it.
Yeah. I would just say not every client is your client. It doesn't matter what they're making, what they're doing.
Yeah.
If your time isn't best served by working with them, you don't need to like bend over backwards to help them. Just because they're making some dumb video doesn't mean you need to help them.
Yeah.
You're just like, oh, I only have $300 for help. I'm like, okay, have fun with that. Good luck. That $300 might be useful somewhere. You could spend that on something, but not me. You know.
I've straight up told, you know, PMs or producers that I've talked to, they're like, oh, but you know, our budget's crappy on this one because it's just a little YouTube video. I'm like, my time, my gear, it's all the same. You know, whether you are putting this out on HBO or TikTok, it still takes the same to capture it. And I'll actually argue social media is the advertising platform right now. You know, people talk about, oh, it's just a little social media video. Neat. Okay, that you will make. Like that iPhone commercial, whatever I worked on, you know, literally, they're probably going to sell $1 billion worth of products off of that iPhone commercial. And so the fact that it's going on a phone, you know, that people are scrolling through doesn't matter from our standpoint. That's the reality of it. And I mean, a lot of productions do understand that, which is awesome, and some don't, and they will learn it eventually. They don't know it yet, but they will learn that where the eyeballs are looking, you know, is changing. And social media is you know, that's why we see History Channel and Discovery and, you know, A&E networks. Their revenue is down 30 to 40% year over year. Some of the best shows best financial shows I've worked on the last few years haven't gotten renewed because History Channel doesn't have the budget. Discovery doesn't have the budget. They are hurting as more and more people cut the cable. I haven't had cable TV in 10, 15 years, you know. So, yeah, it is what it is. But yeah. What else do people want to know about social media, audio stuff? I mean, I'm winging this because Colleen and Nick got stuck in New York. So, what do you guys want to talk about and know?
Is there anyone we haven't heard from today? There's some people that ask a lot of questions. Is there anyone who has, you know, even people who are from Pegasus? Is there anything that has been talked about today that you had questions about, or just general audio things?
Yeah.
Since we're tailing out the day.
I know Jerry's a huge TikTok fan. So, yeah.
Monitoring point.
Yeah, that's right. Good point.
Yeah, I've seen this happen a bunch where people are like, you know, oh, my audio's going in and they're like, we're listening to the stream and it sounds like, you know, and so having somebody outside doing tests in advance with somebody who's somewhere different, somebody who's listening on a phone, somebody who's listening on a computer, who can actually give you a test and be like, yeah, that sounds good, or your level is low coming to me, I need, you know, 3 dB or 6 dB or whatever, or you need to back it off because it's super crunchy as far as that goes.
And funny, that's a great point to bring up. That Walmart live stream I did, it was going to both Facebook and Instagram that particular day. It's like an hour some odd Christmas thing. That particular day, I'm blanking on what it was. There was some massive server outage. It was basically all of Instagram Live servers went down one day in November, December, you know, recently. And so as the streaming is happening, anybody watching on Facebook was like, oh, this is great, best thing since sliced bread. We love seeing these ladies' pots and pans in their kitchen. Neat. Everybody trying to watch on Instagram was seeing glitchy video, audio's dropping out, and all that kind of stuff. And so they were getting just taken to the cleaners and comments on Instagram. And I actually realized about 10 minutes into the stream, I was like, oh yeah, I read a news article, was bored on my mind, no offense to the guys in Oklahoma, driving through Oklahoma, getting up there. And, that Instagram servers had completely gone out that day. And so I remembered this, and the producer's freaking out, going, what's going on? They come over to me, oh man, we're having these problems. Is it on your end? Is it our camera end? Whatever. They're freaking out. And I remembered 10 minutes into this live stream that it was literally like a worldwide Instagram server problem as they're flipping switches somewhere. And I told them, it's not us. So don't worry about it. We have no control over this whatsoever. It's a server problem in some server farm in Nevada somewhere. And so I literally showed them the news article. Here you go. This is what's happening, and it's affecting our jobs right now. And so she was like, whew, because she was nervous, right? I mean, her client is Walmart. They will fire you in a heartbeat. And so for her to be able to then go to Walmart to say, look, it was just a freak of nature thing, right? Instagram servers went out, we drew the short straw on the day of filming this, nothing we can do about it. And literally the Walmart client was like, okay, cool, thanks, it's good to know, see you in the next one. So yeah, but having somebody listen, and that being brought up is because somebody was listening on the viewer side of it. And even last night, Segan and Ferris and I were here late last night setting up this clown show, and we're testing the whole system, right? Ferris is troubleshooting the audio and the video going in, Segan's setting lights and getting cameras and stuff set up. I was out buying booze for everybody, and so I dial in on the YouTube, like, all right, let's see what the viewer is going to see. And, and we're adjusting from there, adjusting font size, adjusting lighting, because you want to listen. You want to see, what does the viewer see? Because, I can sit here at my cart and with my headphones on going, sounds good here. But, if whatever I'm feeding sounds like hot trash, then somewhere there's a failure, and so we have to do our best to help troubleshoot. I mean, as we know, we are good at troubleshooting. That's 95% of our job. So, but yeah. It's 5 o'clock? Sweet. All right, cool. I think we successfully handled that. All right, so first of all, huge shout out and thank you to a lot of people that helped put this entire thing together. So Segan was helpful, and he was helpful in setting things up. Ferris, instrumental in getting the live stream going, so huge for that. And then also, Ryan with Pegasus and all the Pegasus people, absolutely massive. And Nick at Gotham for, also helping us out, and Tyler and Jack for, honestly, they did the last 12 years of this. And so I don't know if, here's a funny little story to kind of wrap this up. The last 12 years, this whole get-together was always called the Lone Star Mixer. Then in October, November last year, Nick at Gotham called me up and said, Tyler and Jack would just kind of needed to hand it off, wondering if I was interested in picking it up. I said, yeah, I'd love to. That sounds great. And so I immediately got to work. I was like, all right, you know what? Here's what I want to do better or different or whatever. I'm going to build a website, try to get it off of just a Facebook group, whatever. So I go in GoDaddy and I'm searching domain names. Like, oh, sweet, TexasMixerMixer.com is available. Buy that. So it's inadvertently changed the name because I forgot that it was called the Lone Star Mixer for 12 years. And so it then became the Texas Mixer because I'm a moron. Anyway, but it is what it is. And we hope to expand it and always be making it better each year, adapting with the industry as it goes. But, there have been so many people that have got it every year to where it is. Tomorrow we're going to have a bunch of great vendors here, lots more great food and everything. And this evening over at Pegasus Brewery or Pegasus Tap House, it's like a mile from here. What's it? Yeah, I keep screwing up so many. Yes, Petticola's Brewery. Pegasus does not have a brewery yet, but you guys will make a lot more money if you do that. Yeah, maybe someday. Yes, so Petticola's Brewery tonight. We'll have some snacks and food over there, and they've got a food truck. Tomorrow, the gear vendor expo is from 11 to 4. And then there's an awesome place called Cinco Casinas, which is close to here. And we'll be over there tomorrow evening as well. So anybody who's around, come to that and hang out and have a good time. And eat more food because we bought a bunch. So. Yeah. Pippin, Lucy, all the Pegasus folks. So many people helped out just massively in putting this together. So it's a good time. All right. Cool. All right. Well, we'll see you guys as we go. All right, thanks.